or Resine Colour Shops. For expert paint and colour advice, SENZ Test Cricket, England versus New Zealand.
On SEN Test Cricket, England versus New Zealand.
He will get it at mid-off. It's straight to Williamson.
Goals to Burns. He bowled it. Bazball.
The big shot for LBW, and it's gone. Instant taken. It's a movie script.
Trent Bolt strikes, and it's delirium from the Kiwis.
That is Test Cricket at its finest.
Live from Lords, the first Test, England versus New Zealand on SEN Test Cricket.
Good morning and welcome to Day 3 of SENZ Test Cricket, live from Lords, thanks to Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand and chemist warehouse. A day that, for a moment or two on Friday, when New Zealand lost their top order in a hurry for the second time in 24 hours, we thought might not happen. Enter Daryl Mitchell and Tom Blundell, arriving with the Black Caps 4 down and in all sorts. They resume today to continue their mighty 180-run partnership, which already has the visitors 227 runs in the black. Truth be told, given the way England have fared over the last 18 months, that might well already be enough for victory, but that won't be front of mind when play resumes in little under half an hour from now. First, there's a couple of personal milestones. Mitchell just 3 away from a ton at the home of cricket, and Blundell on 90 himself. From there, a job to finish, initially against England's second new ball in particularly gloomy conditions in northwest London. I'm Adam Collins, and joining me to begin our coverage is a man who knows a lot about winning in England, the great Coney. Jeremy, an exciting little passage of play off the top today with centuries to be completed and the new ball for Anderson and Broad.
Yes, morning Adam, morning everybody. It is, the match is poised still. I don't think, while New Zealand had a good day yesterday and probably won those 3 sessions 2.5 to a half, half being the first session of the day, I think there's still an opportunity for England to worm their way back in if they can take early wickets this morning. It's murky, there's cloud cover across the expanse of sky above us, there's been a few showers. I don't think the outfield will be damp. England certainly won't want that, and also because it's a very good drying ground. But you can bet there'll be some seam today, and this new ball, which is due in 1 over, is the opportunity that England have. So they'll have the whole session, I would think, to be able to try and claim and break through A, this partnership, and then B, subsequent ones that can occur. And it could break the back of New Zealand if they do well and New Zealand don't bat well. Yeah,
I think that's nicely summed up. I mean, the new ball is England, maybe not their last chance, but it might be their penultimate chance in this game. If they don't take a clump of wickets, and wickets have fallen in a hurry through this test so far, they'll be a long way behind the game, and there'll be that scoreboard pressure that has been a massive problem for England over the last 18 months to 2 years. Whenever they've had any meaningful scoreboard pressure, they've wilted, and that was the case even on afternoon 1 when wickets started falling. They had no ability to repel that kind of pressure. So New Zealand will be mindful of that.
And they do contain the odd individual key player. I mean, Stokes is an obvious one who's made unusual scores in certain matches that have changed the course of the match that's been going another way. So they do have people like that. And, New Zealand will be wary of that. But the first thing they have to do is just bat and bat. Yep. And there's plenty of time left in the game. Plenty of time, if they can get through this little awkward period, to score lots of runs. I mean, these two at the moment, as you say, there's 2 opportunities this morning. They're personal ones, they're important ones for those players, but as far as the game is concerned and the team is concerned, that doesn't matter. It's only about 10 runs, 15 runs. What they need to do is keep the other and the lower middle order away from facing the new ball.
And Anderson and Broad haven't been particularly effective with the second new ball in recent years.
Have they not?
No, nor have they been in second innings. So again, if they can get through this initial interrogation, the 2 set men, it could open the day up for them. But they will probably be batting under lights. The lights aren't turned on yet here at Lords, but it is dark. I'd be surprised if they don't get turned on before 11 a.m. local time when the first ball is due. So it won't be easy. It's always tough to restart, even if you're in the 90s.
Absolutely. You're restarting, really. I know you don't have quite the anxiety as you do on naught, but but we're going to see some movement today. The advantage might be that the ball is going to be continued to be pitched up, which is a la the McCullum style, and what we saw in the first innings, which proved pretty effective. But if Mitchell, for example, can bat out of his crease as he did yesterday and alter that length that the bowler is able to bowl with comfort, then we might see some drives. And certainly I think perhaps from Colin de Grandhomme, who is a naturally attacking player, the ball could be flying hither and yon, you know, from third man over the top of the bowler. So that can be quite upsetting also. That's the style of players New Zealand have, and that's the way they've played. So we're just going to have to wait and see about all that.
With respect to how they went at Mitchell yesterday, there were a couple of different plans they deployed against the set men. With Mitchell, they thought they had him a chance for leg before or bowl because of the way his bat comes down from about second slip, playing across the line through to the onside. But it works for him. I suppose we say this about modern cricketers. It's about what works for them. And with Mitchell, he doesn't mind defending out towards mid-wicket with a bat that isn't coming straight down.
No, not entirely straight. And that's why you would think, therefore, a very full ball coming back in a la Stokes we saw yesterday.
Yep.
He was the one, in fact, who brought the ball back from outside the right-handers off stump more than anybody. But he only did it for 2 overs. And then he reverted then to the short-pitched kind of attack, which seemed, it was okay for a try, for an experiment. But I would wouldn't like to see Stokes merely an enforcer. And he can get people out in nice, proper cricket ways, and let's put it that way.
And we've seen that with the swinging ball with Stokes, at Lords a few years ago, at Trent Bridge against Australia a number of years ago now, but he can get the ball hooping around. He just doesn't give himself a chance to do it. Well,
that's the temptation sometimes as a new captain, to just under-bowl yourself a little bit. And he's only other 3 seamers, and he's rotating them all the time. And you need that fourth seamer sometimes to get you through, the whole session.
The other New Zealand player yesterday who played so splendidly was Tom Blundell, who's on 90 when he resumes this morning. With him, it was about back foot play, wasn't it? It was about his willingness to take on the short ball. Even when they were 3 set back, it wasn't as though he took the view that there is risk getting caught in the deep. His attitude was, well, that's where I'm at my strongest. I'll keep scoring there, just along the carpet.
He plays the short ball extremely well.
Yeah.
He's an opener. And a former opener, of course, and then he took the gloves, Watling, and they've sort of been able to get through that. So he's quite useful. It's nice to have as number 6 someone who's coming in, who's comfortable with the new ball because he's seen it before, and it's the second new ball. That's the difference. So, yeah, he crouches. He's a croucher at the crease, and he likes the short ball, just like lots of keepers have done in the past. He cuts well, he pulls well, and he drives actually quite well square as well. So they kind of work together, because you've got one who's batting out of his crease and looking to punch down the ground quite a bit, and both play leg side quite nicely. So it's kind of fitted together, these two. And
the second new ball tends to fly around a bit more despite its very nature. If it turns out that this pair do get dismissed early, New Zealand's lower order, they have one gear, don't they, with de Grandhomme, but especially Southey and Bolt and Jameson in recent times. They're going to swing from the get-go, in all probability.
That could be one way they play if they don't rate themselves to remain at the crease long enough. The only danger sometimes with that approach is that you undervalue yourself. Some players are reasonably good at defending, and I would ask my tail enders, first thing to do, fellas, is defend, because there might be a batsman at the other end, and I will require you to be able to do that. Then you can look to attack, that's fine. But I think first things is you want to stay in. You can't get any runs when you're out in the shed, can you? Or behind the hedge.
No, of course not. I suppose it's more the idea that if they get in, if one of them gets in and makes a cheeky 30 or 40, well, that'll increase that scoreboard pressure on England. Thank you, Jeremy Coney. We'll hear from you throughout the course of the morning session. Before we go to a break, remember, get your text in on 8833 from New Zealand. Let us know your name and where you're listening, and you go into the hat to win a $25 food and drink voucher thanks to the Good Spirits Hospitality Group. Check out the Fox, Auckland's Zealand's #1 sports bar and any other of their 10 venues. So 8833, your name and where you are listening to go into the running to win one of a number of $25 vouchers that we'll give out throughout the course of the day on SENZ Test Cricket. For Raheen, the paints professionals use. We'll be back here at Lord's in a moment with Daniel Norcross picking up the conversation with Henry Moran.
Welcome back to Lord's. It's the third day of the first test between New Zealand and England. I'm Daniel Norcross, and I'm delighted to welcome on board SENZ's coverage here a dear friend of mine, a dear colleague from BBC Test Match Special, Henry Moran. Welcome aboard. Oh, let's make sure we
turn on the microphone, shall we? Yeah. Hello, Daniel. Hello, everybody. Lovely to be here. And we've got a little bit of an interesting scene in front of us. It's looking murky. It's looking a little bit dank. It's a proper English bank holiday weekend.
Dare one say moist.
Indeed.
It is a bit moist out there. And we're telling you this because you've probably already heard from Jeremy and the like, but there is the hover cover that's covering the pitch. They haven't, and this is a good sign, they haven't unfurled the side covers of the hover covers. Hover covers, you don't see them much around the world. You do get a few of them in England. I think they have one at Edgbaston, and essentially they're like a miniature hovercraft, great big, sort of almost like a air conditioning unit on one end, and they take it out. It makes it easy to get out onto the pitch, and it doesn't sort of like make horrible lines with the wheels. And then they drop it on the pitch, and then on the side, on either side, they have rolled up in tubes the covers that they can then extend horizontally to cover the square, and then they bring a couple, for the bowlers run-ups. Now they haven't extended any of those covers, so that's a positive development, and we can still see the New Zealanders out there practicing on towards the edge of the square on the grandstand side. There's still Tom Latham, who's not going to bat anymore in this game, but he's getting a bunch of throwdowns away to my right, and the lights are on. They are on full, so let's hope we don't get any interruptions first up. The clouds are quite high. There's as Henry Moran said, there's a murky, dank feeling. And here's not some great news, because we are now getting some green tarpaulins that are being brought on, and they will cover the bowlers' run-ups, and these just take a little bit longer to unfurl, unfortunately. So I would be surprised with this development happening if we start bang on time. But when we do get out there, and we surely will today, because the forecast isn't too bad, I can actually now see a little bit of rain coming through. There was a forecast for a light shower, and it really is very light. Lord's is a ground that dries very quickly. It's got insane drainage, as well as having this, of course, famous slope, which does ensure that even a sharp shower, frankly, will be cleared up within 15 to 20 minutes. But this isn't even that. It's a light dusting. But what it will do is it'll juice up the outfield a bit. Some of it getting onto the square will just maybe get underneath the pitch surface and maybe just give it a little bit more juice and nip. And England have got a new ball available to them in 1 over's time, Henry Moran, and you feel that it's going to be an absolutely key passage of play. New Zealand are ahead in this game, there's no doubt, but we've seen with the new ball and in the right conditions, wickets have been tumbling. So with Broad and Anderson, they'll have a chance early on in the day's play, whenever it starts, to make the inroads that they so desperately need.
They do need to make those inroads, and that partnership yesterday has completely transformed this match, because England did have a first innings lead, albeit a tiny one, 9 runs. But wasn't it weird seeing a test innings?
Test cricket broke out.
It was extraordinary. Seeing, somebody leaving the ball more than twice and not trying to smash it away to the boundary every third delivery.
Well, I mean,
it was sensational.
In fairness, we do get to see it at some of the time in England, but it always from the opposition. I mean, this time last year, well, not quite this time last year, but England played India, and England put India into bat, and in conditions very much like this, actually, really murky, and the ball was doing a lot. And it was Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul, 2 white players renowned for their white ball exploits, who denied themselves and got to lunch at about 58 without loss. And that was probably key in giving India a chance to win the game, because they could so easily have been a bit like New Zealand in the first session of this match. They could have easily been 39 for 6 on that day. The ball was nipping around, but their judgment of when to leave the ball was immaculate. And yesterday, I thought Mitchell and Blundell were just superb. What I loved most about Mitchell's innings was his determination when he defended the ball. and it came out of the middle of the bat. You know, often when batters hit a 4 and they keep the bat out there and remind the bowler what they've just done, they don't do it so much with a defensive shot, do they? Mitchell was like, oh, that's just hit the middle of my bat, you're not getting past that. You see that? See the maker's name? It was rather gratifying to watch, actually.
It was a real throwback in some ways, and what it's done is it's proved that good, focused, gritty, determined Test batting can be the route to ensuring success. And the problem that has befallen England for so long has not been the bowling. We got terribly excited from an England point of view with Matthew Potts' debut and the way that he was bowling, particularly on that first day, and thinking, OK, this new Brendan McCullum revolution, everything like that. But actually, bowling's never been the problem for this England.
Well, not at home. It is away. Getting 20 wickets away on flat, lifeless pitches has been tricky.
Indeed, but find any Test side coming to overseas conditions, and it's going to be harder than when they're at home. The issue in this country has been the batting, and it remains so. It's not going to change overnight. England supporters know that. But what they do have to think is, you know, we've seen 2 batters yesterday in Mitchell and Blundell play in such a cautious, clever, sensible way, accumulating big runs, and by the looks of things, winning this Test match for their side, and actually thinking, do you know what? We can do that. We've got the ability to leave it, to block it, to not have to try and smash everything to the boundary, because that is, in the history of Test cricket, so often the way that matches are won is by playing that traditional style.
Well, let's be clear about a couple of things as well. I mean, Mitchell and Blundell, they batted really, really well, but these aren't stellar red ball performers in world cricket. Tom Blundell has played, this is his 18th match. Before this match, he'd scored 809 runs at an average of 33.7, which are hardly stellar numbers. Mitchell, this is his 10th match at 403 runs at an average of 40. Perfectly decent, good Test match batters. But, you know, someone like Johnny Bairstow, averages 33, 34, 35, is in that general area. And yet, we don't see him blocking, leaving with such judition, I suppose. And this is something to do with attitude, it seems to me, that England's attitude has always been, not always, but lately, has been, if they're a bit under the pump, they're going to show aggressive and positive intent. Well, what Mitchell and Blundell showed is that you can show aggressive and positive intent by not looking to score runs off every ball. You know, you can have an aggressive defence.
And this is the point, isn't it? You can be positive, without necessarily having the scoreboard ticking over at a rate of knots. You can do so just by blunting the opposition attack, frustrating them, and ensuring that you keep on top of the game just by virtue of staying around. What is going to be interesting is, as we see the skies just beginning to clear a little bit, I've got my radar in front of me, Dan, and it's moving away by about 11 o'clock in 5 minutes or so. This will have shifted, so we will start in due course.
They've put all the covers out, which is a bit annoying, but
well, that adds a bit of time. But I don't.
It won't take long though.
It won't take
because these are the roly covers on the side will just roll up nice and quickly, and the tarpaulins will just be whisked off.
England have 2 opportunities this morning, in the sense that if Mitchell and Blundell reach 100, how often do you see it that a batter will get out soon after, just because of the psychological ease of restraint, if you like, by reaching that milestone?
Test match special scorer Andy Zaltzman has done a study on that, hasn't he? That actually you're less likely to get out in the 90s than you are in the hundreds.
Indeed.
The one oohs.
Indeed. And so there is that potential little door creaking open. And then the other opportunity, of course, is the new ball one over away. And that's going to be absolutely vital. It is, if Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad could ask for conditions to take a new ball in, it would be these. Overcast, it's a little bit murky, it's not overly breezy, it's just about what they would want.
It's a little chilly, and I would just caution on that, because you and I were both at Adelaide in 2017 in the day-night game.
Yes.
And Joe Root was captain, wasn't he? And he won the toss, elected to bowl, and you understood why, because there were skies a bit like this, but it was a bit too cold to do much. And then Broad and Anderson didn't bowl anything like full enough. Now, that'll also be a challenge for them to bowl that attacking length they bowled in the first innings, even though New Zealand have got a lead of 227, because they're naturally quite conservative, those two. They won't want to see that scoreboard ticking over.
The big question on everybody's minds is how many are too many for England. Have we reached that point already?
Well, I think any sane judge looking at the way England have batted for the last 5 years would say, yeah, probably about 80 too many. But there is also, New Zealand won't be thinking that. New Zealand will be thinking, there's Joe Root in that side, and if someone like Crawley does hit another breezy 35, and if Bairstow and Stokes has won matches with the bat before, and at Lords he has the fastest 100 here, of course. That wasn't against New Zealand, I think. So they'll be very aware of the threats in England's batting order. So really a sort of, I think, a more adroit question is, when do New Zealand think they've got enough? And I reckon they probably think they're still 120, 130 shy of being comfortable, because they also know that the pitch itself doesn't hold exactly demons, does it? Right, well, we're going to go for a break. I can tell you that the skies are lifting. We'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes to give you an update.
Adam Collins and Jarrod Kimber here at Lords, where all the lights are on. It's drizzling. The covers are on. I don't expect it'll be a long delay, Jarrod, as I welcome you for the first time this morning, but it's going to frustrate us for the first half an hour or so.
You also told me when I got here that you've been talking to cartographers and it wasn't going to rain.
Photographers. Yeah. Photographers. Usually when wanting to get a sense of the rain, my rule of thumb is talk to the snappers and they know what's going on.
Tell me the photographers that you were speaking to.
I spoke to Stu and I spoke to Brownie.
Phil Brown?
Phil Brown.
I was with Phil Brown and he suddenly said to me, is it raining? And he was upstairs and his cameras were getting wet. I'm just saying, not the best start of the day.
Our coverage is for Resine, the paints the professionals use. I mentioned off the top, Jarrod, that you can text in with where you are and your name to 8833 in New Zealand for a $25 food and drink voucher thanks to the Good Spirits Hospitality Group. Check out the Fox, Auckland's #1 sports bar, or any other of their 10 venues. We'll keep an eye on those texts coming throughout the course of the day and the series. 8833 in New Zealand, or 0433 98 11 16 in Australia. Jarrod, we have a New Zealander in charge of the England team, and that was
two of them.
Yes, two of them. One by extraction and one very much Kiwi through and through in Brendan McCullum. I don't think any of us necessarily expected that, and it has divided opinion. Where did you fall on this when the news was broken a couple of weeks ago?
I thought it meant that Brendan McCullum had incredible confidence in his own ability, because you could offer me a lot of money and I would never have taken that job, because I would have been like, why would I do this for 3 or 4 years and just fail as they can't find a batter?
Right. Okay. So you wouldn't have been. So if you were, well, let's take you out of the equation. If you were Brendan McCullum,
well, if I'm Brendan McCullum,
and you're on the journey. Well, let's remember it's a high-paying job. You get to live in a lovely part of London. There are perks to being the England men's Test coach.
Not short of $1. SEN NZ's own Brendan McCullum. Kolkata. I'm assuming. I think Kolkata have some money from memory. So money is obviously part of it. But the fact is that there's two teams, really. Yep. There's a white ball team and there's a red ball team. One of those teams is, by a long distance, one of the best, certainly the best white ball team England's ever had, and certainly arguably the best white ball team in cricket at the moment. And I'm thinking to myself, well, if I take that job, maybe I get paid a little bit less, but I pick up a World Cup here and there and make some finals, and we maybe we're the first team to score 500 runs. That looks nice. Then I look at the red ball team and I'm like, no one can average over 35 in this red ball team, and my two best batters are now, one of them is an all-rounder who's gone through a lot of wear and tear physically and mentally, and the other one is one of the greatest batters that England have ever had, but again on the wrong side of 30. Who else? Who's the next? Honestly, as you sit here, who is the third best Test batter for England?
Yeah, I acknowledge there are enormous structural, systemic issues here which you're identifying, but let's look at it the other way. The expectations are managed so low for England men's Test cricket right now that, I mean, that quote that he said at his opening press conference, my job will be to plan as though you'll live forever, but live as if you'll die tomorrow. I mean, yeah, it's a bit of an Instagram quote, I acknowledge, but the premise of this is that he knows that this is a tough gig. He knows this is the sort of gig where, in all probability, he will not be able to be as successful as he would be if it were the white ball job. He's got 4 years on his contract. In a way, that might be liberating, knowing that that nobody anticipates, or nobody is seeing England as a team that can rise up the rankings anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, look, maybe there's a freedom in that, and I certainly understand it. Also, let's remember that I'm a massive cynic journalist who, even when I've worked in cricket teams, my job is literally to, be the cold cup of coffee in the room, right? Brendan McCullum is like, rainbows and Skittles, right? Like, he's the one that comes in and goes, mate, Colo, I've been watching you in the nets. You are so much better than everything you've ever done. We're gonna fly through this brick wall together, face first, and we're not even gonna get a bruise together. And that's the sort of person he's always been. And it's worked for him, and it's worked for New Zealand at times. I think some of his impact on New Zealand cricket was probably overestimated, because it was the first public thing we heard. He had the big meeting in South Africa after the collapse, and he brought everyone together. And then you look at it and you go, well, actually what happened was they professionalised the first class structure. They fixed pitches in New Zealand. They fixed the coaching structure incredibly. They, all these little things. And then Brendan McCullum came on board. The problem with English cricket is all those same problems actually occur. You've got incredible bowlers. You and I both watch, county cricket, and you watch these bowlers like, Darren Stevens bowling at, 55 miles an hour, bowling these wobble balls going in both directions, and no one can play him. And then I watch him play at Kent at Beckenham on a test match type of wicket. It's like a throwdown. Yeah. Right? And so the pitches are a far bigger problem. Can Brendan McCullum be involved in that, right? That is what they need. It's a systemic change that English cricket needs. It's not just the guy flying through the wall. Now, maybe he makes such a big hire, right? Maybe everything changes and Rob Key gets on board and all of English cricket gets on board. But there are so many systemic problems there that I don't think just having that incredible positive attitude, that incredible cricket brain that he obviously possesses, the ability to make an average player feel like he's better than he is going to be enough, when realistically the batting has dropped off to such a point in English cricket that I don't even know if there are 7 international quality test batters in this country.
I was going to ask you about 2013 when McCullum took over, the all-out 47 at Cape Town, which was, such a chastening experience for that group of players at the start of that series. And they got rolled in the second test in similar circumstances. And yet within, 2 years, they're on the cusp of winning a White Ball World Cup. And 4 years on from that, make that 6 years on from that rather, they win the World Test Championship final. What you touched on in your answer before around the systemic changes that New Zealand implemented in the 90s and the early 2000s, laying the groundwork for what McCullum eventually did. It's worth elaborating on those, isn't it? There's been a book released recently called Crickonomics, and I know, Jarrod, you've written about this extensively in the past as well. There was a decision made from those running New Zealand cricket a long time ago that they needed to tighten up their act, and there were a lot of things they had in their control. They were never going to have a population the size of India, but they controlled the controllables, and they gave themselves a chance of competing on the big stage. That's where McCullum was perfectly positioned, right place, right time, and the right personality for it.
You go back to the early 1930s, there were great New Zealand talents who ended up, I forget the name of the first guy who left New Zealand cricket to come and play for a rich gentleman in England for his personal team. Glenn Turner does a similar thing. Yep. Talent has never been the problem in New Zealand cricket, right? Even if it's a smaller talent pool, they have found talented players. Ross Taylor, I don't know if you know this, but Ross Taylor is probably the first fully professional New Zealand cricketer who stayed with New Zealand. So Ross Taylor was starting his first-class career the year that the first-class players went on strike. As Ian O'Brien and many other players have joked before, you can't go on strike if you're not being paid. But they refused to play, right? That meant that first-class cricketers had to be paid. Ross Taylor just retired. We're just in an era of New Zealand cricketers becoming professional. That's the first thing that they had to do. They were literally losing talented players. And what McCullum's role in that was, a similar thing was happening with the IPL, right? Players were just disappearing. And we see Mitch McClenaghan. I don't know if Mitch McClenaghan would have ever been a great test player, but he, another SEN NZ talent. But Mitch McClenaghan is a 90-mile-an-hour left-arm fast bowler who went off to be freelance, and a lot of players in New Zealand cricket were going to disappear. It was going to go very similar to what the West Indies were having happen, although with a bit better cricket board involved. But there was a structure and there was money involved. That's the first step, right? The second step is that the cricket pitches in New Zealand, I don't need to teach a 18-year-old New Zealander how to play on a green top, right? Because if they're 18 and they're in a first-class structure, they play played on green tops their entire life to get there. What you need to teach them out is how to face top quality spin on a flat pitch, on a pitch that spins, how to face fast bowlers on a pitch with bounce, and again, all those sorts of things. That is another movement that they had. McCullum was he might have been involved in it. He might have been part of the conversation. But that change had to happen. Those are two massive things. And then the other thing that you're talking about from the Crickonomics book is very simply okay, we're going to have between 25 and 35 international quality talented players at any one time. Right? What we have to do now is make sure that we are in constant development of those players. This guy will get injured. This guy will go off to play in franchise leagues and we won't have him. This guy just doesn't want to do it. He doesn't love cricket enough, right? My thing is, if you look at Ross Taylor and you look at Kyle Jamieson, Ross Taylor is the first truly New Zealand professional cricketer all the way through his career. Kyle Jamieson was a batter who they had to redevelop. That doesn't happen in 1970s and 1980s New Zealand. As talented as some of their players were, there wasn't a system around. You have to build that system. English cricket, the problem with English cricket is that the system of the county game is set up for county teams to succeed. It's not set up for the international game. New Zealand had such a small game that they could tweak it and make it work for international cricket. That's the problems that McCullum is going to come across, and that's the problems that England come across almost every day.
Interesting that you referred to when the IPL started and the way that New Zealand responded to that. And I'll note, by the way, that the big covers are coming off. They've still got the hovercraft cover on, or the hover cover, on, and that might take some time, and we'll get a reading from the match officials, and we'll relay that news as soon as we have it. But they didn't take an adversarial attitude towards the IPL, and they didn't make players pick or choose. They said, well, look, we acknowledge that the IPL is going to deliver you a significant sum of money for 6 to 8 weeks work a year, more work these days with the expanding IPL fixture list, but when it started in 2008, and they didn't try and fight with India on that front. They just played the game and they retained their loyalty. So players were able to go and fill their boots playing for franchises around the world, but especially India at that stage of the year, and then come and drop in and out of the test team as and when. Whereas in the West Indies, it was a very different story, and players reached the stage when they did have to pick and choose, and how far worse off they are for that adversarial attitude that the West Indies Cricket Board took to the IPL in those early days.
It's taken the West Indies maybe 4 years to partially rebuild the relationships. I mean, Darren Sammy wins the 2016 World Cup and says it was in spite of Cricket West Indies.
Yeah,
like he's just won a World Cup. He's holding the trophy, and that's what he says. New Zealand, in some ways, were probably too passive. They probably should have had more conversations with their players. They probably should have dealt with the franchises of the players more directly at times. But I also think that regardless of that, we didn't know where cricket was going at that point, and maybe you needed slightly better leadership to understand we need to work together with these organisations. But if you're getting paid, I don't know, what would some of the early fees would have been between $200,000 and $1 million, right, for some of those players. And then you go back to New Zealand and you're not getting paid that money. Something else has to happen. So New Zealand then have to form almost a partnership with the players at that point and go, look, this is what we're going to do going forward. We understand that this is your main income now, but we have to do that. And I think they managed that better than any other international team that I've seen so far. That was another huge win for New Zealand cricket. But when you go back and you listen to what McCullum was saying, I think what McCullum was saying is that they weren't putting in for New Zealand the players. Right? They were thinking about franchise cricket all the time. And what he really meant, and I think, it was probably him and obviously Hessen had a huge part of this as well, was getting players to focus on everything and just say, no, we understand that that's where your money's coming in, but you also need to be able to do this right now. Those sorts of really honest conversations. I talked to Jimmy Adams, who's the director of cricket for West Indies recently, and he said the biggest problem in sport is that most people who work at sport don't understand that you have to be honest. You have to say to this guy, we know you want to be the star bowler, but actually you need to bowl first change. You're not going to get in this side. If you want the new ball, stop talking about the new ball. This is what you're going to do. One day, if you're so good first change and we don't have an opening bowler and you keep developing, we'll move you on. But right at the moment, this is what you need to be. And I think that New Zealand cricket just was absolutely brilliant at those sorts of conversations with so many different kinds of players. And then the other thing that you say to these guys is, you star for New Zealand, you're going to get more franchise offers anyway, right? This doesn't happen you look at Glenn Phillips and Mark Chapman, I know how talented both of those players are. I've seen them up close and personal. They haven't starred for New Zealand as much as some of the other guys have. And those guys have gone on to be, bigger franchise stars around the world. Playing well for New Zealand actually helps you. And it's exactly the same that West Indies have now worked out. Young West Indies players now, wasn't that long ago that Nicholas Pooran decided to play for the BPL over playing for the West Indies, right? I don't think a young West Indian would do that today. I think today they'd be like, do you know what? If I play, if I'm Odean Smith, basically went from a bench player to an IPL player on about 5 innings, right? And that's how quick things can change if you're playing international cricket.
Jarrod, Kimber, thank you for your holistic experience and insight you're able to bring the broadcast here on SENZ. It's unfortunately still drizzling here at Lord's, so the hover cover remains on. We are going to take a break and we'll come back to Lord's and we'll see how the weather's going, and we'll make a call as to whether we stay at Lord's or go to some other programming. But for the time being, we will go to an ad. The score, New Zealand overnight, 236 for 4. They're in the lead by 227, a 180-run stand between Daryl Mitchell on 97, Tom Blundell on 90. Let's hope they can resume it again shortly. SENZ Test Cricket for Rosine, the paint the professionals use. SEN Test Cricket for Rosine, the paint the professionals use. Good news from Lords. We're going to have a restart at 11:30 local time. They'll probably kick off at 11:29. They're all out there already. Jerusalem is complete. The England fans are happy, but it's New Zealand who have the chance to drive home the ascendancy in this opening session. They'll resume at 236 for 4 with Daryl Mitchell on 97. He struck a beautiful boundary to finish day 2 down the ground. Blundell will be on strike on 90. Adam Collins with you, Jarrod Kimber with me. We're ready to roll half an hour belatedly, which means they'll simply shuffle everything back 30 minutes and we'll still get, in theory, all 90 overs in today.
Yes, sorry. I thought you were pausing for something. No, you're pausing for my goal.
Pausing for your observations.
Can I tell you what I was trying to do? I was trying to work out how many runs Daryl Mitchell needs to go beyond a 50 average. Because he came in with a 40 average and he... but yeah, it's not interesting at all, but that's what I was doing.
That's very you. Okay, so it's going to be Stuart Broad to start off with all the lights on here at headquarters this morning. So still gloomy, although the sun has burst through in the last 5 minutes or so as they were doing the clean-up job. Broad has 1 for 47 so far yesterday, picking up the wicket of Conway down the leg side. Just after lunch, the last wicket to fall.
Yeah, sorry, disappointed in Broad here. I would have thought he would have got Potts to bowl this over for him.
Before the second year is due.
Yes.
Seniority.
Give the young guy to say, look, go warm up for an over. But Broady's going to take it with the old ball. We haven't really seen any reverse swing in England for a long time now.
So Rod Tucker has called play. There are 3 slips to start. It's the 80th over, the last with the first ball. Then presumably James Anderson will follow from the pavilion end. Three slips a backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Day 3 begins. Broad to Blundell on 90. Delivers here. Blundell well forward in defence. Good start.
Excellent follow-through from Broad there. He didn't have the momentum through the crease, but he just kept jogging just to make sure that Blundell could see him all the way up in his eye line.
Anderson and Broad have both struggled in second innings in the last couple of years, especially the deeper the innings have got on. The second new ball hasn't been as potent for them as you might think.
No, it's a really hard thing to research as well, because we've had so few test bowlers ever of Anderson's age to know if the second innings is a problem. Jeremy will know that there was a particular older bowler bowled for New Zealand at a very old age who did very well in second innings.
Broad bowls, Blundell leaves alone, well forward before shouldering arms.
It's literally, I think it's McGrath, Hadley, Walsh, the 3 that did it over the age of 38, and none of them ever had a problem in the second innings. So is it just bad luck from Anderson, which I think is what CricViz have sort of settled on as their analysis of it? Or is it that test matches are really long, and when you're old, the skills are still there, but you don't have the ability to execute them as you get more tired throughout the match? I don't know. Although this test match is not particularly long.
It's Blundell facing up to Broad. Delivers here. Full and defended again. Oohs and ahs from the cordon as the ball ends up out in the covers with the captain, Ben Stokes.
But it's one of those things that when you're trying to Tom Brady Jimmy Anderson's career as long as possible, stretch out every last wicket that you can out of him. It's one of those things that ECB are going to be monitoring all the time to work out if this is a genuine problem that they have. Do they now have one of the world's best first innings bowlers and one of the world's worst second innings bowlers?
I suppose they'd probably cop it, given how quickly test matches can often wrap up here in England. Broad again to Blundell. First runs of the day through the covers on the front foot, striking nicely through the gap. Stokes can't collect, diving to his right, out for at least 2, and they come back for a third. So Blundell up to 93, New Zealand 239 for 4. That lead up to 230.
You watch that shot and his foot wasn't completely planted, I think, as he makes it, but it's the old ball and he's thinking to himself, anything slightly loose here I can probably cash in on, and straight away that's changed the field. He's hit that to covers and big points gone out, which is modern cricket, I suppose, but yeah, I think in his mind, a couple of shots with this older ball makes a lot of sense.
So Daryl Mitchell prepares to face first ball of the day. Another tweak to the field. A second man goes back on the leg side. So a long leg, deep backward square, deep points, till 3 in the cordon. 3 away from a Lord's ton. Broad. Away from us towards Mitchell. Delivers here. Mitchell drives through the offside, through the gap. They'll get 2 at least. There should be a third. There might be a 4th. Into the deep pocket. And they do come back for 3. And Daryl Mitchell pumps his fists. What a moment here at the home of cricket. A spirited century, his second in Test cricket. And surely his best day as a black cap. Daryl Mitchell, 100 not out from 189 deliveries. It could well be match-defining. Magnificent from Mitchell.
He had to get through the very tough bit before lunch yesterday. He then lost Conway. He dead batted the ball for a very, very long time, and then he attacked in the afternoon and then just played a beautiful innings. He's been so in control. Now, you could say that the pitch changed, but he was one of the few players who had to battle through what the pitch and the bowling and the ball was doing beforehand. It's a magnificent knock.
So Blundell on 93, last delivery with the old ball, and he defends back down the pitch. Knows the call. End of the over, 242 for 4 New Zealand. The lead up to 233, and Mitchell reaching his second Test ton on that honours board. What a moment for a man who has received an opportunity often as an injury replacement. In many respects, that's been the case this week. I doubt he would have been walking out when he did if Henry Nicholls was fit, for example. And much as it was last year, he played at Birmingham, but didn't play at Lords and didn't play in the World Test Championship final there at Southampton. But he's taken the chance with 2 hands this week here at Lords.
No, it's an incredible effort. I think he's partly always around because he has that second skill of the medium pace bowling, the ability to wobble it around. But he's just proving himself as a batter. It was a beautiful moment, actually. Just after that last ball was bowled by Broad, sort of took a big intake of air to try and bring himself back down because he was pumping. After not only had he made 100, he'd done it by running a 3. So everything was going on, as Gareth Batty would say, his beans were going. And it just took a second to go, okay, now it needs to go on, because he has a chance of outscoring both teams in this particular innings. And the more runs, the safer New Zealand is. There's so much time left in the game. We already think they probably have enough runs, but realistically, now he's got the new ball.
Second new ball with James Anderson. Here is the real quiz on morning 3. Bowling here to Mitchell on 100, leaving alone well outside the off stump through to the gloves of Folkes.
I thought the one time that he looked very susceptible was probably when the ball was moving away from him with Anderson, and he sometimes when he defends, his bat comes a little bit from second slip, and he comes across the ball. You see he exaggerates it a lot by doing a curtain rail movement across, but that was his biggest problem early on. He managed to miss the balls that he had to, though, which is important.
Anderson had the wicket of Young yesterday. 5 for the match. To the crease here. Bowls well wide of the off stump to Mitchell again. There are 4 slips in weight, all wearing long sleeve jumpers. You don't see that too often these days. England have moved kit provider through the winter, Jarrod, and they don't have the sort of traditional cable net anymore. It's a slightly lighter cable net. At least they haven't gone to the the sort of cricket jumper you would have worn under 12 suburban cricket in Melbourne when you were growing up, which were awful.
Yeah.
Just wind cheaters.
Polyester nonsense.
England had them for a time, didn't they, before?
That was the Adidas one, wasn't it?
I think it was, yeah. Here's Anderson. Those 4 catches in weight. On middle stump, pushed out towards mid-on by Mitchell, as he did so many times yesterday, as Jeremy Coney and I were talking about in the pre-game. He defends almost with a bat coming from second slip, but he's really comfortable in doing so.
Yeah, the only time I saw it as a huge problem was just when that ball was hooping. And it's more Anderson. I don't think anyone else has caused him that sort of problem. And the other thing is that I think with England, they haven't quite found the exact line that they want to bowl to him. They either bowl a little bit too straight or a little bit too wide. They need to find that middle ground, which Anderson had a very good spell just after lunch yesterday.
Anderson passes umpire, Goff bowls here, and Mitchell's forward, pushing out towards mid-off. He likes to get on that front foot nice and early and thrust down the pitch.
But I also think that Anderson's probably the only bowler that England have in this team who is going to be troubling Mitchell in that particular way. The other bowlers haven't found a method at all to trouble him so far consistently.
So the sun's burst through the clouds, but all the lights are still on. They can flick them off and probably save a bit of money here, the MCC, if they wish. It's turning into quite a nice morning after the belated start. Half an hour lost to rain, but we'll make it up later today, provided the light holds out. Anderson, second new ball, delivers here. Mitchell, again, able to leave alone. That was a bit closer to the off stump, but the length too short from the veteran, just too short.
Yeah, I wouldn't surprise me at all if England bowl a little bit shorter to Mitchell today. I think they bowled almost a similar length to both batters yesterday, but I don't know what the height difference is between the two of them, but one seems to be a lot taller than the other. Mitchell seems to be a few inches up on the wicketkeeper, and I think they might have slightly over-pitched to him yesterday, so it wouldn't surprise me if the analysts have told them to move it back slightly.
Anderson to Mitchell. Again, that's well wide of the off stump. End of Anderson's first over of the day. The first with the second new ball. We'll take a break on SEN Test Cricket. New Zealand 242 for 4. Our coverage for Rosine, the paint the professionals use.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
The great Australian dream is still to own your own home. The problem is, the dream usually ends with this sound. But now, South Australians can stop home dreaming and start home owning. Thanks to HomeSeeker SA. HomeSeeker SA gives you exclusive access to fixed price homes before investors get a look in. So don't dream on, move in. To check your eligibility and see homes for sale, go to homeseeker.sa.gov.au.
New Zealand 242 for 4. And soon it'll be Blundell's turn. At least he'll hope. He's on 93, facing Stuart Broad.
I was about to bring Mitchell's wagon wheel up because he's had a deep point for a good part of his innings. And wagon wheel suggests he's virtually not hit any runs there.
So Broad's got 4 slips. His first opportunity with the second new ball. To Blundell here, who plays him just in front of square off the front pad. Gets a single. He's on 94. The lead up to 234.
And I think we mentioned it on air yesterday. I can't remember too many shots where he's played through there. He certainly does. He likes covers, but they haven't had a cover. In fact, they've almost had a deep backward point at times for Mitchell. And for Blundell, it makes a lot of sense. He loves to play through there, and that's certainly a position for him. It feels like England haven't quite nailed their plans to Mitchell with fields, with lines, and certainly with lanes.
Yeah, so no deep point now, so they haven't quite made their mind up on that. Yeah, new ball, granted, but they got the 4 catches behind the wicket alongside folks. Broad bowls and Mitchell drives through point. Outside part of the bat, but time just well enough to reach the rope, and it will. Diving attempt, but not good enough. So the score moves along to 247 for 4. That was Ben Stokes. I wouldn't be diving around too much if I were him with his history of injuries in recent times. Mitchell up to 104.
Perfect batting there. I mean, he comes across this a little bit. It's the outside part of the bat. But there was no point at all in that particular case. But I think England would be pretty happy with that shot, all things considered. I mean, other than the fact it's 4 more runs and scoring 200 from the England team is, like seeing the Queen these days. It's so rare.
Yes, the Jubilee weekend, but she's missing the races today as well, unfortunately. She was meant to be at Epsom this afternoon.
She's got an app, she puts bets on her phone.
Here's Broad, 4 slips, and leaving alone is Mitchell. That just dives into the gloves, folks. So not a lot of carry as yet with this second new ball into the 82nd over of the innings, the lead 238.
Yeah, so far I like the length a little bit more. I do think they have dragged it back, but that ball that got the outside part of the bat that was squeezed out to point a moment ago, I think that's probably the ball they didn't bowl enough of yesterday. Would you say there's been less movement with the second new ball than we expected?
Yeah, I mean, with Anderson, it was probably his length which didn't give it a chance to swing. You can forgive him first over of the day, just working into it. Nearly 40 years of age, takes a while to crank his motor up these days. Broad bowls, Fuller, clipped through the onside, down towards the long leg by Mitchell. He's 105. Lead 238, the score 248 for 4.
I tell you what, Mitchell hasn't missed out on many leg side balls. That was probably one of the few. They've had the deep backward square for him because he just picks that up so well. That was one of the few that he actually, fortunately for him, didn't get the middle of, and it went down to fine leg. But Broad's kind of been a little bit everywhere this over so far. A little bit. I mean, that was leg side half volley. Is he looking for swing perhaps there?
As we said in the preview this morning, they really need this second new ball to work for them. They'll be out of the game in an hour if they don't. Broad bowls here. Well forward is Blundell. That's better from the bowler. A bit of interest from Johnny Bairstow at third slip. He thought it might have been pad first, but watching back on the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse, that wasn't the case.
Johnny Bairstow appeals. Does that count as a real appeal?
Yes. It's tree falling in the wood stuff, isn't it, with Bairstow at third slip? He's interested all the time.
It's a little bit Marnus.
Yes.
Mohammad Siraj is another great one.
Yes.
Mohammad Siraj will appeal for an LBW from fine leg.
I think Marnus is getting better with these things. I detected a shift in Pakistan.
It's only because he knows we're all making fun of him.
I think that might be part of it. Broad to finish. Last ball of the 82nd over. Up to the crease here, and Blundell turning it into the onside end of the over. The lead's up to 239. SENZ Test Cricket for Razine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. The score 248 for 4.
Spirit Super is the industry super fund that backs all hardworking Aussies. It all starts with Spirit. Issued by Motor Trades Association of Australia Superannuation Fund Pty Ltd. Read the PDS and TMD at spiritsuper.com.au before making a decision.
Chemist Warehouse, we got to see Sebastian Coe ringing the 5-minute bell. It was SENZ's own Craig McMillan yesterday, and now a 2-time gold medalist today. 2
incredible athletes.
And bowling here is Anderson. Start of his second over of the day. Works behind point by Mitchell for 1. They come back for a second. Nicely guided. He's 107. And New Zealand, in the process, bring up their 250. 250 for 4. What a fine partnership this has been. It's up now to 194.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's remarkable considering this game where this partnership has gone. I still kind of feel if Devon Conway hadn't have tickered that ball around the leg side, he might be 130 not out by now as well. I think things had changed in the conditions, but you still have to work for it, and certainly these two have battled through some of the tougher times.
So it's Anderson to Mitchell. Passes umpire Goff, delivers here. Mitchell's forward again, just placing it wide of Ollie Pope at fourth slip. They get through for an easy single. He's 108. The lead's 242. With Sebastian a cricket fan, I'm looking around the room to Coney and Norcross.
He's an MCC member.
MCC member, right. Okay.
Because famously he once tried to get into the pavilion and wasn't allowed during the height of his fame.
Yes, that brilliant piece of commentary from 1980. Seb Coe gets his revenge after losing the 15 and winning the 8, I'm pretty sure. Looking back to Norcross for that as well. Here's Anderson to the crease. Oh, playing a miss from Blundell. Might have just pulled inside the line at the last moment. Either way, some oohs and ahs around the crowd at Lord's on this Saturday morning. Yeah, just had a little prod at that one. Lucky not to feather it through.
So since I said Mitchell hasn't scored through point, he scored 7 runs through point. But they've gone from having a deep point for him no matter where he's playing the ball to having no point at all. It's very, I think maybe we're getting a bit of an idea of the sort of captain that Ben Stokes is already. All or nothing.
Yeah, lots of slips. Anderson bowls and Blundell into the onside, waits the call, no single there. It's rare you would see 4 slips, even with the second new ball, 4 slips for a pair that put on 192, which
emphasises in the first innings.
Yeah, they had 6 for half of the first session.
Imagine poor Alistair Cook was up there having to commentate on that, probably absolutely terrified. So many slips.
Too many slips on the dance floor. Too many slips. That's a New Zealand thing.
I was going to say it's a Flight of the Conchords.
That's a New Zealand thing, unless you were,
My 8-year-old is obsessed with Flight of the Conchords. Right. It's the worst thing I ever did is play him some of the clips.
So it's Root, Crawley, Bairstow and Pope in the cordon. Anderson delivers and Blundell's in behind this one, knows the call. We spoke to Tom Blundell last night after play, and he didn't dispute the fact that making 100 at Lords would be incredibly important for him. Of course, he had one on Test Debut, one on Boxing Day Test match. If he completes the set here at Lords, that'd be quite the thing.
Look, you look at this team and, there's no Taylor, there's no Nichols, there's no Watley. We don't know what Kane Williamson's future is. Hoping that he gets back to the batter he was, but no one's positive of that.
Anderson the finish. Bowls here and Blundell on the front foot, defending out towards Ollie Pope, who collects it at 4th slip. End of 83 overs. The lead up to 242. New Zealand 251 for 4. This partnership 195. SEN Z Test Cricket for Razine. The paint the professionals use with Adam Collins and Jarrod Kimber. They've taken it from 236 to 251 in the 4 overs this morning so far. Enough time for Daryl Mitchell to advance his score beyond 100. That's Hun at Lords, having received an opportunity this week that probably wouldn't have been there if Henry Nichols was available.
So, that's why I think this partnership is so interesting and also so important. Obviously, it looks like it's going to win this test match for New Zealand unless something remarkable happens from England. But it could be a really important one going ahead. Again, you're seeing players who can kind of just fill in.
Brought to Mitchell, new over, defending out towards mid-on, no single.
We saw Mitchell open the batting in the World Cup accidentally, essentially, and almost win New Zealand a World Cup. You kind of feel like, Will Young struggles. He'll be thrown up the order and have to do that again if they have a full batting lineup. That's another possibility.
Well, we spoke about this during the rain delay, didn't we? The depth that New Zealand have. Even last year when they made 6 changes between Lords and Edgbaston, thinking ahead to the WTC final, and they won inside 3.5 days. They have got genuinely 16, 17 players who can rotate in and out of this team. Matt Henry, Neil Wagner not playing this week, for example. Broad to the crease here, and Mitchell's forward again, pushing to mid-on, same as the ball before it. Anderson does the fielding.
If you're doing a depth chart of both teams batting, Root and Williamson at 1 and 2.
Yep.
How far do you go before you get to Stokes? How many New Zealanders do you put in? Conway's ahead of him, certainly.
I think Latham's ahead of him.
Yes, Latham's certainly ahead of him. Nichols is there and thereabouts.
He's got a much better record than Stokes, taken as just as a top 6 player.
Nichols' record is also topsy-turvy. He had that incredibly bad run, then he had incredibly brilliant run, and then he struggled again. Whereas Stokes has certainly been a little bit more consistent than him.
So it's Broad away from us, bowls here to Mitchell, or caught behind. That's what England needed with this second new ball. Mitchell brought forward a classic outswinger and through to the gloves of Folkes. The partnership ends on 195. Mitchell dismissed from his 203rd delivery for 108, but they've taken this lead to a place that should be match defining for New Zealand, ahead by 242. And Daryl Mitchell receives the ovation he deserves and raises his bat to the pavilion one final time. Jarrod Kimber.
Yeah, it's really easy to say that the conditions changed, but Daryl Mitchell was part of the reason that the conditions changed. He tied out the England bowlers. He weathered that ball when it was moving around, and when the sun came out, he batted absolutely brilliantly, and he attacked to actually put pressure back on England for a little time as well. I think it was an absolutely magnificent innings, and as I said, that was the one way that England thought they could get him out, with that outswinger on that length. That was actually a wobble ball that maybe potentially just seemed away a little bit, but absolutely brilliant cricket, and he's changed this game and perhaps changed this entire series.
Can England get on a bit of a roll here? We've seen wickets fall in clumps throughout the course of this Test match. Can they get into New Zealand's lower order quickly? Colin de Grandhomme, the last recognised batter. I'll leave the commentary with you, Jarrod Kimber, and replacing me for the first time today, Daniel Norcross.
Such a big moment in this game, because Colin de Grandhomme was the best batter. Well, he's the only batter, really. Him and Zach Crawley were the only two in the first innings that really looked like they were on top of the bowling in any way when it was... I don't want to say that the conditions in the pitch were dominating, but certainly no one else could bat at that point. This is different, though, because de Grandhomme came in, even though it was did he come in just before lunch? I think he just came in before lunch.
Yes.
He certainly wasn't facing the new ball in this kind of way. Having said that, this ball was not hooping around a lot. That was a wobble ball that just did enough, which in this game it seems to be, if the ball just does enough, it gets an outside edge and the person's dismissed.
Well, it's what Darryl Mitchell said, isn't it, at the end of the first day, that the awkwardness was that it was doing just enough, and that's obviously more effective than doing a lot. Here's Broad to the new bat. De Grandhomme, big appeal for LBW. This is really tight. If he's not got an inside edge, his match is... What?
He's run out.
Has he run out?
I think he's run out.
Well, one way or the other, something has happened here.
England
is shake of the head from the umpire, and then a throw at the stumps by, I think, Johnny Bairstow, because de Grandhomme had gone out of his crease. It hit him on the pad. The ball rolled down into the slip cordon. We were all looking at him. Johnny Bairstow, was it Johnny Bairstow? Someone there had the presence of mind to knock down the stumps, and Michael Goff, the square leg umpire, is going up for a review. Now, this will be a review for...
Which one do they review first?
This is a good question. They're going to have an umpire's review for run out, and throw comes in. De Grandhomme's not in his crease. He's out. He's out first ball, run out. I'd be fascinated to see if he would have been out LBW anyway. I haven't yet seen the thrower. I think it's Bairstow. De Grandhomme, having been hit on the pads, just sauntered out of his crease.
Now, will Stuart Broad be stopped from doing the review?
Well, this is a very good question.
Because it's out, so you don't need the review, but at the same time, Broad's thinking, on a hat-trick, if this is out LBW. I think it was slipping down leg, the original decision.
I think you might be right. And from the naked eye, it looked really close, but having seen it on a Chemist Warehouse replay, that actually looked like it was going down.
Either way,
he's out. He's out for a duck first ball. He's out. On a team hat-trick.
I'm so glad you said team hat-trick. People don't talk about team hat-tricks enough.
I still haven't seen who the throw was. I'm pretty sure it was Bairstow, because I'm afraid to say, dear listener, it was Bairstow, and it's really brilliant presence. It's Pope at Gully. It was Pope. Well, I wonder if that'll give him some confidence. He certainly needs something to go right for him. It has done there.
So de Grandhomme, essentially, he's done that. He'd been hit on the pad and he overbalanced a little bit in the shot.
Yeah.
And he did a semicircle, like a little bit like a truck's turning circle. But he kept one eye on the umpire, waiting to see if he was going to be given out. He didn't actually dilly-dally that much, but because he took this long circle around back to the crease, it meant that, and Pope was brilliant. Pope was so fast onto that, and also the ball flew out to his right hand.
Yeah.
And in most situations, I think de Grandhomme would have been fine there, but just have a look at this semicircle.
That is definitely going down. That was definitely going down leg. And you're right, de Grandhomme was a little bit laborious in the way that he went about it. But you're dead right, Jarrod. What was happening was he was looking at the umpire. He was also looking at Broad doing the celeb appeal. And his whole world was discombobulated, and Pope had the presence of mind to knock stumps down. Here's Broad, team hat-trick. Jameson, straight, bowled him! He's bowled him! A team hat-trick. Broad goes berserk. England go berserk. They've got 3 in 3. This game is suddenly coming alive. The ball's brushed the pad of Jameson. It's gone onto the off stump and knocked the pole right out of the ground. Wow. Well, New Zealand was sitting comfortably with a lead of 242 and 4 wickets down. In the space of 4 minutes, they've lost 3 wickets. First Mitchell, then de Grandhomme, and now Jameson. Goodness me, this game is insane. This is the maddest game of cricket I've seen in a long time. That partnership of 195, and either side of that, no one can last a ball at the moment. Jameson has to trudge back. Goodness knows if Southey's got his pads on, we could have a timed out here. It could be 4 out in 3 balls. This is absolute mayhem at Lord's.
Still no sign of Southey.
I mean, Southey wouldn't have even been in his whites.
Probably not. Still no sign of Southey. Is Stokes going to be ruthless here? There's still no sign of Southey. Jameson's long gone. I'm gazing. I'm going to take a look. I'm going to have a little look at the...
We've never had a timed out in Test cricket, and the last timed out, I think, was when a player got caught on a plane in the first class game.
There's still no sign of it. We could get 2 timed outs here. Where has he gone?
So Colo's just pointed out it's a 90-second walk. He's got to put his whites on. He's got to go through the long room.
Here he is. Here is Southey. Now then.
That was way more than 2 minutes.
I'd appeal. Why not appeal? He's actually jogging out because he must realise that I think the moment you step foot on the outfield is it, isn't it?
I think so. See the umpires, they're having a chat. I think they wouldn't give this out because of the clatter of wickets that went beforehand and the long walk.
It would cause a diplomatic incident to rival body line.
You and I both know that if we were playing in this game, we both would appeal.
I would appeal. Just for the drama of it. Right.
I still want to appeal for Tom Blundell's handled the ball yesterday when he got the ball at his feet and picked it up.
Broad is back on a hat-trick insofar as if he gets 2 wickets in the next 2 balls that he bowls. We could have a hat-trick, but we've had a team hat-trick here.
Double team hat-trick if you're an Australian.
Don't take me there. Suddenly, 2:51 for 7. The sun is out. And that was a great ball first up to a tall man. We haven't really analysed the dismissal of Jameson there. Right. 4 slips in. Tim Southey has somehow had to scramble all his kit together. He's out there now. Broad into him. Bowls. And Southey defends quite languidly, actually, on the front foot. Back to Broad. And the crowd, well, large sections of them are now standing in the grandstand, in the mound stand. Obviously not in the members stand. There's only 1 or 2 stand there. It's hard to get them up out of those seats. But Broad, while he might not have changed who's going to win this game, but he certainly changed the complexion and direction of this game.
Changed the length of this game. Nothing else.
You would think quite significantly, because Southey is not a man who's going to hang around. Jas Patel might, but because he will have Blundell to bat with, and Blundell's on 94 here. Someone's got to bat for him. Yeah, there'll be a few nerves going through Blundell now. Well, that was kind of weird.
That was definitely weird.
Yeah, I've commentated 3 balls and 2 of them were wickets. Okay, so James Anderson, as everything calms down, is going to start in from the pavilion end.
That woke up a lot of people in this ground.
Yeah, including me. 4 slips in. He's bowling to Blundell. On strike on 94, and he gets one off the hip. It's gone down fine. It's running down to the boundary. Will it get there? No, it won't. A really good piece of fielding from Matthew Potts. And we'll wait to see the umpire signal. He's moved in those slick byes, I'm pretty sure. The umpire's moved away to his left, and they've come through for 3 leg byes. 2:54 for 7. The lead 2:45. And Blundell, well, Blundell's been given those 3 runs, I think, and they're going to have to come off him. Yes, so the umpire is now standing like a crane on 1 leg because he's seen the scoreboard go up by 3 to Blundell. And this is something I absolutely hate. When I know that Blundell, right, the scoreboard has changed. Blundell is on 94 again. So now change of field. A deep square is going to go out, and there's a long leg. Okay, Southey does go for the short ball.
They bounced him in the first innings. Whether they will bounce him with this second new ball, you suggested with that field, probably they'll give him at least 1 or 2, but I don't think they'll go all in on the tactic. Although, well, I mean, Anderson is now moving them an inch at a time, so maybe he will go a bit more all in.
This isn't a bluff, because he's got 4 up for the full ball, and he's got 2 back for the short ball. Which one will it be? Anderson into Southey, who defends slightly, uncertainly from the crease. Bat just turning in his hand slightly, goes out to the offside. Anderson fields of his own bowling. There's no run, and you can see tails are up from England now, and it all started with a good ball from Broad to get rid of Daryl Mitchell, and then a really brilliant piece of thinking from Ollie Pope. We've still not seen on the Chemist Warehouse replay whether the
stumps that Broad was appealing for. We think it was probably going down as Anderson is into Southey, who just leaves his bat there. This was not a shot. This was a performative exercise in which the bat was part of a living sculpture, and it performed no other purpose other than adornment. But it's gone through to the keeper, and there's no run. So you have the second of those 3 wickets to fall in 3 balls. De Grandon, we've described in some detail, ball hitting his pad. He became distracted by the mayhem of Broad and the concern over the umpire. Pope was having none of it, just collected the ball and threw down the stumps before he got his bat back in. Anderson in, play and a miss from Southey. Southey is all over the place at the moment.
Well, but I don't blame him. He was doing Sudoku on the balcony.
Yeah, he's probably just got a cup of tea there. You know, it was just brought to him. Well, lovely, had a sip.
If he goes out soon, it won't even be. It won't even go cold.
No, well, certainly Jameson's tea it's in a great shape.
Jameson did a really interesting thing after his wicket. He spent a lot of time looking down at the crease, but I'm pretty sure he just played a little bit too late.
Yeah, and it brushed off the pad and knocked out the off stick. Right, Anderson into Southey. Southey defends into the ground, puts it into the onside, jabs it into the onside. Broad eventually picks up, and there is no run. 1 ball remains in the 85th over. New Zealand 255 for 7. Drama.
One other thing that's worth mentioning is we talked about this yesterday on air, that more often you go out just after 100 than just before 100, which has happened with Mitchell here as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's also going to be an interesting thing.
So give Blundell 6 runs and then get a wicket. Is that saying?
Get rid of him quick.
Right. Anderson running in towards us from the pavilion end. Crouching Blundell punches off the back foot into the offsides. Picked up an extra cover, and there's no run. That is the end of the over. New Zealand here on SENZ 255 for 7.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
SENZ Test cricket right across the SEN network. Day 3 of the first test between England and New Zealand. And it came to life very early on when Daryl Mitchell picked up the 3 runs he needed to move to his 100 off his very first delivery. And now 3 wickets in 3 balls for England has changed the complexion of the game. Broad starts a new over, and Southey plays an extraordinary shot to a short fish ball. His bat way away from his body, and just sort of throws the bat at it for fun, and it goes back along the ground. Broad collects off his own bowling. And if you're saying, why has Daniel not called that a hat-trick? Well, as Jarrod Kimber will tell you next year, that was a team hat-trick, and there's Adam Collins behind us who has been searching for a hat-trick
his entire life.
All his adult life, all his life, he's wanted to be at a test match for a hat-trick. He says he's not counting it.
I can't count that.
He can't count that. But it's a team hat-trick. Broad into Southey. 4 slips in place. So it goes for a pull to a slower short ball. It was either a slower short ball or Southey was so through the shot that it made the ball look slow, and it just comes off his hip and rolls down to the offside.
The reason it's not a real hat trick is because what is the reason we call it a hat trick? Do you know why?
I can never remember. There's something to do with the hat.
They would take the hats off. If someone took 3 wickets in 3 balls, and they go around to the crowd, people would put money and watches in.
Watches.
There's always watches.
Always watches.
There's always old watches being given out.
I don't have a watch.
Well, there you go. You've never taken a hat trick.
I haven't had a watch in years. I don't see the point of a watch. It's an absurd adornment to me.
I'll remember that next time you're late for comms.
It's a good point, actually. What time is it? I've got other comms to get to as well. I've no idea where I am. Broad into Southey with those 4 slips waiting. Southey actually plays the best shot he's played in his innings so far. Waits for the ball, back of a length, and just pushes it into the offside. And there's no run. I'm still slightly in awe of Ollie Pope's quick-wittedness in removing Colin de Grandon.
I want to go back to that. It's really interesting. So what happens is the ball is slightly slanted down the leg side. It hits the pads. We're now actually just seeing it. He loses balance. He's in the crease. He was missing a leg stump by a mile.
Well, an inch. But
inch and a half.
Yeah,
a mile.
Yeah, it's good as.
And he overbalances. He takes 2 steps. He looks at Ollie Pope originally. Then he looks at Broad and the umpire. umpire, because as you said, Broad was celebrity appealing right next to him at this point.
Broad into Southey, who flicks this in the air. I think it was supposed to go through the onside, but it's taken a leading edge and run away down the slope. It's going, and a valiant effort from Matthew Potts, but as he put in the dive, he couldn't quite drag the ball back. And 4 to Southey. He was there, he got a hand on it, but he's deflected it onto the boundary sponge instead.
I think it's possible that Colin de Grandhomme never had a copy of Dean Jones' One Day Legend, because I'm pretty sure that there is a chapter in that book about if you're hit on the pad to not worry about the LBW to get back in the crease. I'll ask Colo. Colo might remember that chapter, because I think that happened to Dean Jones and he wrote about it in his book. To remember, always get back in your crease, not worry about the umpire.
Right. So, Broad is going to continue. We've got 2 balls left in this over. We're surely going to make a change in the commentary box. There's a lot happening. Southey on strike. Broad bowls a short ball, which he pulls. Fine, down to fine leg. It's going to be 4. 2 4s from Southey. The first one, not a short at all. It was a sort of shovel in the wrong direction. This one, he was completely in control of, got inside the line, kept it down and got it fine down to fine leg. Matt Parkinson is a little wider there. He's more of a long leg. And the runs are coming again for New Zealand. 263 for 7. The lead, 254. Wow.
You're doing the highlights packages this morning.
Well,
you're still working on like the second wicket, aren't you? So, now we've got to do the boundaries. Although I did go on the ECB website the other day. They had some of the most bizarre highlights.
Oh, yeah. Was it off
They said Joe Root boundary, and I was like, I'll click on that. I don't remember him hitting a boundary. There was an edge past third slip.
We did hit one nice with his first ball off de Grandhomme through the covers.
Yeah.
Off the back foot.
That was also there.
Last ball of the 86th over. Southey on strike. Broad into him now. And drives that and misses a ball in the channel, perilously close to the outside edge. We're going to go to a break on SENZ Test Cricket. New Zealand 263 for 7, lead by 254.
Barnacle Bill's, serving South Australia with quality cooked seafood for over 50 years. Each order is freshly prepared using the finest quality seafood. Sumptuous prawns, calamari, mouth-watering butterfish and chips with Barnacle Bill's own tartare sauce. From a snack pack for 1, crew pack for 4 or for the whole family. Come in and see why Barnacle Bill has been serving South Australia quality seafood for over 50 years.
Fresh from the sea, he's gotta be Barnacle Bill.
The great Australian dream is still to own your own home. The problem is, the dream usually ends with this sound. But now, South Australians can stop home dreaming and start home owning. Thanks to Homeseeker SA. Homeseeker SA gives you exclusive access to fixed price homes before investors get a look in. So don't dream on. Move in. To check your eligibility and see homes for sale, go to homeseeker.sa.gov.au.
SENZ, Resine, the paint the professionals use. Now then, it's going to be James Anderson to continue. What an extraordinary morning we've had. They resumed on 236 for 4, did New Zealand. They've scored 29 runs for the loss of 3 wickets in 7 overs. It's been a lot of drama. Those 3 wickets all coming in the space of 3 balls and a Broad over. A run out being sandwiched by a call behind and a bowled. Anderson into Blundell on 94. Blundell gets up on his toes, tucks the ball into the onside. He's run the first really quickly. He wants to come back for the second. He is coming back for the second. Throw comes in and he gets there comfortably. There was a soft hands of that. Meant that Alex Lees and Matt Potts, I think it is, down there, had a long distance to travel to get to that ball, and it brings Blundell to within a boundary of his 100. Daryl Mitchell having brought up his own century with the first ball he faced today, a beautiful cover drive that brought him 3 runs and eased a lot of overnight nerves, and then scored 7 more when he was drawn into defending a wobble ball, as Jarrod Kimber calls it, to my right here in the commentary box. Anderson into Blundell, edge, the ball, edge given! LBW, he's been given LBW. I thought he got a bit of bat on that. Blundell has instantly reviewed it. It's hard to tell whether it's because he thinks he's outside the line or whether he's got an inside edge or because New Zealand have got plentiful of reviews left and they're 7 down and Blundell is on 96 and he's the last batter. Right, Anderson at the moment thinks he's got his man and Blundell is waiting for the judgment of Paul Rifle. Here we go. So, now then, I don't know that there's bat on this. We're just taking a look on the big screen first, the Chemist Warehouse replay. No, there's no bat, I don't think. It's hit him on the knee roll and it's hit him in front. It's in line, definitely. I'd say at worst it's umpire's call on impact, but probably enough of that ball is in line.
I mean, it looks like it's going to be out. I don't know if you saw Blundell coming up the wicket, but
Blundell started to walk towards the pavilion. Yeah. He's not comfortable here.
When he reviewed that, he didn't sell it. If he was an undercover cop, he would have, been made.
Right, I think we're about to see, here we go, on the big screen, impact in line, hitting, Blundell is out for 96. What heartbreak for this young man. He was on the verge of collecting his 3rd Test century and at Lord's as well, but no, he's got to go. England's evergreen, wily old campaigner James Anderson gets his man. And I'm pleased to say that the Lord's crowd is standing to applaud Tom Blundell because he may not have got 100, but he has probably, in partnership with Daryl Mitchell, won this match for his side. He looks up to the heavens, he raises his bat to the skies. The members are all standing to him. I really feel for this man because it was a great, great knock, but it's not going to result in the honours board at Lord's for today. But it is the 8th wicket down. New Zealand 265 for 8. And I think we know. I'll change the commentary box. Jarrod, you stay there.
Okay.
And for first time on comms today, we're going to bring in Henry Moran.
Yeah, it was a brilliant innings. Obviously in cricket we obsess over the triple figures, but that's not what matters here. What matters is that him and Mitchell completely changed the game, perhaps even the series. Absolutely brilliant. I didn't think he was as good as Mitchell's innings, but I thought that he struggled through it more, which meant he had to battle a long time. And this morning, I thought he probably looked almost more solid than he had at times yesterday, but restarting again is hard, especially when you're watching absolute calamity at the other end. Good morning, mate.
Good morning. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? When you're standing there, perilously close to a milestone at the home of cricket, and in front of you just see carnage, chaos.
Yep.
And Stuart Broad running in looking like a latter-day Rambo where anything's possible. Suddenly, things feel a little bit nervy, I suppose.
Well, it was reminded me, there was a great moment when Jesse Ryder was trying to get 100 once, and they were 8 wickets down, and Ian O'Brien got stumped, and then Chris Martin came out to bat, and Jesse Ryder was laughing at the other end.
Here comes Jimmy Anderson from the pavilion end, round the wicket, into bowl to Patel. Appeal for LBW, they like it, but no.
I think that one was just heading down leg. It was a good ball. Ajaz was a bit everywhere there on that ball. But yeah, those are your 2 choices. You've lost all those wickets. 1 minute they're 5 wickets down. He's got Mitchell at the other end and he's thinking, okay, everything's about his 100. Next thing he's thinking, oh my God, what is happening here? So you either laugh like Jesse Ryder did, or you panic a little bit. That hit his pad and then hit him in the belly. Ajaz Patel on the way up there.
Anderson in again to the left-hander, who defends, leaning forward into the leg side it goes. And it's another test of the mental challenge of Test cricket, I suppose, that it's one thing facing the deliveries at one end, but you've also at the other end got to cope with the wider match situation, and when things are as chaotic as that,
also
be difficult.
Because we have the personal element of batting, there's no way you cannot think about the 100.
Of course.
You know what I mean? At that point, it's completely on your mind. And especially at Lord's, even more so.
4 slips crouch. Anderson approaches and aborts the takeoff, turning around at the far end of the ground. And we just get a moment of calm here at the home of cricket on a Saturday that is increasingly fair. We had some rain early on as we wandered into the ground, but it's looking reasonably clear overhead. Forecast set clear for the rest of the day. Anderson coming in again with the sweatbands on each arm and bowling. This is defended into the offside it goes, and there'll be a dot ball just to, again, just ease us back into normality after the mayhem of the last few minutes.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about Sebastian Coe ringing the bell this morning. So David Gower on the first morning, Craig McMillan on the second morning, and Sebastian Coe on the third morning. It's very much a rose between two thorns there. Three of the poshest men in sport, I'd say. Your knighthood's on the way, right?
Anderson at the far end then. A couple of paces and into this familiar sprint. He's bowling. Forward comes Patel in defence, pushing into the offside. At the end of an over that sees New Zealand 265 for 8.
Barnacle Bills, from a snack pack for 1, crew pack for 4, or for the whole family. Barnacle Bill has been serving South Australia quality seafood for over 50 years.
Fresh from the sea, he's gotta be Barnacle Bill.
The great Australian dream is still to own your own home. The problem is, the dream usually ends with this sound. But now, South Australians can stop home dreaming and start home owning. Thanks to HomeSeeker SA. HomeSeeker SA gives you exclusive access to fixed price homes before investors get a look in. So don't dream on, move in. To check your eligibility and see homes for sale, go to homeseeker.sa.gov.au.
Home of cricket, where we have seen a dramatic morning. It has been mayhem. A century, wickets galore, and suddenly a test match that is not necessarily going quite as one-sidedly as we thought it might be. It is Test cricket from SENZ, right across the SEN network. Day 3 of the first test between England and New Zealand, live from Lord's. Craig McMillan, good morning to you.
I think it's probably a pretty good description of what we've seen in this first 40 or so minutes, and it just carries on what we've seen the previous 2 days in this test match.
You never know what to expect. You show up, you think it's going to be another morning of accumulation. It looks like that. You see the century come for Mitchell, and then New
Zealand lose 4 wickets for not too many, and all of a sudden England are back in this test match and think they can win it.
Stuart Broad's down below us. There's a little shuffle in the field. We've got 3 slips waiting. And Southey, who tends to be not somebody that holds back when it comes to playing his shots, waiting at the far end. And this is a big heave down the ground. Lovely shot. How far's that gone? One bounce. It plugs a little bit, but it will trickle into the boundary sponge down below us. And Tim Southey just counter-attacking a little bit as he did with some effect in the first innings. New Zealand's lead moves to 256. And as we focus on the England bowling and the success, just quietly, a quick 20 or 30 could be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, it could. That's the way Tim Southey has to play. He's dangerous. Played nicely in the first innings for 20-odd. And that was just a good cricket shot down the ground. Not afraid to hit the ball in the air, but you're dead right, Henry. Southey can peel off 25-30 here and get New Zealand's lead up to around 280, 290. That's crucial.
Brought in. This is chipped down the ground towards the fielder at mid-on, but beats that dive, and it's going to be 4 more. It is a shot that will win 0 awards for artistic impression, but it is effective. Back-to-back boundaries sees Southey on to 13. The score moves to 269 for 8. The lead is up to 260, and Ben Stokes is now just having to think a little bit, the England skipper, as he stands waiting in the covers. As we look at the replay with Chemist Warehouse, it's pitched up and clobbered with a lot of bottom hand down the ground.
2 faults. Tim Southey got out on the first innings on the pull shot. Doesn't like the ball short, so scoring options are down the ground. There is protection there at long on if he does want to go aerial, but might be going a lot shorter.
Here comes Broad again, bustling in past the umpire. He's hit into the leg side. Ooh, drops a yard or so in front of the fielder. Waiting at mid-wicket. It wasn't an awful long way away from Johnny Bairstow, but it dropped short. He's the original there for a good time, not a long time, Tim Southey.
He is, and to be fair, he's done it pretty well over a number of years for New Zealand. He's scored some vital runs. At other times he's thrown his wicket away, and there's been some frustration because he does have some skill with the bat. But he certainly doesn't mind hitting the ball in the air. He's looking for boundaries. And England have to make sure that they stay on task here.
It has been a problem for England wrapping up the tail. Who's that that's just gone off?
I think it's Bairstow. I think he just injured a finger stopping that last delivery.
He's headed back into the dressing room as Stuart Broad gets a roar of encouragement running into Bolter Southey, who swings hard, misses, and it goes through to a tumbling Ben Folkes. Footwork minimal, contact with the ball non-existent, and fortune maximum really for Tim Southey because it whistles past leg stump.
It's gone between pad and leg stump. I'm not sure how it's missed the stumps. Southey's swinging hard. He's not shown a lot of faith in his lower order partners. AJ Patel's pretty solid. Trent Bolt as well. I'll tell you what, if Bolt comes out the back to Southey, then that will be entertaining. Those two enjoy their time together. It's a very defensive field now. There's only one slip and play and everyone's on the boundary.
Penultimate ball of the over. In comes Stuart Broad. It's very full edge. Oh, and it goes through that solitary slip. I'm not sure whether it was on the full. The ball sort of jamming down as the bat was thrust towards the turf. We'll have a look at the replay with Chemist Warehouse in a moment and get a little bit more of an idea. But Broad looks frustrated, and England, searching for that ninth wicket, aren't far away.
On the bounce, I think. Yeah, full toss. And Southey hit into the ground that went past Jarrod and slip. Managed to keep the strike.
I was reminded of a quote from Barney Ronay, an English journalist, about these phases you get with Stuart Broad. And it's a lovely quote. It says, "This is a career pegged out around those rare giddy spells when the sky turns a shade of marmalade, the cats start to bark, the pavilion bell strikes broad o'clock, and suddenly anything is possible." And you just get these weird moments where we saw it at Trent Bridge 2015 against Australia. Suddenly things just happen. Broad bowls left alone by Patel, who is happy just to watch that through to the keeper. End of the over. Broad will feel a little chastened by an onslaught from Tim Southey at the start of it. The lead, 265. New Zealand 274 for 8.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
Paint the professionals use, and it has been a busy morning at Lord's with the score 274 for 8. New Zealand leading by 265, but England, psychologically as much as anything, Craig McMillan, will be feeling back in this game after a flurry of wickets.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We knew that the second new ball was going to be crucial this morning. This is really on Blundell and Mitchell to get through this first out, get through the spells of Anderson and Broad, protect that New Zealand middle to lower order, and they weren't able to do it.
Short ball from Anderson, whistles past Southey, happy to duck underneath it.
And hence loss of those wickets very quickly as all of a sudden just changed the momentum of this test match, and we've seen it right throughout these 2 and a bit days so far. It's ebbed and flowed. Times England have been on top. And New Zealand had the day yesterday. They were in a strong position at the start of play this morning. Now it's England with momentum.
As Anderson turns, just that one slip waiting. This is played into the ground, into the offside. One run will be taken by Southey, who trots through to move the score forward to 275 for 8. The score 266. The lead, I should say, 266.
So England's highest ever chase at Lord's, Henry. 282 for 3 against New Zealand. Unfortunately played in that test match in 2004. Nasser Hussain scored runs, Andrew Strauss scored runs. Game that we were in for 3 quarters, and then the last day flattened out and England batted well. So first off, that's New Zealand's target. Get past 282 and then it becomes highest chase ever here. So then the odds continue to stack in New Zealand's favour.
It's offended comfortably enough from shortish delivery from Anderson. Patel just happy to watch that onto the middle of his bat. 4 slips in place. The field spreads when Southey's on strike, but understandably slightly less threat of quick accumulation when it's Patel on strike. But this game is at a point now where England, if they can get 2 wickets quickly, will feel absolutely in this game. Anderson again, turning in the sunshine at the far end at Lord's. Running into bowl, nicely defended. They'll pick up a single, though. It's just pushed into enough space towards point. The score moves forward. The lead 2-6-7. It's 2-7-6 for 8.
If England end up chasing anything that starts with a 2, they'll have smiles on their faces. They'll think, we are a real chance here. Because New Zealand, start of the day, 227 ahead. 6 wickets in the shed, 2 guys in at the crease. It looked like it could have been anything, so it's been a good fight back. New Zealand just have to eke out as many runs at the end here as they can, try and push that lead up.
Johnny Bairstow's still off the field of play. It's worth reminding you as Anderson comes into bowl to Southey. Field spread. This is very short, left alone. It's wide. That feels too short because he's not reaching that.
Didn't need to duck it. It was that short. I think the umpires, a little bit lenient there for Jimmy Anderson. It was very short. It's halfway down, wasn't it?
We've missed the drama this morning. We saw 100 for Daryl Mitchell. He was eventually out for 108, caught behind off Stuart Broad. That was a start of 3 wickets and 3 balls. Team hat-trick has another short delivery. Not quite as short, but again left alone by Southey. 2-6-7 is the lead. 2-7-6 for 8 is the score. I'll give you all the details of what we've seen in a moment, but the score here at Lord's, 2-7-6 for 8.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
Lords, where we're going to see for the first time today the leg spin of Matt Parkinson in the sunshine. Test cricket with SENZ, the first test between England and New Zealand. New Zealand leading by 267, but they've lost 4 wickets in the morning session. Mitchell for 108, and then de Grandhomme run out in extraordinary fashion. Big LBW shout from a Stuart Broad delivery, but it was Ollie Pope with the quick thinking to hurl the ball at the stumps, and he wasn't back in time. And then Carl Jamieson bowled by Broad, team hat-trick. And a short time ago, Tom Blundell out. LBW to Anderson, 4 short of a century. So, the leg spin of Parkinson. This will be, particularly against Southey, lively.
It's an interesting option, isn't it? We've still got a relatively new ball that is shining as hard. Interesting option. I thought either Ben Stokes or Matt Potts would have been the option. But I quite like it. Spinners tend to do well against that lower order because they struggle to play.
Parkinson in, loopy delivery, which pushed into the offside. Folks scrambles across from behind the stumps, tries to throw towards striker's end, can't get there, and a single is taken. 2-7-7 for 8.
And Tim Southey won't be able to help himself here, even with players on the boundary. Parkinson throws a couple up. Southey's going to go after it, so interesting decision by Ben Stokes, but it could prove quite a worthy one. It's going to be a mixture. How many players are we going to have on the boundary here for Southey? 3 on the leg side, 2 on the off, so we've got 5 in total. 1 catcher at slip. Suggest he throws it up and says try and hit it for 6.
In comes Parkinson. It's dropped a little bit short and clubbed down the ground with a bit of bottom hand for a single towards Potts at long on. A bit of an anticlimax, but they won't mind that, New Zealand, at all, because as you say, it's that phase of the game where just accumulation, if you could get 20, 30, even 40 runs if you're being greedy, it becomes so much harder for England.
Oh, New Zealand would take that right now.
Parkinson in. Lots of loot. That's nicely paddled down towards fine leg from the left-handed Patel. Work to do for the fielder in the deep, but 2 runs are taken. And that lead moves into the 270s, 271 now, with the score up to 280 for 8.
Crazy morning in many ways. Even the weather's been strange this morning. Rain and clouds.
Parkinson in, very wide outside the off stump.
Wrong in. And now we've got sunshine and blue sky all within the first hour here. It's the wrong one that went across the left-hander. Don't think Patel picked it.
Parkinson in once more. And that's left alone. No interest at all from Patel to chase that. As Parkinson seeking his first Test wicket. He's had an extraordinary few days, Matt Parkinson, having travelled the world with England over the last couple of years and not played a game. He was hosting a barbecue and suddenly found himself in a Test match. In comes Parkinson. That's a good ball. Beats the edge. Folks is there waiting. And that will give a little bit of confidence to the leg spinner as he gets one just adrift across the left-hander and his head in his hands in frustration. End of the over, 90 gone in this innings. The lead 2-7-1. We're going to have a change in commentary. Adam Collins will join us shortly with a score at 280 for 8.
The Snooze End of Financial Year sale is now on. Save up to 50% off mattresses and up to 40% off bed frames. Plus, for this week only, get an extra 10% off all mattresses. Hurry, the Snooze End of Financial Year sale is now on. Exclusions, T's and C's apply.
44 across the first hour this morning. Daryl Mitchell falling for 108. All hell breaking loose momentarily. New Zealand losing 3 wickets in 3 balls, including a comical run out in Colin de Grandhomme and Tom Blundell. Unfortunately, trapped leg before wicket, 4 runs short of what would have been his 3rd Test ton, but didn't detract at all from the marvellous hand that he played. The partnership of 195 with Daryl Mitchell. Matty Potts' first chance of day 3. Pavilion end. Bowling hitter Southey, looking to keep the board ticking over. Short ball to start. Mako, he finally can just take a beat after a moment there. It felt like they'd be all out in a couple of minutes. I have to say, Tim Southey trying to make his way down from the balcony. I mean, how long did it take to walk from that balcony? Presumably he had his feet up. He did. I saw him on camera. Had his feet up when Mitchell made the 100. It's almost by definition impossible not to get timed out unless you're racing down and getting dressed as you're walking through the long room there. 2 out and a long on as well. That's the direction that Southey's looking to hoik it towards mid-wicket. They get a single. He's 21, 281 for 8. The lead 272.
Yeah, there would have been a mad panic going on in the New Zealand changing room because Tim Southey took a long time to make his way out to the middle, which is saying that probably after the first wicket went down, he maybe went and started getting into his whites, and then the second and third went bang bang, and all of a sudden he's trying to find his thigh pad and see where his batting boots are, and all of a sudden he's supposed to be walking out to the middle.
I mean, you do see it, don't you? Mark Wood, somewhat famously in the World Cup final a couple of years ago, went running out here and without realising he had one ball to be in the middle for, he was the non-striker and still wore a thigh pad and all the body protection. Got run out from that final ball, thus the super over and all the rest. Round the wicket here, Potts bowling it at Ajaz and past the edge, give it out, caught behind. There was half an appeal from the cordon, but umpire Goff's finger goes up inside edge. Ajaz Patel has sent it straight upstairs, and why wouldn't you at 8 down? I mean, the appeal wasn't convincing from behind the wicket.
I wonder if LBW's in play here as well for this review.
Yes, good point. I mean, there was a noise. The question is, where's it from? And what will be the decision of Paul Rifle, the 3rd umpire? The first replay on the screen on top of the Allen stand for Chemist Warehouse. It looks more likely the leg before than caught behind. It does. I think. Back pad?
No bat, I don't think.
No bat. We get that confirmed from the technology yet. So it may well have been given out leg before. I think the instinct was to say caught behind based on the fact that it landed in Folkes' gloves, but his back leg is bent. It's hit him on the flat of the pad, and technology is going to confirm that it is hitting middle stump 3/4 of the way up. The review loss for New Zealand, their 5th wicket lost for this morning. Ajaz Patel's gone for 4, and the end is 9. 281 for 9 the score.
Yeah, it was a good decision in the end by the umpire. It was plumb. Ajaz Patel deciding that he was going to go into Tim Southee mode, looked for a boundary, and unfortunately couldn't catch up with it. So New Zealand lose their 9th. What a morning it's been.
So 5 wickets in the morning session. Naka, last night when we were summing up the day's play, this is effectively what we foreshadowed. We said that England would need to run through New Zealand with the second new ball to get themselves back into the game and have something of a chaseable target. And well, at 272 or 273 as it would be if they take the 10th wicket now, that feels like it's in that range. New Zealand have missed the chance to really drive home the advantage, despite the fact that they've had a 195-run partnership that lasted 5 hours.
Well, I guess this Test match, Adam, has kept everyone on the edge of their seats, and I think if it ends up, depending on how many this last 2 put on, but England are chasing something around that 280-300 mark, then it's, again, all results are in play, plenty of time in this Test match, and England have to believe that all of a sudden, after they felt that they were down and out of this Test match, as New Zealand did after perhaps that first batting innings on day 1, they've found a way to get themselves back into this Test match.
They've taken the formal drinks break, so we might take a brief break as well. An SEN Test cricket for Rosine. The paint the professionals use. New Zealand, 281 for 9.
The Snooze End of Financial Year sale is now on. Save up to 50% off mattresses and up to 40% off bed frames. Plus, for this week only, get an extra 10% off all mattresses. Hurry, the Snooze End of Financial Year sale is now on. Exclusions, T's and C's apply.
Away from us towards Mitchell. Delivers here. Mitchell drives through the offside, through the gap. And they do come back for 3. And Daryl Mitchell pumps his fists. What a moment here at the home of cricket. A spirited century, his 2nd in Test cricket. So it's Broad. Away from us. Bowls here to Mitchell. Or put behind. That's what England needed with this 2nd new ball.
Here's Broad to the new bat. The Grondon, big appeal from Abu Dhabi. This is really tight. If he's not got an inside edge, that is what?
He's run out.
Has he run out?
I think he's run out.
As Thoreau comes in, the Grondon. He's out. He's out first ball. Run out. Here's Broad. Team hat-trick. Jameson. Straight. Bowled him. He's bowled him. A team hat-trick. Broad goes berserk. England go berserk. They've got 3 and 3. Anderson into Blundell. Edge from Boyle. Edge given. LBW. He's been given LBW. I thought he got a bit of bat on that. Blundell is out for 96. What heartbreak for this young man. He was on the verge of collecting his 3rd Test century and at Lord's as well, but no, he's got to go.
It's been one crowded hour here at Lord's. 5 for 45, the damage for New Zealand. They still lead by 272, but they've got just one partnership left, and it's the old firm of Bolt and Southee. They entertained us when they were batting on the first day, Macca, but at this stage, they probably need to get Southee on strike as often as possible. He's still there on 21, striking it pretty nicely. Bolt has a role to play here to get through this over.
He does. He sure does. Tim Southee scored 26 in the first innings, now 21 in the second innings. They're valuable runs.
Absolutely. So it's Bolt on strike. First ball here from Potts. He's got 3 left in the over. Gets to the crease. Pavilion end. Ducks the short ball. Rather predictably to Bolt. If I were a quick, I'd be bowling a short 1-2 and first up 2. There's a long leg, a deep backward square. And I was going to call it a deep third, almost a fly slip, really, because they're expecting Bolt, well, anything's possible when he's batting with his ostentatious footwork and all the rest of it. Maybe there could be we saw him caught a deep third to end a Test match here back in 2015.
We did. That was down
the other side of the ground, yes.
Yeah, we did. Johnny Bairstow back on the ground for England, so that's encouraging.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're going to make another little tweak here. Mid-on becomes mid-wicket. Potts towards Bolt. His 2nd ball. Another short one. Leaves it alone. Gets underneath it. Good batting. One more ball to face. Remember when Trent Bolt had 2 deliveries to face in that World Cup game at Auckland in 2015 when Australia and New Zealand had pretty much a 50-over game, 25 overs each, but Bolt had to face 2 deliveries to get through the Mitchell-Stark over and did so somehow to give the strike back to Kane Williamson, who who popped Pat Cummins into the grandstand next ball and won the game in style.
That was a crazy game of cricket there.
Yeah. You were with the New Zealand team then?
I was, yeah. We remember that the lunch break was bizarre. We had to go out and bat before the break because wickets had fallen so quickly and Australia had been bowled out. It was just a weird game of cricket.
In a 22-ball 50 from Baz, as you expect. Last ball, Potts driving his bowls. Have that. Down the ground, off the mark. With a crashing boundary. So a wicket and 5 runs from the over. New Zealand up to 285 for 9. They lead by 276.
SBS Bank is proud to be the official front of jersey partner of the Highlanders. As a member-owned bank founded over 150 years ago, SBS Bank's experience in providing traditional banking service such as home loans, savings and investments has stood the test of time. Their customers are their members, everyday Kiwis, who they've been proudly helping get into their own homes and with their personal banking needs. Find out about the benefits of banking with a different kind of bank at sbsbank.co.nz. Go the Highlanders.
So can Matt Parkinson get his name in the book? An unusual test match for him. He's going to be bowling at Tim Southee on 21 and they're going to spread the field. A deep square leg and a deep mid wicket in front of the grandstand. Beneath us, Matty Potts at long on, a long off. So 4 out. A slip 2. Parkinson bowls to Southee. He tries to flat bat him down the ground. Parkinson does the fielding in his follow through and Trent Bolt's on the turf.
Trent Bolt will want a piece of this. He considers himself one of the best tail enders of spin bowling, so he'll want a piece.
Parkinson bowls and Southee drives straight to extra cover. I'm not sure if he caught on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Bolt thought that Parkinson was going to throw the ball back on the stumps and just jumps on the floor. Didn't slide his bat, just very Trent Bolt.
He's so theatrical. He's just, there's always something happening.
Parkinson bowls, flighted up, Southee, caught it slip! Matt Parkinson gets a test wicket.
Wow.
Tim Southee's out for 21. New Zealand dismissed for 285 and they'll require the home side 277 for victory. This test match is sped up on the third morning. 6 wickets taken. They moved along from 236 overnight, so 49 runs and 6 wickets. All told, exactly what England needed to do to hang in there after having an evening session in the dirt last night.
Good fight back by England, you have to say that. Certainly been their morning, and Matt Parkinson, big smile on the face. He now has a test wicket to his name, but the England bowlers did the job who created the spark, because it had been a bit flat up until that over where they picked up 3 and 3. There was a run out as well. It's been England's session. And now the emphasis, the onus goes on the England batting lineup. They've got an opportunity to win a test match for their country.
And there is a lot of cricket left today, so they'll lose the rest of that over and they'll lose 2 for the changeover. So 75 overs to make 276. That's eerily similar to the chase that England had here against New Zealand last year on day 5, and they put it away. Of course, no draw in the offing today. But yes, that was the target they had in this corresponding test match exactly 12 months ago. Going through the highlights of the scorecard, of course, Daryl Mitchell, his second test ton, but what an innings until he was dismissed. Caught behind for 108 from the bowling of Stuart Broad. He was just about faultless in a partnership of 195 with Tom Blundell, who fell 4 runs short of what would have been his third test ton, leg before wicket to James Anderson. Between times, Colin de Grandholm was run out by Ollie Pope when he was ball watching after Broad appealed for leg before first delivery. So run out for a first ball duck. Then next delivery, Cole Jamieson had his off stump taken out of the ground by Stuart Broad. So 3 wickets in 3 balls in the 5th over of the morning. Tim Southee came in and whacked the ball around as he tends to do. 4 boundaries for 21, the last man out. Ajaz Patel, leg before wicket to Matty Potts for 4, and Trent Bolt, the not out man, 4 not out from 3 deliveries for England. 3 for 55 for Matty Potts, so a test debut of 7 for 68. Not a bad effort at the first time of asking. Stuart Broad, 3 for 76 after that chaotic over earlier this morning where he got 2 wickets in his column. James Anderson, 2 for 57 from 21. And Matt Parkinson gets his first Test wicket, 1 for 47 from 15.3 overs. So New Zealand did well to fight back from where they were at one stage yesterday. They were 56 for 4 and in a world of pain, but they lead by 276. They've set the home side 277. We'll take a break on SEN Test Cricket for Razim, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. And when we return, it'll be The Chase.
The Snooze End of Financial Year sale is now on. Save up to 50% off mattresses and up to 40% off bed frames. Plus, for this week only, get an extra 10% off all mattresses. Hurry, the Snooze End of Financial Year sale is now on. Exclusions, T's and C's apply.
Take care of business smarter with Smart Mate Cash from Mitre 10, the convenient pay-as-you-go account for small businesses. By scanning a barcode on your phone, your business will get access to smart pricing at any Mitre 10 store nationwide and earn Airpoints dollars. Now that's working smarter. Mitre 10 Smart Mate Cash. It's free and easy to apply at mitre10.co.nz/smartmate. New Zealand business number is required. T's and C's apply.
For over 20 years, Generation Homes have been building homes for every generation. The younger generation, the older generation, the next generation, and generations to come. And with over 200 ready-to-build plans to choose from, if you've got the land, Generation Homes have got the plan. Contact one of their friendly sales consultants today and discover more about how Generation Homes makes building easy at generation.co.nz.
Man needs meat, but if you've got a beef with beef, well, Jack Link's now has pork, and they've gone the whole hog with slow-cooked ham jerky over hickory smoke and a dash of maple and brown sugar. Yeah, it's like the South in your mouth. Get a pack or a box if you want to be a little porky. Jack Links, feed your wild side.
TasRacing.com.au's Form Plus Pro gives you even more data on all Tasmanian greyhound racing. Your Form Plus Pro account gives you access to free live streaming of every greyhound race in Tasmania, replays and photo finish photos at all angles. You'll also get rated markets, pro form guides, speed maps and more. Subscribe to the ultimate Tasmanian form source today. Form Plus Pro by TasRacing.com.au.
Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
It was back around the time Ethereal was winning the Melbourne and Caulfield Cups that Jarrod's Horse and Hound served their first customer. Now, after 20 plus years supplying specialty products to the equine and canine industries in New Zealand and Australia, Jarrod's is a household name. Jarrod's Horse and Hound guarantees expert advice, stocks the largest range, and promises great monthly specials. Equine, canine, feline. Jarrod's in Christchurch, Pukekohe, Cambridge or horseandhound.com.au.
New Zealand's dairy industry is feeding the world. No, really. Here in New Zealand, we export milk to over 100 countries around the world. And if you're a dairy farmer, then GrainCorp Feeds is your trusted partner for high-quality dry and liquid dairy feeds nationwide. And trusted partner means that GrainCorp have the advice you need and a variety of feeds for all systems, in-shed, bulk and liquid. GrainCorp Feeds. Learn more. Visit graincorpfeeds.co.nz.
Away from us towards Mitchell. Delivers here, Mitchell. Drive through the offside, through the gap. And they do come back for 3. And Daryl Mitchell pumps his fists. What a moment here at the home of cricket. A spirited century, his second in Test cricket. So it's Broad. Away from us. Bowls here to Mitchell. Or caught behind. That's what England needed with this second new ball.
Here's Broad to the new bat. The Rondon, big appeal from LBW. This is really tight. If he's not got an inside edge, oh, he's back. What?
He's run out.
Has he run out?
I think he's run out. And Thoreau comes in to Grondon.
not. He's out. He's out first ball. Run out. Here's Broad. Team hat-trick. Jameson. Bowled him! He's bowled him! A team hat-trick. Broad goes berserk. England go berserk. They've got 3 and 3. Anderson into Blundell. Edge for Boyle. Edge given. LBW. He's been given LBW. I thought he got a bit of bad on that. Blundell is out for 96. What heartbreak for this young man. He was on the verge of collecting his 3rd Test century, and Lords as well, but no, he's got to go.
Potts bowling to Ajaz and passes the edge, give it out, caught behind. There was half an appeal from the cordon, but umpire Goff's finger goes up inside edge, and Jaz Patel has sent it straight upstairs, and why wouldn't you with 8 down? And technology is going to confirm that it is hitting middle stump 3/4 of the way up. The review loss for New Zealand, their 5th wicket lost for this morning. Ajaz Patel's gone for 4. Parkinson bowls, lighted up to Southey, caught it slip. Matt Parkinson gets a Test wicket. Tim Southey's out for 21. New Zealand dismissed for 285, and they'll require the home side 277 for victory. This Test match is sped up on the 3rd morning. 6 wickets taken.
Welcome back to SENZ Test Cricket right across the SEN network in association with Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. And what drama we've had today. You heard a little snatch of it there. 6 wickets going down for 49 runs. We've seen Daryl Mitchell get his 100 off the first ball he faced today. We've seen Colin de Grandhomme run out first ball, just dawdling really, not aware of what was going on. The ball had cannoned off his pads, and Ollie Pope had the presence of mind as it rolled down to him in the gully region just to throw the stumps down before de Grandhomme was really aware of what was happening. We saw Kyle Jameson bowled first ball by Broad. It was a team hat-trick. Then some hitting by Tim Southey. Tom Blundell, LBW to Anderson, 4 short of what would have been a very deserved 100 for him as well. We've seen a first wicket for Matthew Parkinson, and we've seen New Zealand's innings crumble really, and it's not because the ball was particularly doing too much. I'm sure former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney, when he comes and sits beside me, will have some choice words about the way New Zealand approached trying to score some more runs today. Mitchell and Blundell can of course not really be accused of any malpractice in that regard. They put on 195 between them. The other 9 partnerships managed to muster just the 90 runs. It's been such a weird game of cricket.
It has, Daniel, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, not the sort of morning New Zealand wanted. That's the first thing to say. And everyone listening to this, if back in New Zealand, you'll be a bit disappointed with, after yesterday, how well it had gone, had they recovered.
First ball of England's innings is left alone by Alex Lees, delivered by Tim Southey from the pavilion end.
6 for 49, was it today?
6 for 49.
Yeah. Well, I think, there was some decent bowling, and you've got to expect that sometimes with the new ball. In fact, the weather kind of favoured New Zealand, I felt a little bit. That it could have been worse. It could have remained very murky in the whole way across the sky, the ceiling. But it didn't. It actually dispersed a little, and we can look now to some fairly light blue clouds above us at the moment.
Southey into Lees, who drives nicely through the covers. He's going to get runs here. He might get 4 of them. It's going down the hill, down the slope, and it does plop onto the sponge just in front of the tavern stand, which is the stand where the slope goes down to the tavern and mound stands. If you're trying to get a picture of the ground, it goes up to the grandstand, away to our right. We're at the nursery end, looking.
That's the slope ahead. People, isn't it, that we've been talking about and referencing right throughout. It's about 9 feet, I think, from one side to the other. If you look right at the end of the ground, you can see the advertising hoardings. They sort of definitely on a right to left.
It's not uniform either. So if you play towards the right-hand side of the square as we look at it, it's a less advanced slope than what you get right in the middle here. As Southey is into Lees, and Lees covers up in defence, waits for the ball, pushes off the front foot into the covers. Patel does the fielding. There's no run.
Yeah, so I mean, just a quick sort of reference over the game this morning, really. I mean, terrific effort yesterday by Blundell and by Mitchell, and Mitchell getting his... Well, Blundell was on strike. He got a 3. That put Mitchell back there, and suddenly, could he get it before the second new ball was taken? There was only one over with the old ball that was used yesterday remaining at the start of play. Yes, he did. He got the 3 immediately, the first ball he faced.
Southey into Lees, and Lees lets this go through to the keeper, and there's no run. And
then the new ball was taken, and it didn't take long for Broad to produce a very good delivery just outside the Mitchell off stump, and he feathered it slightly and got through an edge through. Out came de Grandhomme, and that's the most curious dismissal, I think, of all the morning's 6 of them.
Brain fade, would you say?
Oh, look, I don't know what it is. That's very hard to describe. It hit on the pads, it was missing leg stump, and he just took off. He started to run. He thought that the ball had rebounded into a gap.
Southey in. Lees goes after it, a wide full ball, but can only slap it straight to Ajaz Patel, and the covers, there's no run.
And so he probably advanced, I would say, not at a great speed, but certainly there was definite movement, and it was as if he wanted to run. And looking up at his partner, probably 4 paces, maybe 4 to 5, maybe not that much. It was round about that, though. And then realised that his partner was not interested in running, and so he turned and didn't make the great anxious dive back either.
Southey in again. That's wide of the off stump. Shouldering arms is Lees. It goes through to the keeper. There's no run. End of the first over of England's innings. They're 4 without loss. There's target 277.
Can we continue, or is
yes.
that the... Yeah. What it meant was that someone was aware, and it happened to be an Englishman, and in the form of Ollie Pope, the youngster, who grabbed the ball, saw that, de Grandhomme had gone wandering at this stage, and threw the stumps down, and hence there was another appeal immediately from the England players, and de Grandhomme was caught because he sort of just eased his way back and eased himself into the turn. He was caught almost, I would say, 2 feet short when the stumps were broken, so he was run out first ball without facing, faced one ball, but didn't use his bat. He could have left that behind in the changing room, and then suddenly next ball, of course, out came Jameson, was bowled neck and crop for the one that came in between bat and pad. So 3 wickets and 3 balls, what they call a team hat-trick. Not all to the bowler.
Bolt starts up from the nursery and round the wicket. It's flicked away. First ball by Zach Crawley. That's going to run up the hill towards the grandstand. Should be pulled back in. It is, but they will get back for 3. That was a nice crisp shot. The first ball Crawley's faced on the hip, delivered from round the wicket. And England the 7 without loss.
Yeah, so that was the most curious dismissal of the lot, to suddenly create another one.
I mean, it took me by surprise, because I sort of can semi-understand it. I shouldn't have.
But why do you semi-understand? Where's the semi in it?
Well, because, I mean, he shouldn't.
Where's the urgency?
But there was none.
First ball, you go to bat at Lords. If you have a decade's career, you play twice at Lords.
Bolt into Lees, who covers up in defence, pushes into the offside along the ground. There's no run.
Representing your country, and so they become pretty important. I mean, Lords is an important place, as I felt. All the players I played with, this was the apotheosis of playing. That means the greatest, of course, everybody. I think it does anyway. It could be a plant. So I just put a couple in outside the front door. I planted a couple of apotheae.
Beaten on the outside edge. Is Lees.
Oh, I made a hash of that.
But you're right. The zenith, if you like. It's exactly. It's and you're right. It looked casual. It looked a little bit dumb.
Yeah,
but it was one of two dismissals that completely blindsided me, because I was sort of looking at the umpire and looking at the
So was I. I was looking at the line of the ball and I thought, oh, that's not out.
Right.
Yeah.
And wondering if they were going to refer, because they were so excited, as Bolt is into Lees, who again lets a ball quite close to his off stump go through to the keeper, and there's no run. And the other one that completely blindsided me was the Ajaz Patel dismissal.
Yeah, well,
it went for this big hoik.
Well, I'm afraid I actually called that
behind. So right, and poor old Coney did as well. So essentially, when the ball's coming towards you from the pavilion end, and it went straight through into Folks' gloves, but it caught the knee roll and then
made a sound of a bat a little bit, didn't it? Just over the stumps.
Just over the stumps.
Yeah.
So you thought it can't be LBW because of the height, but no, it taken quite a deflection. Bolt in again, punched off the back foot. No, well, guided really by Lees, and that's going to go down to the deep backward point boundary. 4 New Zealanders are in pursuit. Seems slightly overkill, but they've warmed up, and you can tell from the cheers of the crowd at the Warner stand, that is, the one next to the pavilion as we look at it, that the ball just made it up the hill and onto the boundary sponge for 4 more.
So anyway, New Zealand, that's all over. And so 6 for 49, and the lead, extended to 276. So 277 is the target for England. They've started in the first over and a bit, and they've hit a couple of boundaries. Lees has got 2 of them. That one running off the outside, sort of middle of the bat, down to third man for 4.
Bolt into him again as he covers up in defence, pushes up to mid-off. That's the end of England's second over. In pursuit of 277, they are 11 without loss. So Lees has 8, Crawley has 3. And 277 to win.
You know what, Dan? I think New Zealand will struggle a bit here, and I don't like to say that because, I'm a loyal boy at heart and would like New Zealand to do well always if they can. And I don't like seeing stupidity, and that's what we've witnessed a couple of events and incidents this morning. That's what angered me. Yeah. Anyway, I'm past all that now. We get over that finally, and you hope you improve next time. So I just don't think this pitch, the way that it is, even though the New Zealand have a new ball, will quite suit their bowlers as much as England.
Southey is in to the right-handed Crawley. That thuds onto the pads and runs fine. It's been pursued by Blundell, and they can get through for a single 12 without loss.
I don't know why New Zealand are sticking onto Crawley's pads. He chokes the bat down with that bat handle. That makes him very strong through the leg side, so you want to keep away from middle and leg stump. And so far his runs have been there all the time, so not good line. But the New Zealanders are more swing bowlers, and I'm talking about Bolt and Southey. They're not really hit the track. The old sort of hard length you talk about in cricket nowadays, of just short of a drivable length, of a seamer like Potts running in, hitting it like Boland, running in and hitting the track hard. That's not their style. They bowl along the pitch. They don't get the bounce quite so much, but they allow the ball more time in the air.
Southey's going to come around the wicket from the pavilion end to Lees, who pushes a full ball to Patel at backward point. Well, at point, actually. Straight to him, and there's no run.
So for me, Jameson is the key component in this New Zealand seam attack. He only bowled 7 overs in the first innings, which is underdone, I'd have to say. And I was quite surprised myself that he didn't have another spell at some point in that first innings. But, they dismissed England. One, so anyway, it's
quite a quick first
41 overs or something like that. So he should be fresh. The leg should be good.
Here's Southey into Lees, and Lees comes forward in defence. He's looking much more positive in this innings than he did in the first. Everything he's doing a little bit more certainty.
He's coming out of his crease there a little bit and changing the length. He's moving, and he's hit a boundary through the covers. Haven't seen that so far from him. He's more push and tuck and allow the ball to hit the bat rather than the other way round and take singles. That's been his method so far, I've seen.
He's got to demonstrate, hasn't he, to Brendan McCullum, that he can score runs
once he gets going. Absolutely.
And we have seen 2 shots from him today, which is good, as Southey is into him again, and he jabs down on a full ball, which he works to Jameson. who moves in from mid-on, and there's no run. Let's make no bones about it. 277 is a tough ask for any side here. There have only been 2 higher successful run chases. The famous one in 1984 when the West Indies, England declared, and the West Indies scored 344 for 1. Gordon Greenwich got an unbeaten double hundred. The other time was when England played New Zealand here in 2004, chased down 282, and did it with just 4 wickets down after the loss of a couple of quick early wickets, as Lees comes forward in defence and immaculately pushes the ball with good timing to a wideish, shortish mid-off, and again there's no run. So it'll be tough ask for many teams, and it's a very, very tough ask for an England side that's massively out of form. But
it's only day 3.
It is only day 3.
This is the start of day 3. This is a day 3 pitch. Day 3 pitches are generally very good for batting. It's perhaps late day nice. 4 and 5. Yes, absolutely.
Southey into Lees, gets one down the leg side. There's a little flick at, and there's a oohs and ahs. I wonder if there was a strangle there, but there isn't. It goes into the gloves of the keeper. End of the over. 3 gone in England's innings. 12 without loss.
So it looks as if Bolt is going to continue bowling this opening partnership. That's fair enough. I know Williamson likes these 2. He trusts these 2. He has confidence in them. And it's swing, left arm from one end and right arm from the other at this stage. Now it's to Crawley, and he's got to keep off his pads. This is the angle that I like when you face Crawley. If you can get the ball going across the bows of Zach Crawley, you bring the slips into play.
Bolt starts a new over. Outside the off stump.
Too short.
Keeper, and there's no run.
He's got to be drawing the off drive. So leave that little gap in the covers there, which is there. That's good. Open territory. And look for Crawley to try and drive that way, and it doesn't match up with the angle of delivery across his bows by Bolt. And it's that slip cordon comes into play.
3 slips gully, cover, mid-off, mid-on. It's a mid-wicket-ish, and a long leg as Crawley lets us go outside the off-stump. Bolt's coming over the wicket to him. Test cricket on SENZ. Right across the SEN networks. Day 3. It could be the last day as well. It could be the 3rd and final day of the first test between England and New Zealand. From Lord's, association with Resine, the paint the professionals use. Now, throughout the night back home in New Zealand and Australia, we're running an opportunity for people to text us. 8833 for our New Zealand listeners listening on SENZ, as Crawley defends late a ball that comes back into him, and he gets a bit of something on that. Check on a Chemist Warehouse replay. He's got very lucky. He's hit that into his boot, has deflected just past his off stump actually, and rolled down towards the slips.
It's an indication of a player not sure whether to play at the ball or not, so he just holds the bat where it is, and the angle of the bat is so sort of eased towards the stumps. Yes, exactly, that it can run down it and into your stumps pretty carefully. He's lucky.
Bolt into him again, and that's better. He comes forward more solidly and pushes out into the covers, and there's no run. Just a reminder for an opportunity for a $25 voucher. Yeah. Now,
for what? Anything, just 25 as you like, or
it's food and drink vouchers.
Okay. Well, I hope people.
It's hospitality group.
Well, they'll have their phone nearby.
Yeah. So,
what is it? 88 what?
8833 for New Zealand listeners listening on SENZ, and for Australian listeners on SEN, 043398 1116.
$5.
Bolt is in. Outside the off stump.
$25 at a time.
There's no run.
When costs of living they're going crazy in New Zealand. The cost of even a cabbage, things like that.
Cabbages have gone up, have they?
Cabbages, cauliflower, broccoli, everything.
Lamb would still be cheap, I would imagine.
Lamb is not cheap at all.
Really?
We export more lamb probably than we actually for New Zealand.
Well,
keep in New Zealand.
Well, there aren't that many.
Well, if you have the choice as a farmer, what do you do?
Yeah. Yeah, sell it to us. Bolt is in slightly shorter and defended by Crawley into the gully region along the ground. That is the end of the over. England 12 without loss. It was good over from Bolt up to a point, but Crawley, you're right, just looks a little bit uncertain in his defensive technique. I contrast him with the way Daryl Mitchell played. And, yesterday I waxed maybe too lyrical, but I did wax lyrical about how he defended with such solidity and aggression and positivity, and that bat, the ball at the middle of that bat, and a maker's name was right there. I loved it. And here Crawley's kind of hiding the maker's name. He's a little diffident about it. Doesn't want you to know what his bat is. It's sort of all a bit of an angle. It's all a bit
wouldn't please the marketer.
Would not. It wouldn't. And you don't want to upset the marketer. No. Right, Crawley 3, Lees 8, 12 without loss. England the target 277. And the reason why I feel the game could well be done today is it's not often you see England bat for 75 overs in the second innings. And if they do, it'll probably be because somebody who scores quite quickly has got in. And we have the option for an extra half hour today.
Yes, we do, till 7.
If New Zealand have maybe got England 8 down or 9 down, they might want to have another go. So the weather forecast has improved for tomorrow, but English weather is very capricious, much like New Zealand weather, so you don't want to trust to the rain gods. They are deceitful, our rain gods. Now, eventually, we are going to start a new over. And it's going to be Southey round the wicket to Lees, who tucks this off his pads and gets it past the diving square leg. They'll get one. They should come back for a second. Bolt has very easily run from long leg all the way up to square leg to collect the ball. And Lees gets into double figures with that. 2. Yeah. England are 14 without loss.
Will Young just a bit far, a bit straight. Has to be right by square. Of course, he can't go behind square. There are already 2 men positioned behind the umpire square, behind square, so you can't have 3. Otherwise, it's a no ball. So, but he can go as square as he can. It's quite a nasty little position, that one, of sort of leg gully-ish, which is de Grandhomme. I hope he's awake.
Southey into Lees, who lets this go outside the off stump. Wasn't too far from the off stump. It's just shaped way down the hill.
It's one you normally just, the ball's on your pads, you flick it. And you don't think about whether it's in the air or not. And suddenly there is that thought, I've got to keep this down. I haven't practiced keeping that one down at all in the nets. So you just are a bit wary about just flicking at the ball that's on your pads.
And it's instinctual, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
That one. I mean,
especially for a left-hander. Especially for a left-hander.
But we all do it. Amateurs do that as well, you know. If you send that ball down our pads, we just flick. We just have a flick. Southey in, driving nicely as Lees. That's going to run up to the tavern stand. It might make it all the way there as it goes down the slope. It does. That's another lovely cover drive from Lees. It's his second of his innings, and this is a transformed Lees.
Yeah.
I think it's the first time.
Some nutritional food. He's had some special stuff in the changing room.
I actually think what's happened is that
vitamin B.
I think he's been forced to confront the fact that his Test career, he has shown a degree of solidity, he's shown a degree of guts in being.
Yes, he's got a few 30s, hasn't he?
Yeah, 20s, but 30, but
with 25 singles.
Yeah, and I think he's addressing the fact that in county cricket, you know, he's a tall, upright man who does play the drive. You know, he gets to hundreds, 50 runs per 100 balls. Why has he not done this so far in his Test career? And I think he's taking on with a bit of courage. He's taking the full ball on. He's going to have a drive.
So the ball not swinging much for Southey, and it's a nice pace to hit.
Lees lets go. Another fullish ball outside the off stump, but not that full, and it allows it just again to go down the slope. England are 18 without loss. Lees has 14. Crawley 3.
18 off. This is the 5th over, so a nice start. A nice start for this English pair. And Lees, slightly unusual to be hitting more 4s than Crawley.
He's faced 20 balls. He's sort of not exactly hogged the strike. He's had a bit more on the strike. Crawley had his 3 runs off his first ball, and has not had more since then. As Southey is in to Lees, who pushes firmly back to the bowler again. There's a sort of fluency in Lees' play today. In the first innings, he was dead batting that.
And running.
Again, running, Again with a slightly coy bat. The coy, I don't want you to know who's sponsoring me bat. And kind of smothering the ball. Whereas here is a slightly more proud push back to the bowler, which I'm liking.
The coy bat, I like that.
Coy bat, yeah.
There was a poem I had to study, and it wasn't called The Coy Bat, I'd have to say. It was called The Coy Mistress.
Oh.
You know that, don't you? Know that? Yes.
Saudi in, punching off the back foot. Without real timing, is Lees. He plays it to Patel at point. That is the end of the over. 18 without loss, England in pursuit of 277 on SENZ. Test cricket across the SEN network. Jeremy Coney's going to give us some more thoughts, and then to take you up to the lunch break, it's going to be Henry Moran.
So 277 the target. Keep that in your mind, even though if you're going to have a little sleep in New Zealand and just sort of drift off and snooze, 277 England require. And they've got it, day 3, 4 and 5 all in front of them. If they're good enough, they may not need them all if they score nicely. We're seeing already Bolt having a spell. Now from the nursery end of the ground, this is the end that Jameson bowled from in the first innings, just his 7 overs in the match. He's coming in now to replace Trent Bolt. So the tallest man in the attack, I think, of the three, he is more likely to create more problems if he bowls well. If he bowls poorly, he'll be taken around this fine historic ground. Hello, Henry.
Hello.
I've been joined by Henry Moran, everybody.
Very nice to see you.
Good to see you too.
Here comes Jameson, who runs in, this tall figure now past the umpire, and bowls quickly onto the pads of Crawley, who'll run through for something. We'll wait and see what the umpire signals. Leg by as it is, the score moves forward to 19 without loss. He is a hulking figure.
Yes, it is a loping run, isn't it? It's not sort of getting up. He's not a momentum bowler as such, that, in other words, like a Malcolm Marshall who ran in hard and ran in from the car park and circled around and entered the ground through the gate, and then he was going 40 Ks, and that lent him some pace because he was moving so quickly. It's not like that. It's more of a loping run.
And he's in now to the left-handed Lees, who plays that towards the fielder at point, and there's a good stop. It's firmly struck from the bat of Lees, who's looked a rather transformed player in this innings.
Will Young there, I think, at point. So I think at this stage of a bowling spell, it's just finding your rhythm, getting the rhythm of the length of your stride so that you're arriving at the crease with good balance. And it's harder for a tall man to keep that balance when you bowl.
Bustling in now and bowling to Lees, who's up on his toes, defending into the offside. He's almost like one of those enormous American fridges on wheels, Jameson.
Is he? Yes, he was.
Do you know what I mean? Sort of being shoved towards
the wickets. Okay. Yes, it does have a certain momentum of its own. I will give him that. But once it's got to get up there and going, doesn't it?
Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily want to get in the way, I don't think. Highest successful run chases at Lords. Well,
2 of them above this total.
2004 against New Zealand for England, 283 the target, and the West Indies chased down 345 as this is played off the pads. Square of the wicket, chase for Patel, but a couple of runs will be taken. Lees moves to 16. England clip their way along to 21 without loss. The target 277. That West Indies run chase in 84, a bit of an outlier, really.
David Gower was the captain, I think, at that stage, and he he actually declared to give the West Indies that target of 340 odd it was, and well, they cruised it by 9 wickets, didn't they? I don't know how many the wickets they lost, but I think it was by 9 wickets. And I think
here comes Jameson, and Lees goes for the expansive heave through the offside, but just gets the bottom edge on it, drops out towards.
I think Gordon Greenwich, wasn't it? Henry got quite a few that particular day.
He wasn't hanging about, was Gordon. 214 off 242.
Yeah.
And 29 fours, 2 sixes. And the only wicket to fall that of Desmond Haynes for 17, who was run out. Larry Gomes at the other end. 92 off 140.
He got 200 against us I remember at Eden Park one game.
Jameson round the wicket now into bowl to Lees, who lets that fly through.
And he had, of course, the nice maroon helmet on, and then he also had sort of almost sunglasses, whether they were those special glasses that reacted to light and so on, so they looked like sunglasses at times. If it's very bright and the sun's working hard. And so you could see these dark eyes underneath this dark helmet and the dark bits of metal going across it. Look, it was quite a frightening sight, really. I mean, sort of a bit like a helicopter pilot, too.
I know what you're saying.
And he got 200 that day. Nice. Good player, very good player. Played here a lot for Hampshire.
Start of a new over, 21 without losses. The score as Southey is in, left alone by Crawley.
Terrific player. And then it was joined by Desmond Haynes, wasn't he? And they formed a formidable opening partnership, those two. Yeah, 344 for one. So it's a bit of an interesting declaration, isn't it? Poor old David Gower.
They were going at almost 5.2 and over.
Oh dear.
Left alone again by Crawley, lunging forward, happy to see it whistle through to the keeper. A bowling attack of Willis, Botham, Pringle, Foster, Miller. None of them got anywhere. Both of them bowled 20 overs and conceded 117 runs.
Yeah. Nearly sixes. So, yeah, it was quite chastening, I would say, if you've made the declaration and you lose by 9 wickets.
3 slips and a gully weight as in comes Southey, cruising in. It's just a little bit of a wave shape, goes through to the keeper. Crawley again, just playing a little cautiously. Understandably so, given the fragility that we've seen from England. A partnership of 59 for the first wicket in the first innings, but then Jeremy Coney, it all went horribly wrong for England.
Yeah.
Very quickly as well.
Yeah. Well, that's past us now, although you guys have watched them do that more often, and I was surprised that there was no shock in any of your faces at all.
Here comes Tim Southey, running in past the umpire. That's a fuller delivery, driven away nicely through the covers for 4. Races up towards the Warner stand. Crawley just leant on it. It was overpitched. And he was very happy to pick up the prize. That's a nice shot from Crawley just to give him a little bit of energy in this innings. First boundary for him. The score 25 without loss.
Yeah, but Southey doesn't mind that. It was out there wide enough. It was, well, perhaps not quite wide enough because of that very choking down grip that he uses. You can see there, no bat handle at all above, that where the top of the bat ends. You can just see his hands, and it makes the wider you go outside off, the harder it is to get across and out there. So that's why he nicks it a bit. See, and that's why we're seeing some wider deliveries, I think.
Very wide from Southey next delivery. Yeah. 1 ball left to the over, 25 without loss.
Yeah, he'd have needed 2 bats for that one.
He's a tall figure, Crawley, but I was standing behind the nets here at Lord's a couple of days before the game, and I was rather alarmed to see there was a net bowler left arm over.
Right.
Who nicked him off twice in the space of 5 balls, and I did rather fear for him.
A bolt?
A little bit.
Yeah, okay.
In comes Southey. Running in, that's chipped off a leading edge, but it's going to beat the fielder at mid-off, who for a moment thought they were in business. And as the first run is taken, there's quickly a decision made to avoid the second, because that would have been a little bit tight, perhaps. And the score moves to 26 without loss after 7 overs. The target 277.
Well, I mean, it's a nice little start for these two. We've seen a couple of very nice cover drives from Alex Lees. I think Vizak Crawley has been more circumspect, but he just got a nice little shot away there through the covers an over or so ago. So, I mean, he's starting to pick it up as well. And I think this surface, there's absolutely no problem with batting on this.
Jameson bowled. It's pushed into a little bit of space in the offside. And that's good running. Crawley called it early. And as Patel ran in, there was no time to cause really that much stress for the England pair as they pick up a run at the start of the over. 27 without loss.
So, I mean, at this stage, it's just a start, yes, and there's plenty of time yet for New Zealand. I think the thing that might be worrying New Zealand is the absence of threat at all in terms of bounce, in terms of movement for the New Zealanders. There's a sense, I think, of searching for a wee bit of rhythm from the bowlers.
Round the wicket comes tall figure of Jameson, full of delivery, which is driven nicely from Lees, who doesn't even bother moving because he knows that ball is going to win the race. It trickles on down to the boundary below us. And 4 more runs from the bat of Alex Lees, who's looking every bit the established opener. Kane Williamson has some thinking to do down below us as he retrieves that ball. 31 without loss. An immaculate shot from Lees.
Yeah, I mean, it's a half volley and quite a long half volley. So, perhaps just a little bit back, but it's just a press forward and using the weight of the body going forward into the ball. That creates the momentum of the stroke, and it's a check drive.
3 slips and a gully weight. As in comes Jameson again. To bowl to Lees, ducking out the way of that one. The flags above the pavilion just begin buffeting a little bit more fervently. It's a funny old day. The weather when we arrived, it felt almost like an October morning. It was
very murky,
wasn't very nice at all, but it has brightened up considerably. It feels like a nice day for batting. We had a look at the pitch yesterday, and
yes,
it looked almost unused.
Pristine.
It did.
Well, it only had 70 odd overs on it, didn't it, really, after the first day?
31 without loss. Jameson is in. Lees defends with a straight bat.
See, that looked quite comfortable, wasn't it? He was looking to come forward and then he had to just stand. It's not testing him at all. Nothing around the sort of chest area unless you drag it down really short. There's been a little bit of movement in the air for both the New Zealand swing bowlers. Nothing yet of real interest for Jameson.
He begins the approach now. Shoulders initially quite hunched. Now begins this powerful approach, driven out towards Williamson, who moves across from mid-off to pick up. There's a dot ball. Lees again showing intent, though. It's positive from the England opener. And there's a lot of what the messaging has been from this new regime as we talk about, Jeremy, about positivity being the key. You can be positive in defence as well as attack. And players encouraged to lose that burden of fear that has been a real problem for England in recent times. Jameson into bowl to Lees. Oh, and he's been bowled, has he? An extraordinary dismissal. And Lees just let that go and it clips the top of the off stump. He could barely believe it as he turned around. But he has to go, and a first wicket has fallen. England 31 for 1. Lees goes for 20. And after a fairly innocuous start with the ball, Jameson strikes.
Yeah, well, it's the first time we've actually seen the ball seam. It's pitched outside the off stump of the left-hander. I think it's nipped back. Yes, it has. And it's hit the top of off stump. And that's the length you're always aiming at. Lees has lifted the bat high. And yes, he's questioning how on earth did that happen. But certainly the New Zealanders are celebrating. They needed a wicket before this before the lunch period. So 1 for 31. First wicket down for England after 8 overs.
And that will make that lunch feel a little bit more relaxed. It'll taste a little better.
Little bit of helping of sauce. Exactly.
And it is the Lord's lunch as well.
It is, which is a rather special lunch, isn't it? What was you would know the person who helped serve the lunch, and it was a lady, I remember, when we were certainly playing, and it was quite, well, going right back in the early tours for New Zealand, I mean, I'm going back to the 1930s and 40s. At this stage, they used to have a little whiskey for lunch too. Just pop in for lunch and say, well bowled, fellows, and I have clink the glasses and off you go again. You're on 99, are you? How about a full toss just after lunch for you to knock it round? Not so nice to Tom Blundell this morning.
You see, it's a different world.
Yes, it is. It is a better one. Well, there we are.
Well, some would say that might ease the nerves a touch.
Yeah.
Right then, start of a new over. As this is pushed forward defensively from the bat of Crawley. Ollie Pope, who is, I would say, under pressure necessarily, but will be desperate for a score, is at the non-strikers.
I think they'll give him a few. They've got to give him a few goes by putting him up there, surely. There's no reason from my mind to think that he should be there, actually. I think either Root should have remained there or a third opener would have been another option to put in as number 3. Could have chosen Milan.
Given that he scored his runs lower down for Surrey.
Yeah, but he's never batted 3 before. And he's kind of an opener when you bat 3.
Southey cruising in. That's left alone. It's not far from the off stump, and there's a few howls of frustration from the slip cordon. I think that was not far away.
Oh yes, it came back as well. It was taken actually leg stump in the end by the keeper, Blundell. However, it hasn't taken the stumps at all. That was another leave from Crawley. And I think he realises sometimes there are genuine ones, and sometimes the bowler's just trying to have you on. That was much closer than actually it was.
Things just beginning to happen for New Zealand here.
What are we? 6th, 7th, 8th over, 9th over.
Southey in, driven firmly. It's a short extra cover from Crawley on the front foot. The target 277. It'll be the 3rd highest run chase successfully taken down at the home of cricket. But these do feel like different ages now. And maybe a target like that for the side that naturally is aggressive in the way they approach their batting. It only takes 2 or 3 of them to come off.
Oh, yes. Oh, look. This is definitely on for England. Definitely. What New Zealand needs is to get a couple of wickets early.
Crawley waits, drives, and history repeats itself as the ball goes firmly towards that fielder in the covers.
Well, I hope they've got enough in the cord in New Zealand, because if he nicks it, at the moment New Zealand have got 3 in the covers, which is pretty normal, but against a batsman like Crawley who does nick the ball, you don't want it to go between the 2 slips and the fine gully, which is de Grandhomme at this stage, so that would be quite painful, I think.
2 deliveries until the lunch interval, until those players can head up for that little
extra bit of sauce. For Jameson, anyway.
Here comes Southey, running in from the far end. Crawley on strike, will let that go past the off stump. Happy just to see it whistle through to the gloves of the keeper. 31 for 1 the score. I've got a little bit of an example of a Lord's lunch menu for you, Jarrod.
All right. Good work.
Because they occasionally put them up on social media.
So what are we facing?
Well, this was from 2019.
Oh.
Roasted rack of lamb, halibut fillets, chicken, rabbit and seafood paella.
Goodness.
This is for the players, I should say. Bread and butter pudding. I mean, it's amazing they make it out for the afternoon, really.
Exactly.
Comes Southey. Final ball before lunch as this is worked away into the leg side, but well stopped by Patel in front of square. And that will see the end of an entertaining first session. We've seen 7 wickets fall. It tends to be the way. The morning is a lively old time. In this test match, it's been busy, exciting. It has ebbed and flowed. We saw a century for Daryl Mitchell. Frustration for Blundell, falling just 4 short. And 3 wickets in 3 balls. 2 for Stuart Broad and 1 run out. And that really shifted the momentum of this game. Eventually New Zealand all out for 285, holding a lead of 276. The final wicket to fall, that of Southey, caught by Root off the bowling of Matt Parkinson, who picked up his first Test wicket. And as I look out to see the ground staff heading out with those familiar old-fashioned brooms to do their work on the surface, I can see New Zealand in a huddle, just reflecting on that session, thinking about how they have to approach the afternoon. And all results possible. It's a game that's beautifully poised. And though things move quickly when you watch this England Test side, you're never short of drama and excitement. It's been a really entertaining Test match this so far. Not always filled with the most quality with the bat, but there have been glimpses, particularly that innings of Mitchell, 108 he made, and that partnership alongside Tom Blundell, who was out eventually LBW to Jimmy Anderson for 96. It has been a hugely entertaining game of cricket thus far, with at the interval England 31 for 1, still needing a further 204.
For Resine Paints, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. SENZ Test Cricket, England versus New Zealand.
Welcome back to Lords. We're about to have the second session of the third day with the match tantalisingly poised. You'd say that New Zealand are still ahead, but England have a chance here, a chance that they probably didn't think they would get at the end of yesterday. But by taking 6 wickets for 49 runs in double quick time, including a team hat-trick. What a dramatic moment that was. The Lord's crowd, I was going to say the Lord's crowd were all enraptured by that, but a friend of mine who's here sent a picture when the third wicket fell of 3 already rather drunken members asleep when the third of the 3 wickets fell. It's a curious old place, is Lords. I'm Daniel Norcross, and with me is another curiosity, former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney. More than a curiosity.
That's right, I've got a dead cat beside me.
It's in the old Curiosity Shop where somebody dies of spontaneous combustion, isn't it? One of the characters, yeah. I mean, Dickens was a terrible hack, wasn't he? But yeah, one of the characters that comes home and finds his, I forget whether it's wife or husband, is just a smouldering pair of shoes. Let's hope that doesn't happen today. Anyway. You live in there every day.
How are you enjoying your Jane Austen at the moment?
Well, I've finished Sense and Sensibility, right. and I'm cracking straight on with Persuasion, because I've gone for a first to start with, and then I've gone for a last. Alpha and the Omega of the great book.
Yes.
And I'm reading the introduction this time to Persuasion. I thought I'd find out a little bit more about it first. I don't want to ruin the plot, but you know, I thoroughly enjoy her writing style, even if it does take a little bit of getting used to.
Well, you haven't missed a ball, anybody. We're now leaving the arts program.
Well, it's a different kind of art we're about to watch. The art of fast medium bowling from Kyle Jamieson, who is at the top of his mark from the nursery end. He's going to bowl a first ball to Pope, who came out for an over and then very carefully sat on his bat at the non-striker's end while Crawley negotiated the last over before lunch, as you would expect. With England 31 for 1, Alex Lees, his bright start, probably the brightest start to a Test innings, cut short by this man, Kyle Jamieson. He runs into Pope, 3 slips and a gully, and Pope tucks his first ball off his hip to short square leg, and there's no run. We've got a point, which is Ajaz Patel. I seldom have a point, but New Zealand do. They have Ajaz Patel, and there is a short extra cover. There is
Kane Williamson.
He is.
Yeah, remember that, the 22.
The 22,
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So, numbers, the numbers game.
Mm-hmm.
I've lost my sheet. Oh no. We've got a bit on. We've got a man. I always find this a very annoying position. I'll come to it as Jamieson is in, and Pope tucks a full ball straight to mid-on, and there's no run. The position I'm talking about is not square leg, and I don't like saying forward square leg.
But that's what it is.
That's what it is, isn't it? But it's sometimes when they creep like 7 or 8 yards
coming towards mid-wicket,
they stop being a square anything, forward or not.
Right, we'll call them mid-wicket.
Yeah, but then they're a very, very square mid-wicket.
Okay.
So, you know, it takes a lot of work.
Square, if you don't like forward.
A backward square mid-wicket, yeah. Well, this is a forward square leg. Let's leave it at that. And there's a long leg.
as Jameson comes in once more to Pope from the nursery end, and Pope lets this go outside the off stump. It did shape up the hill just a touch, the slope, and there's no run. The target, just to remind you all, if you are coming in from revelries on a Saturday night in Australia and New Zealand, you might very well be in the heart of the cold heart of winter down in the Antipodes. You might have gone out for a warming toddy, perhaps, if you were in Melbourne or Dunedin or Wellington or Picton or wherever you may come from, and you may be listening to us now. The target, 277 for England. Jameson in. Forward comes Pope and pushes confidently off the front foot to Williamson in that wide mid-off, almost short extra cover position, which will be the third highest target achieved at Lord's. And they've lost the one wicket getting there so far. They're 31 for 1. This after that clatter of wickets in the first session that saw New Zealand from a very comfortable position throw away all 6 wickets.
They were got out. A few of them were got out.
Mitchell and Blundell were got out.
Yep.
Some of the others were not. And Colin de Grandhomme, we'll probably not return to him too often as Jameson is in. That's worked away nicely by Pope for his first run off the pads down to long leg for a single, 32 for 1, largely because I've seen the effect it's had on Jeremy Coney to talk about Colin de Grandhomme's run out, and I feel that after what...
I feel it's a little bit like the Dickens.
Yeah, you did nearly spontaneously combust a couple of times. Yeah. But I take it, did you have the pork belly? For lunch?
No.
Oh, good. Oh, the fat was perfectly rendered. It had this wonderful salty umami. It was really good, actually. Really good. As was the little guinea fowl en planade, whatever they called it. Jameson is in. Forward comes Crawley back to the bowler, and there's no run.
You've given me indigestion just listening to it, boy.
Oh, and the chili-infused pickled onions were a thing of wonder. Adored them. Wasn't so sure. I never was quite so sure about
people beginning to wonder in New Zealand. It's 1:15 in the morning, and you.
Yeah, well, what?
Well, it'd be hard to sleep.
Well, we don't want them to go to sleep, Jeremy. Oh. We want them to listen.
Oh, that's right.
To Test cricket on SENZ and across the SEN network.
Yes, you're right.
In Australia and New Zealand. It's a Saturday night.
People will be clustering around their transistor.
Leave nothing
on the street corner.
There's nothing to do on a Sunday, is there, in winter? Absolutely nothing. I don't know. Is that when Australian rules is played? Is that played on a Sunday? A bit like American football. Is that the tradition?
All over the week.
It's all over the week, is it? Right.
It's everywhere.
Oh, yeah, it's
at all times.
I thoroughly enjoy the games I watch. I haven't got a clue what's going on, but I love watching it. Those vests, they're something else, aren't they? They look so cold, especially in Melbourne. Right, it's going to be Bolt who's going to bowl the second over of the afternoon session from the pavilion end. 2 slips and a gully. He's got a short mid-wicket, a catching mid-wicket. We've seen a bit of that in this test. Mid-on, mid-off, and a cover. He's in to Pope. Bat raised, who lets this go by outside the off-stump. It goes through low to Blundell. There is also, of course, a long leg. There always is. So, 32 for 1. And I've given up having expectations of where the game is going to go. I'm simply going to allow it to wash over me like a warm Indian Ocean current.
Like a warm emplanade.
Yeah. I think I might have made that word up. I wasn't sure.
It sounds good to me too. It sounds something as if you would want to eat it.
Shall we? Yeah, let's devise a recipe for an emplanade. Bolt in outside the off stump. It just came through a little bit quicker. It felt that time, but the speed gun doesn't suggest so. At 80.6 miles an hour through to the keeper, and Pope is wisely leaving it alone. Be interesting to see where Pope is batting today. He's batting at 3, yes. Yeah. But is he batting on 5th stump? Is he batting on middle and leg? He could be anywhere between those 2 points in his Test career. He has been. So at the moment, with Bolt coming over the wicket, his bat's patting on around 4th stump, and he lets this one go as well outside the off stump. We were discussing upstairs with Alistair Cook the dismissal of Lees, and we saw a very interesting graphic that Lees to the 3rd over of the innings was standing in that rather curious place right across outside off stump
and forward,
where you could see the leg stump.
Yes.
And then by the 5th over, so the same bowler
He
from the
pulled
same
across.
line, it pulled across the middle and leg. Had he just got confused when Jameson bowled that ball? Did he think
Jameson was someone else?
Yeah. Did he think that he was further over than he was? Down the leg side, taken by Blundell, moving to his left, around about waist height.
You shouldn't really be bowled without it hitting your pad. I mean, you should be covering your stumps wherever you're standing. There should be something to prevent the ball going through onto your stumps. Yes, you can be LBW because you're not playing a shot, but you should never get bowled just like that. I don't think you should.
He apparently stands, according to the BBC Newcastle commentator Martin Emerson, he's been taken to standing outside off stump to people bowling round the wicket to eliminate the LBW. As Bolt is in, forward comes Pope, pushes into the offside, there's no run. So he knows that if he plays a shot, then he's going to get the pad outside the line. He's going to hit it. And the theory is,
of course, he doesn't get cut. He doesn't get a cut either, does he?
He can't cut.
No.
So he's moved back across, but then he's played at that ball as if he's got his old eye, the eye line that he had before. So as if he was further over, and he's thinking, well, that ball's outside the off stump, because he was so bemused when he saw that it hit the off stump.
Oh, so you think he went back to his normal guard?
He'd forgotten that he'd gone over the middle and leg as Bolt is in, outside the off stump. End of the over. We've had 2 after lunch. England have scored the 1 run there, 32 for 1.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
Being there for our children is more important than smoking. Cigarettes take time away from family, where every moment matters. Quit smoking and live for the moments. Visit giveupsmokes.com.au.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN and across the SEN network at Lord's. England against New Zealand, the 3rd day of the first test. England 32 for 1, requiring a further 245 to win. New Zealand need another 9 wickets, probably more likely. Crawley faces up, and that ball jacks back in to Crawley. Hits him on the back thigh, and there's no run. Now listen to Izzy and Kempy for breakfast. That's Izzy Dagg, former All Black, and Tony Kemp, former Warriors coach and Rugby League champion. Weekdays from 6 a.m. on SENZ. Every week they'll have Baz McCullum on with them.
Yeah, well, Baz McCullum, in fact, was the sort of the anchor, if you like, of that particular time of the day. He's gone for a rather more rosy job, I've heard. More genteel, more respected. A radio jock.
Full. And played at the offside by Crawley. There's no run. There are genteel and respected times of the day now, are there?
Well,
down in New Zealand.
Would you like to be up at sort of 3:30? Well, you normally are, of course, aren't you? Yes. You just have to go to the front door instead of going to the bedroom door. Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. I think you're a natural. Go straight in.
I've always wanted to do through the night radio.
Yeah,
because you can basically talk to anybody then. It's a wide variety of clientele. I say
what sort of cleaners?
Jameson in, and that's driven out and missed by Crawley. That's the shot we see him get out to so often, and Jameson might have been giving him a choice word about that shot. It left him nicely down the slope. Well, he didn't give him a choice word, actually. He gave him a wry grin is what he gave him, which was altogether better solution. I think often insomniacs, I think you get a lot of people like that, and you get party goers. And you get people who are just musing on the oddities of life at that time of day.
And that's what you would like to do,
I
really.
like to hang out with those. That's my crew.
Okay.
I'm less fussed by chatting to the people who can religiously get up at 7:30 every morning and take the tube to work. Jameson is in, outside the off stump, through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Yes, reliable people.
Yeah. I prefer the unreliable and the curious in the middle of the night. 32 for 1. Not many runs coming so far after lunch, but you'd expect that as these two right-handers trying to build an innings. against Bolt and Jameson. You think Jameson's a really key component of this attack on this wicket,
but even you can see already he's the only one who's actually hitting the track and getting some movement from it, a la the Lee's dismissal.
He's in once more, and Crawley lets this go through low to Blundell, around about almost foot height, and there's no run.
It's not bad. That's his in-swinger too, I think. Just on an angle, just heading back in.
He's a little bit pacier as well, isn't he? 84.5 miles an hour, the height.
It's the height that sometimes produces variable bounce. Some of them just hit and go low, especially as this pitch, if it is given the chance to age beyond the third day. And sometimes, you know, you can get a little bit of bounce and an unexpected bounce from it. Yeah. But you do need that height hitting quite hard.
Here comes Jameson once again, and Crawley edges and is taken. Really good diving catch at third slip. He's got to go, Crawley, just pushing away from his body. He almost angled it into the third slip's hands.
It looks like Southey to me too in the third slip.
It's a very nimble piece of work, and just as Jeremy Coney was saying, just what a dangerous customer Carl Jameson is. We look at a Chemist Warehouse replay, and that's just held its line a bit. It's not done too much, but Crawley defending almost inside the ball, gets a thick edge, and it went down to third slip. And Kane Williamson is delighted, Tim Southey is delighted, Kyle Jameson is delighted. They've got their second wicket, New Zealand. Both openers now gone. Crawley goes for 9, England 32 for 2.
Well, a really good start to this session for New Zealand. They're a little bit loose at the start and not so threatening, but suddenly Jameson has, once again, he's kind of ignited the spark for this side. He did it in the first innings, if you remember, picking up Crawley and maybe Pope, just as a memory. And then suddenly Southey and Bolt were able to pick things up in that last session and all the tumbling wickets that occurred. So he started things, and of course New Zealand will be hoping that he'll be able to do that as well. So, look, it's been a difficult year for Kyle Jameson. Very difficult year for him. That's for Root, is it? Yes,
yeah.
Okay.
It sounds like a boo. The sort of noise that you get when the British Prime Minister
I thought the covers were coming on.
But yeah, no, it's not. It's not the covers. Very good. It's Joe Root.
Yes, okay.
It's quite a confusing noise, isn't it, for the uninitiated?
It was for me.
Yeah, I don't really care for it, and I don't quite understand it. No. You know. I mean, it would make more sense if they were Australian, perhaps, and they were saying that, but it's...
Well, you'd have to say that as far as New Zealand are concerned, to get him in early while the ball is still hard, it's just thrusting towards the ball a little bit. Not a huge mistake, bat between bat and pad, angled nicely down, but taking the shoulder.
Bolt starts a new over into Ollie Pope, who drives firmly, but not timing it perfectly. It goes up to Williamson and mid-off, and there's no run. Joe Root comes out to the wicket on 9,900 runs in Test cricket, and you kind of feel that if England are going to win this game, he's going to need to get to 10,000 runs before the end of the match, because it's hard to see who else in this lineup is going to get them to 277. Bolt over the wicket to Pope. Pope clips into the onside. He should get a run here, but no, he doesn't. There's a good half stop at the catching mid-wicket. Deflects the ball enough. Takes a bit of the
into your favourite position, and he happens to be a left-hander, you see, Ajaz Patel. So that makes it very useful to have him just in that area, because the ball hit, to his left, he's away there.
Yeah. Yes.
But, yeah.
3 slips we have. Cover, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket, square-legged and long leg as Bolt is in to Pope, who lets this go again. Too wide at the moment from Bolt when he tries to tempt the drive or the push, the defensive push, and then just a little too straight when he's adjusting the line at the moment. But he's got plenty of time to find that line and length. The first spells, actually, that Southey and Bolt bowled the first inning was a little bit disappointing. Well, more than a little bit disappointing. But they found it. They got there in the end. And New Zealand fans will be hoping they do so again today, as Bolt is in short. And Pope pulls into the ground, almost a hook actually. It got up that high and sends it along the ground down to Kyle Jamieson at long leg. And one more to the total. Pope to 2, 33 for 2. And Root is now going to face his first ball.
Well, this is the innings, really, as you say. I mean, I've met so many Englishmen who say that there's not a chance. 270 is way too much. In fact, 170. And we'll need Root to get 100. And you know, I don't know whether that's true, but it would certainly help if he does.
Bolt into Root, gets in behind his first delivery and pushes it into the offside along the ground. There's no run.
And he looked so comfortable in the first innings, didn't he? Taking the first ball through the offside for a boundary, running the next one down to third man next over for the boundary, and then just calmly went into a strong area where he likes to lay the ball off, just backward point, third man area, and just hit it quietly to Southey fielding there.
He's done that a little bit of late, and actually we saw him in the nets. There was a piece on Twitter that showed him doing it to Matt Potts and then giving himself a little admonishment. Last ball of the over, Bolt in. Root finds a gap on the offside, just behind square. It is being pursued. They're going to come back for a couple of runs. The throw comes in, and Root is safely home. That is the end of England's 13th over here on SEN. They're 35 for 2.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
SEN Test Cricket from Lords. England against New Zealand in association with Resine, the paint the professionals use. And it's going to be Jamieson who's going to continue. Got a wicket in his last over, the wicket of Zach Crawley with a good ball. And it wasn't a waft by any means from Crawley. He induced a defensive shot and it just held up enough to get the edge. Now he's got Ollie Pope in his sights and forward comes Pope. Finds a gap in the offside. They go through for a quick single. Shy of the stumps. It's going to run away for overthrows and I think it's going to be 4 of them. It's being pursued, or actually it won't be 4. It starts holding up as it goes up the slope. Colin de Grandon will just pull it back in about a yard or so inside the sponge, and they get back for what I'm presuming is, well, I think they just got 3 there. They should have got 4. It was, I think what happened is that Pope overran slightly for the when he was running through for the first, and then the shy at the stumps was pretty wild and it nearly made it up the slope down below us in front of the scoreboard by the Edrich stand. I think the one to our right is, I think they're alphabetical. Compton Edrich,
is it?
I think.
Yeah.
I've either remembered that they're alphabetical or they're the opposite.
If you're on the ground, they look like the 2 wings of an insect, because in the middle, the thorax is where we are sitting in the media centre. It's an extraordinarily angry-looking set of stands.
Angry-looking people in them as well.
Yes, at times.
Jamieson in. That's left alone at the last minute by Pope. That is quite close. Take a look on the Chemist Warehouse replay here. And, did he have a little assay at that? Maybe, maybe not. Hard to tell. I always think that the media centre here looks very much like the mouth of former Prime Minister's wife.
Cherie Blair. Her smile.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
Very much reminds me of that. And what I don't like about the Compton and Edrich stands is if you go and take a look at them from the other side, they're not symmetrical. No. There's an extra.
I wouldn't have thought you necessarily would like everything so ordered.
Oh, I do, you know. Jameson is in, wide of the off stump through to the keeper, no run.
You don't have an ordered life. You just told us that.
I have a chaotic life, but I like things around it to be ordered.
So that you know where you are, no matter what sort of chaos you're going through.
Correct.
Oh.
Well, I mean, you can't order your chaos if all around you is chaos. You need other things.
Right.
To work.
To be set.
Correct. Okay. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what's going to happen when I'm starting on the chaos. 38 for 2 is the score. Pope 5, Root 2. Jamieson is into Root. 3 slips in a gully. And Root, is defending from the crease. A ball that comes back into him. I think he might have just got bat onto it and onto his pad. Yes, he has. But he is another player, a little like Kane Williamson, who likes to play very late with very soft hands. And a bit like I was talking to you about Crawley, rather coy in showing us the maker's name when he's defending. And that can be dangerous.
Have you seen him run onto the stumps?
Yes, I've seen it bowled off the angle of the bat. But on this occasion, he got the pads in the way. So that's what ensured that he was going to be okay. Carl Jamieson, he's had quite a start to his Test career. 70 wickets at an average of 18. He's in now to Root, and Root flicks this back up towards mid-on. A good diving, tumbling stop from Colin de Grandon. Has not had a day in which he's been covered in glory, but he's done a couple of useful things in the last couple of minutes. He's chased after a ball,
wishing it was going over and not going uphill.
He reminds me, rather, he has the face slightly of a cartoon French gendarme, I found.
Right.
Colin de Grandon. It does a bit, if you know what I mean, from the old Pink Panther cartoons.
The Grand Pileur.
Yes. Ooh la la. Last ball of the over, the 14th of the innings. Jamieson is in, and Root plays and misses at one in the channel. Wow, Jamieson is causing England all sorts of trouble after lunch. They are, however, just about surviving their 38 for 2.
It's mozzie season again. Pestrol's mosquito trap range is the answer, like the popular Terminator or Dominator trap for outdoors and our indoor mosquito trap range. Knock out that mosquito population fast. No more of those biting mozzies. Simple and safe to use. Order now at lifestylefocus.co.nz or call 0800 88 8844. Pestrol, brought to you by Lifestyle Focus, leaders in living better.
I don't lead an ordered life. One of the great understatements from Daniel Norcross in the previous over. Here's Trent Bolt continuing pavilion end. It's pushed back down the strip by Ollie Pope from the back foot, no run. Adam Collins replacing the shambolic Norcross. He's been in good nick though this afternoon, Jeremy Carey.
He's good. He's always interesting.
He left his phone here when he was walking off. He left his phone here for 2 hours yesterday.
Right.
Just, I mean, I don't know.
Were you answering his texts?
Oh, imagine that.
Okay.
Imagine the sort of correspondence he must receive on WhatsApp from hour to hour. Trent Bolt's got 3 slips. And Ollie Pope, 5 to his name. Bowls here over the wicket, forcing him into the onside again, but stopped by the man at mid-wicket, no runs, so 277 to target. New Zealand have taken 1 wicket before lunch and 1 wicket after. Lees and Crawley, the 2 openers, both gone to Jamieson, who's building up quite the head of steam from the nursery end. He's just so tall.
It's been a better start to the session for New Zealand. 31 runs prior to lunch. Since lunch, however, just 7 runs, and they've picked up a wicket, and there's not runs coming easily.
The squeeze is on. Bolt delivers and waits the call, but they'll get runs here. Just steered between 3rd slip and gully or 2nd slip and gully. They come back for a couple. Pope advances to 7. It's 40 for 2. Still a long way from that victory target of 277. I would say that from here, New Zealand are in a much better position to win this Test match. It's going to require something very special from Root and or Stokes. They seem the only 2 likely of pulling off.
Bairstow is a possibility.
Fabulous cricketer, but with no red ball cricket behind him.
I mean, 100 against the West Indies, 100 against Australia.
Oh, yeah,
they're
absolutely.
Not behind you.
But with a big IPL between times is kind of my point. He's not been playing any red ball cricket recently. Bolt's going to change direction now, so he's going to around the wicket.
And Pope has changed his guard.
Arrives here, Bolt delivers, and Pope defends into the onside from the crease, no run. What did you make of the Alex Lees guard that he was taking so far outside off stump and then only to be bowled off stump leaving? It's an odd dismissal.
Well, no, he had actually, we discussed that with Daniel in between his oddities. He said he moved back to middle and leg, or where he was normally during that period. So he'd been standing up, but for that particular delivery, he thought he was actually, well, that was Daniel. That's what he was surmising.
Bolt bowls. Oh, straight through Root, or through Pope rather, over the top of the stumps, nearly clipped a glove on the way through, hands on head. in the call, and that was quicker from Bolt, and that did loads down the slope, using it to his advantage. So close to a third wicket.
Yeah, so he was actually in another position than he anticipated, and so was letting it go because it was outside himself, but it thundered. But even so, you should never get bowled without having a pad or something in the way.
Mid-wicket comes in a couple of extra yards as Bolt arrives and bowls to Pope, who pushes with hard hands out towards cover. No run. End of the 15th over. 40 for 2 the score. The target's 277 SENZ Test Cricket for Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
Being there for our children is more important than smoking. Cigarettes take time away from family, where every moment matters. Quit smoking and live for the moments. Visit giveupsmokes.com.au.
Z Test Cricket live at Lords with Adam Collins and Jeremy Coney, and Kyle Jamieson prepares to start the 6th over of this probing spell. He's got 2 for 11. It's being held by Root and sets off here. Long athletic approach, gets to the crease here, bowls to Root, who defends out towards cover. Straight from the middle of the bat, no run.
I think I'm keen to keep Jamieson on, as I don't want to wear him out as a captain so that he can't, he's gone for the day. So it's not a 12 over spell, it might probably not a 10 over spell, but I do want him to have a crack at Joe Root while he's still getting set. He's only on 2, he's only faced 8 balls. I want my most dangerous bowlers so far in the innings bowling as many balls as he can to Joe Root.
He's got 3 slips in a gully for him. Bowls here, Root leaves alone outside the off stump, taken fingers up from the wicketkeeper Blundell. Nice carry. Haven't seen much of that through the Test match with Jamieson. He's earned a bit of a reputation as the guy who gets the big dog, isn't he, in the opposing team. Coley a couple of times, World Test Championship final.
That's right. He did. That was a rather different pitch than we're looking at now, and a different sort of overhead conditions as well. It was a murky old 6 days, that one. But he did. He took some very key wickets in that match.
He reaches the umpire here. Bowls wider of the crease to Root, who drives nicely down the ground. Won't quite go all the way to the rope. They come back for 2. The captain, Williamson, retrieves it. They have enough times to return for a 3rd. So 43 for 2. Generous applause from the crowd, who are willing Root on here. They surely know that he's the man who holds the key for England, as it was so often the case last year. That splendid 180 he made against India, unbeaten here at Lords.
Well, it's a good stroke. It's hard to, it's not a half volley, but it's outside the off stump, and because of the lack of bounce in the surface here, you can actually hit on the up slightly.
Jamieson bowls to Root, who leaves alone in that channel that was problematic for both teams in the first innings. Pope, I should say. Beg your pardon. Pope there on 7, Root on 5. The score 43 for 2.
That's a better length, I think. Okay, it's not a drivable length. I don't think even Root could drive that one. It's slightly wide, but if he nips it from there and moves it around, then you bring all sorts of things. That bowled without a stroke, the LBW comes into play, the nick comes into play, 3 key dismissals. If you just get that length in the line coming in, you always got the feeling he's coming in at you. Jamieson is a right-hander.
He bowls here. Pope gets in behind it, shuffling in the crease before making contact, as he does so often.
And that always makes you question, is it going to hit my off stump? And is it going to be round about that off stump? And should I play with it at my bat, or should I let that one go? I don't want to run the risk. So you sometimes end, even though the ball is wanting to go away from the stumps because it's down the slope, if anything, a little bit. You don't want to be playing at extra wide deliveries.
Three men in the cordon, all in the short sleeve jumpers. Jamieson bowls and Pope drives down the ground as Root did earlier in the over, but that should have the steam to get to the rope. Williamson again has plenty of work to do. He'll put in the dive, I'm sure, and just collects it. Great fielding by the captain. Once again, they get through for a third run. Pope moves to 10 and retains the strike. End of the over. New Zealand 46 for 2.
Baby Bunting's huge stock take sale is on now. Don't miss up to $320 off selected car seats, 25% off the Medela feeding range, and great deals on selected prams, sleep suits and more. Sale on now. Bye, Baby Bunting. See website for exclusions.
Faux pas there going to the break.
Oh, no.
Identifying
only
New Zealand as the batting team.
50% out, it's nothing.
It's got the score right. I promise you, it's England. They made 141 the first time around. They need 277 to win this test match. Pope there with Root, the engine room. Or so they wish to be, coming in at 3 and 4. It's Pope on strike here to bolt round the wicket. Taken by Blundell, moving to his right. We noted earlier that Sebastian Coe rang the bell this morning. I picked up a little anecdote from Mike Selvey, who is the president here at Middlesex these days and former England bowler and long-term correspondent for the Guardian newspaper, that Sebastian Coe once rocked up at the Grace Gates here at Lord's and sort of said, well, I'm Sebastian Coe. I'd like to come in, please. I'm an MC. Well, I'm a member. Maybe it's before he was a member, because he said, I just wanted to walk in the Grace Gates as Bolt gets to the crease and bowls. And he's bowled him! Straight through Ollie Pope. Stumps everywhere. Off stump, out of the ground. Ollie Pope gone for 10. England in all sorts now at 43 for 3. And Trent Bolt's change of angle has worked. Comprehensive.
Over the wicket, quite wide on the crease. It looks to me as if Pope thought that was actually a different line and looking to play it on the onside for initially, just looking to go just slightly onside and then realising the error of his ways and then trying to, at the last moment, bail out and straighten the bat, but the ball's gone through him and hit the off stump.
And Lord's
very hard.
Yeah, Lord's is all but silent. They realise what a significant moment it was in this test match as he makes his way slowly but surely back towards the pavilion. So Trent Bolt in the previous over went round the wicket to Root, stayed on that angle to Ollie Pope, and it's the latter who has to leave for 10. And that target of 277 looks a long, long way away. New Zealand in a great position here to win the test inside 3 days. A long way to go. Some 58 overs after this.
Yeah, well, Jamieson can't do it all on his own. He's the one who's looked more dangerous than any of the other bowlers at the moment. Got a couple of wee bit full at the last end, but that's not a real problem. But now Bolt's joined the party, as he did really in the first innings. There was a bit of a gap. Yep. He didn't start so well. He didn't quite have the rhythm that he would have liked. And same with Southey. Southey be itching to get going now. He doesn't like to be left behind at all in these matters. So he'll be wanting to get hold of the ball as soon as he can. I'm assuming that he'll come after Jamieson at this end. New Zealand, of course, have a couple of little seamers. If they get into trouble at any point, they've got de Grandhomme and they've got Mitchell, who can both bowl some sort of medium pace, little subterranean jobs. And then, of course, they've got the left armer, Ajaz Patel, as well, if required. So that's quite a wide angle and sort of just swung just a little bit as well, coming back in with the arm. It was certainly drawing forward. Yes, he was looking to go. He's all over the place, wasn't he, in the end? The balance had gone. He's looking to go leg side, then tried to straighten up with his hands.
And in the end, he's just played the wrong line, hasn't he? I mean, he's played inside of it, which is never a good look for a test number 3. So
maybe the swing started and he thought, it's going to continue.
Yep. And the Pope experiment at number 3, well, at the first time of asking, it's been a failure. 7 in the first dig, 10 in the second. In comes Johnny Bairstow, who we were talking about before. A wonderful 100 at Sydney, one in the Caribbean as well.
Well, a pugnacious batsman too, isn't he?
Can be. Loves a scrap. Got one here. Facing up to Bolt. Bairstow's first ball, defended. Bat and pad close together. Bairstow had an awful run of it for about 2 years there in Test cricket. From the start of 2019 until the end of 2021, he averaged 19 across 2 years. But since then, he seems to have turned a corner.
Well, he was getting bowled a lot, wasn't he? Just from straightish deliveries. He was playing all round it. This one, actually, I think Pope has played inside the ball as well. It's gone outside the outside edge, just slightly.
Bolt, short ball. Bairstow gets underneath it wearing the short sleeve jumper. Signalled a wide by umpire Goff. They all help for England here. They're in more than a spot of bother at 47 for 3.
Yeah, it was the width, the line that it was actually delivered from. He's hit back really towards the straight. No, the bat's face is closed, isn't it? And it's gone outside it.
It's been a criticism of Pope that. Ooh, what a little flash there from Bairstow. He had to be leaving that alone, 2 feet outside the off stump, and
had a little practice too after, didn't he?
It's hard to. I mean, that was more likely to hit the Q end of the bat than the outside edge. It was so wide.
Yeah.
Had he got out second ball to a delivery like that, there would have been repercussions, I'm certain.
Well, he would have dragged it if he had dragged it back on again, you mean? But if there was an insect out there or something like that, he certainly killed it the second time at the second go there.
So Bolt well and truly in the game here. Bowling to Bairstow. 2 balls left in the over. Delivers here, and Bairstow this time shoulders arms, as he should, as he must. Played a very good innings here with Joe Root last year against India through the middle stages of that third day. They were able to bat for about 2 hours together at a critical time in the test match, and Bairstow passed 50. Root went beyond 100. In the end, they were bowled out in 2 sessions on the final afternoon. We were, of course, doing that game for SENZ. But they gave themselves a chance because Bairstow and Root were able to occupy the crease. They need to again here. Bairstow off the mark with a deflection through about 4th slip. They should get a couple, and they do. So Bairstow off the mark to end a successful over for New Zealand. England 49 for 3.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online to unrefugees.org.au to give what you can today. Families are scared and need life-saving support. Australians can make a difference. Just go online to unrefugees.org.au.
SENZ Test cricket for Brazil, the paint the professionals use. I've said goodbye to Jeremy Coney during the break. I've welcomed back Craig McMillan. Hello, Macca.
Afternoon, Adam. It's all been happening, isn't it? First session was chaotic. I think the session's had a little bit of tenseness about it, but New Zealand picked up a couple of wickets.
Kyle Jamieson taking his test wickets at 18. To the crease here, bowling to Root. He deflects down to Gully as he does so often in defence. No run. Root playing his first test match as the former England captain here. I suppose that it's an interesting situation, isn't it, where Root is the former captain at 31. He'll probably play for another 6 or 7 years. So he'll be it's like being the Queen Mother.
Yeah.
She was in that job for a pretty long time as well.
That's right. This is the partnership, and the next batter as well, Ben Stokes. These are the 3 that can win this match for England.
So Jamieson to Root. 3 slips to Gully, wider of the crease bowls here, and Root rides the bounce and pushes out to cover point. No run where Conway does the fielding. Yes, Root started this innings 100 away from 10,000 runs at test level. Only Alistair Cook's made 10,000 test runs for England. So if he can get 100 of them, then they'll be back in business. But they're so far away from that right now.
He still seems so young, doesn't he? When you mention those numbers, you associate it with a player right at the end of his test career. Joe Root feels to me like he's just in the middle. He's been around a long time. He's been very consistent run scorer for England for a long time.
Yeah, 6 centuries last year on his way to over 1,700 runs. 2021, Jamieson bowls and Root down the ground looking to beat mid-on but doesn't quite. Nicely played again. Yeah, Root relinquishing the captaincy after having such a wonderful season himself, or year himself in 2021, but it was the the job just got big on him, didn't it, by the end?
Yeah, it did. It certainly didn't hinder him at all, did it, the captaincy, but certainly there was other issues around the side and just a lack of performance at the end. I think the captain has to wear at some stage, so the fact he doesn't have the C next to his name, I think in many ways might freshen him up, might free him up, which, will be great for England if that does happen.
So Cole Jamieson, top of his mark, long approach. Arrives here, Ulster Root, who goes back and defends. A reminder, you can take.
This is Ben Stiller, Goodwill Ambassador for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. Your help is needed now. Vulnerable people are being forced to flee. They need emergency shelter. They need blankets and basic relief items. Please go online.
Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
Henry Moran and Craig McMillan here at the home of cricket, SENZ Test Cricket from Lords, where in the last half an hour or so New Zealand have taken big strides towards victory in this first Test match. 49 for 3 England, 277 the target. If they can break through this partnership, a new sense England will be in an almost irretrievable position. Here comes Trent Bolt from the pavilion end, running towards us. That's nicely played. Punched away through the offside from the batter Johnny Bairstow. He'll pick up runs and pick up 4 of them. Lovely shot, 50 up for England.
Yeah, he's a dangerous player, it's Johnny Bairstow. Just a hint of width from Trent Bolt. There are some gaps on the offside, and Bairstow is good enough to find them. Pick up his first boundary. One thing about this partnership, Root and Bairstow, you know that they will score quickly. If there is an opportunity, they'll throw the bat at the ball. I've seen Bairstow be so good at it in white ball cricket, which makes him dangerous in that number 5 position for England. So New Zealand just have to be wary here. 3 slips still in play for Bolt. Tim Southey's almost at a 4th slip. Bit of a gap, isn't there, between second and, let's say, 3.5, 4 slip Tim Southey. Hasn't the catching been good in this Test match so far? And that's caught him.
Someone saying that Lords is a particularly difficult ground to catch at in the slips. Particularly you're standing at this nursery end just because of the red brickwork of the pavilion. You can lose that ball. Diaphanous sight screen at the far end just shuffles its way until we see a change in angle from Trent Bolt. He's going to come over the wicket after a quick conference with Kane Williamson. The floodlights still raised up, but thankfully not required. 3 slips crouch. Bairstow drives into the ground. It's well struck. Beautifully hit. Wow. Straight to the hands of the fielder in the covers.
It's coming straight out of the middle of the bat. Fortunately for Bairstow, found the fielder. Short cover will go. Be interesting because his dismissal in the first innings, I think you could classify as disappointing. The time of the day that it came, it was a bit of a nothing shot. Trent Bolt knocked him over, he played on, it was an inside edge that went onto the stump, so I think we'll look to see Johnny Bairstow be quite as tentative as he was in that first innings, a little bit more aggressive, positive in his footwork, changing the field. Another man comes across from the leg side to a short cover. Now there's a point in play as well.
Bolt running in the sunshine. Bairstow is hitting the ball, flashing it away through the covers once more. It's a lovely shot. Bairstow showing intent here. And that is, it's a little wider from Bolt going across the right-hander. And Bairstow happy just to thrash the hands through the ball.
Well, showing his intentions is Johnny Bairstow. It was wide from Bolt, so it did give him the opportunity to throw the bat, put his hands through it, but the timing's been excellent early in this innings from Bairstow, 10 from 7, so a good start for him. Bolt just looking for that swing back in, but not finding any.
And more conversations taking place at the far end as we look at that replay on the Chemist Warehouse screen in front of us, and he did not bother moving after playing that shot, Bairstow. Just runs the ball off the face this time. Beats the fielder at gully. It's going to head gently down towards the scoreboard to our right, and yield a couple more runs. Bairstow showing real energy out there in the middle. And England will perhaps be thinking now 59 for 3, target 277. If they try and hang around, they're going to get out.
Everyone's been like that throughout the whole test, haven't they? There's been one partnership of significance, 195, with Dal Mitchell and Tom Blundell. Everyone else has struggled to bat for a reasonably long period. So you look at this total and it still makes me nervous, because you've got Bairstow, Root and Stokes. It only takes one good partnership for 100 plus, and all of a sudden it's game on.
Bolt running in, penultimate ball of the over. And this is hit away again. This is going to be another boundary, this time behind square on the offside. Bairstow chopping away. And he's very happy just to pick up runs when they're on offer. And he does so. He's an aggressive player, dangerous player, Johnny Bairstow. 63 for 3. And if the pendulum is not swinging back England's way, there are certainly things for Ken Williamson to be considering now.
There is, and they're having another chat. And they're just sort of trying to work out the field set here for Johnny Bairstow. There's been 2 or 3 changes already in this one over, so I'm just questioning the game plan here. Will Young is at point. He's just been pushed behind point to touch in a little bit deeper. 2 slips, 3 slips in play.
Bolt in, full delivery. Bairstow tucks it off his pads out to the leg side. And the end of a productive over. 63 for 3. 277 is the target here on SENZ.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
How does a trip to see the Crows at Adelaide Oval in SEN's corporate suite sound? Thanks to Hungry Jack's, it could be real. To win, visit iCanWin.com.au and tell us in 25 words or less why the burgers are better at Hungry Jack's.
Get right across the SEN network. Day 3 of the first test between England and New Zealand, live from Lords as we welcome audiences from Melbourne, Sydney, WA and NT. Lovely to have you with us. It is Test cricket from the home of cricket. And we thank our partners for this series. Resene, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand, and also Chemist Warehouse. And what a game we've got in front of us. England counter-attacking after wickets have fallen in this afternoon session. Root, the former England captain, in his first test since relinquishing that captaincy, waits for Jameson and smacks that ball through the leg side for 4. That extra little bit of bounce from the height of Jameson, and Root standing and delivering for England out towards the grandstand. 67 for 3.
Lovely shot, had it a long way in front of square to Joe Root. Just a touch short from Jameson. Wasn't a bounce, it wasn't a short ball. Just set at a nice height for Joe Root to get into one of his favoured pull shots along the carpet the whole way. All of a sudden the run's just starting to flow from these two.
Jameson again, trundling in, 3 slips and a gully weight, worked away off the pads, behind square, out to that man in the deep from the bat of Root, who trots through to move to double figures. 68 for 3. They'll be looking at just little targets in this run chase. Get it below 200. Correct. Move it gently along.
Yep. Kane Williamson likes having control. He's out in the field as captain, so I wonder how the faraway Colin Grondheim is, because he's the guy that does give Kane control. Generally only goes from 1.5 to an over. Did pick up the key wicket of Joe Root in the first innings, so I wonder if that's a matchup that New Zealand might quite like. I wonder if we'll get to see H.S. Patel bowl at all in this match.
Well, we remember the last time he had a bowl, and
he did it right, didn't he?
He did okay.
Yeah.
He did in Mumbai. A feat that not many have achieved, all 10 in an innings.
Just a couple before, 3 in total with that.
Here comes Jameson with Bairstow on strike. 3 slips and a gully weight, and it's left alone by Johnny Bairstow. Admittedly, somewhat different conditions from Lords to the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai, but he will be itching to have an opportunity.
Well, he bowled well on the test match here 12 months ago, Birmingham, sorry. The second test he played, Mitchell Santner played here at Lords. And he picked up 3 key wickets for New Zealand in that victory that they had at Birmingham to win the series 1-0. And again, he picked up Jarrod as well. No ball called by Rod Tucker. So, more than happy to see him come into the attack. Bowl some overs.
So one more onto the total. Jameson overstepping. Here he comes to bowl, and Bairstow is forward in defence.
It's crazy when you think about it. England batting 4th innings of the Test match. The 4th innings started in the first session on day 3.
Oh, you may say that's crazy. We're absolutely used to this sort of behaviour. This is massively our sort of area. An England batting collapse is like a familiar jumper. You just sort of you put it on. It's that nice comfort, the familiarity.
It's got to change at some stage.
It has to. Bairstow's on 16 from just 12 balls. He waits now and is pushing the ball again into the offside, out towards cover point, and there's no run.
I have to admit, Henry, that when New Zealand had set 277, there wasn't a lot of optimism around the scribes when I was walking through and hearing some of the conversations. I was expecting them to be a little bit more upbeat, but there was talks of collapse all over it. At the end of day 3, I was quite surprised. I was thinking, England are back in this game. They only need 2 good partnerships and they'll get close to this target.
But that has been the issue. 2 good partnerships. Well, 1 good partnership we'd take, I think. Here comes Jameson. Bowling to Bairstow, chases one. It's a loose drive that goes through to the keeper, and Johnny Bairstow rehearses the shot he feels he should have played, and as he walks down the pitch, he gets a word or two from Carl Jameson, and I imagine it wasn't unlucky, Johnny.
It's not shy of a word, Carl Jameson. He's got a little bit of that white line fever about him, the big tall man. That was quite friendly, but he does have a little bit of anger when he has ball in hand, that you see sometimes with Bazball. Lovely man off the field, very polite and nice, but as soon as he gets a cricket ball in his hand, there's a little switch that flips. He's been reprimanded and fined a couple of times by the ICC.
He's coming in again now. Bairstow's bowled. It's a beauty. Johnny Bairstow goes for the umpteenth time in his career. We see the stumps rock back, and Bairstow's counter-attack comes to an end. Much like Ollie Pope, he's played all around it. It's 69 for 4. Bairstow goes for 16. And England in all sorts of trouble.
Oh, wow. That is quality from Jameson. That is superb fast bowling. Bairstow was here on a mission, wasn't he? Wasn't defending too many. Again, trying to drive. It's not there to drive. It's too short. Look at that on the up. Just came back into the top of off stump. And look at the joy. There's a little bit of a send-off there too. Jameson. Big tool, nasty, fast. He's doing the job for New Zealand. Bairstow goes for 16, and all of a sudden England are 4 down.
Well, the Chemist Warehouse replay giving us all we need to know about that little conflict between the two of them. There was just a word or two after that big swing and a miss from Bairstow. And then when Jameson has the final say, he is more than happy to run on through with a smile on his face and a little finger just to say, I think the dressing room might be that way, Johnny. 20 overs gone. England's target is 277. They've lost another, 69 for 4.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brance. Plus, on the SENW channel,
we cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female styles of horse racing and more.
For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
It's the home of cricket, and we're watching a fascinating session that has seen England playing counter-attacking cricket, but as has all too often been the story for them in recent times, the wickets have just punctuated things far too regularly. Johnny Bairstow the latest out, Jameson striking again, and what an innings he's had. The wickets so far of Crawley, Lees and Bairstow. Ollie Pope was bowled by Trent Boult for 10. And at 69 for 4, England turn now to their captain and former captain to try and possibly build something that will give them a foothold in this game. Ben Stokes joins Joe Root out in the middle. They're talking now as the players have a drink, have a think, and try and work out exactly from an England perspective how they can get a foothold back in this game. They've tried counter-attacking, it sort of worked and then didn't. And New Zealand will be thinking, break this partnership, we're almost done.
Yeah, that's exactly what they'll be thinking. They're 1 wicket away here from going through this England lineup. Stokes and Root the key. Got to say, sun's out, blue sky, pitch is brown. It looks like the perfect batting conditions. But throughout this test match, it's like it's been a minefield. The only two that have really been able to deal with batting on the surface for a long period of time have been Jarrod Mitchell and Tom Blundell from New Zealand. Everyone else has really struggled to spend any time on the surface. Kyle Jameson has been outstanding, started things off for New Zealand. Alex Lees decided to leave one that came back down the hill and clattered into off stump. And Zach Crawley actually didn't do too much wrong. Found the outside edge to Jameson, good catch by Southey at third slip. Crawley on his way. And Ollie Pope, struggles continue at number 3. Played all around, Bolt from coming around, and then that last wicket. Up the hill, that one went. Up the slope from Jameson. And stumps got rearranged. 4 down, England in a bit of trouble.
Johnny Bairstow, when the ball is on the stumps, averages 5.
That's a worrying statistic from a batting point of view.
Which means he's either getting out or he's not scoring runs.
Yes.
Trent Boult is in, left alone by Root with hunched shoulders. He lets it fly on through to Blundell. It has been a problem throughout his career. He is somebody that is bowled all too often in Test match cricket.
Yeah, I mean, as a Test match batter, you shouldn't be getting your stumps knocked over that often. Occasionally you're going to get inside edge, you might play on, but at worst it should hit your pads. At very worst.
In comes Trent Boult, as we say goodbye to Craig McMillan for the time being. Here comes Boult. It's played defensively, watchfully by Root into the offside. And in the sunshine, New Zealand are having a lovely afternoon here at Lord's in North London, where a good crowd have come in. There's been lots of talk about ticket prices and whether the attendance would be what it normally is, but it's been a well-populated, well-attended game, this. There was some talk Tom Cruise was going to be here today, apparently. Here comes Trent Boult into bowl to Joe Root, who's flicking that ball down towards the tall figure of Jameson at fine leg in front of the Edridge stand. And 1 run will be taken, so Ben Stokes will be on strike for the first time. 69 for 4 the score. England just trying to come up with some sort of way of getting into this game. And I mentioned Johnny Bairstow struggling with the straight ball. Well, if only we had a man who deals in numbers and statistics, Jarrod Kimber. It is an extraordinary habit and not a great one, and it happens so regularly with Bairstow.
I think he used to average, and I haven't looked at it recently, but I think he used to average 12 when the ball was on the stumps.
5 is what I heard recently.
Yeah, I mean, it varies as well when what position you look at. Like, there was a period where it was very low. The important thing to know is balls on the stumps actually take a lot of wickets.
Here comes Trent Boult, and Stokes, the left-hander, clips the ball towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Stopped by Will Young.
So I think the overall average in Test cricket is something like 18 for balls that are on the stumps. But the one thing that we've learned through DRS is actually the stumps are really small.
Yeah.
One thing the best way to notice this is watch how many LBWs are referred by bowling teams with the new ball, and they're almost always bouncing over. It's actually very hard to bowl full enough to hit the stumps consistently. But yeah, he's terrible at it, even and has been for a very long time now.
Stokes waits 2 slips, or 3 slips, crouching. It's just nudged towards mid-on, and there's no run. But particularly with Jameson having bowled both Lees and Bairstow and given the height, I mean, it's a good effort if we're talking about that target being so small with a new ball, to be able to bowl it full enough from that height to keep the stumps in play.
Well, there is a very scientific reason why most bowlers of Jameson's height can't bowl that full. Boult
is in. This is driven, a full delivery, but not really timed from Stokes out towards mid-off. And there is no run. End of the over. We will get that scientific reason in just a moment, but Adam Collins is going to join us with the score at 70 for 4. England chasing 277.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
AEG Power Tools goes big this tax time. Like the 18-volt two-piece Fusion heavy-duty kit, only $5.99. And choose one of 3 bonus skins worth up to $3.59. AEG goes big this tax time. Available at Bunnings Warehouse. T's and C's apply.
Adam Collins joining Jarrod Kimber. England 70 for 4. Their target is 277. Kyle Jamieson to continue this lengthy spell. 8 overs either side of lunch, but why wouldn't you keep bowling him? He's got 3 for 23. Looks a world beater. On the way to root on 11. He drives nicely, but Jamieson athletically diving away to his left. You were telling Henry Moran why it's difficult for the fielding team reviewing. Is that right?
We were talking about why most tall bowlers don't bowl full.
Right, okay.
And so most tall bowlers don't hit the stumps that often. So we get someone like Johnny Bairstow where you have to hit the stumps. That's not an advantage.
Right.
The reason is because the ball comes from so tall that it floats up. And so once it becomes floaty, and Steve Harmison, I've talked to Curtly Ambrose about this as well, they both said once they bowl full, it just becomes like a throwdown.
These don't look like throwdowns at the moment with Jamieson bowling. He hit a root, big puff of dust from his back foot as he delivers, defended into the offside, no run.
So most tall bowlers in the world have a natural length that is a little bit shorter than everyone else.
Right.
Jamieson bowls really full. And I think there's a couple of reasons with this. One is most tall bowlers don't swing the ball, and they certainly don't swing it both ways. The other is he's a tank. So if you think of a lot of the, Curtly Ambrose, not particularly the most muscular man in the world. Steve Harmison calls himself a skinny fat lad. Not particularly a muscular athlete.
Through it on strike, 3 slips. Jamieson to the crease, bowls here, clipping through the onside. Out to one of the 2 men stationed in that direction. Deep backward square, root moves to 12 with that single. 71 for 4. Yeah, Jamieson looks like he's been built in a lab. I mean, he's 6'7", ball of muscle, the shock of blonde hair. I mean, he looks perfect. He's a specimen.
And most tall bowlers aren't swing bowlers to begin with, so they don't even need to pitch it up. They're usually seam bowlers and they bang it into a length. So he's bowling fuller, he's stronger, and when he pitches it up, he has to really over pitch before it gets a bit floaty. And so that is a huge advantage for him. So in this DRS era, to have a bowler of his height who can swing the ball both ways, who can still bowl really full, is why he has a bowling average of, Scott Boland, Akshar Patel level.
Stokes yet to score on strike to Jamieson, able to leave alone on the basis of length through to the gloves of Blundell. Stokes, who nicked off in the first innings to Trent Bolt for 1.
I mean, he's
first game as full-time captain.
I mean, Jamieson has a pre-World War I bowling average.
Yeah, 18 I think it is at the moment.
Anything under 20 I think is pre-World War I. After World War I, everyone starts averaging over 20, but before then you've got Barnes and Lohman and a few other guys popping in.
Bobby Peel.
Yes.
Still 3 slips, working round the wicket to Stokes, who plays conservatively with a nice straight blade, high front elbow, back down the pitch.
But yeah, 20 becomes almost like a glass ceiling or I was trying to think of the computing one where they're trying to work out how fast computers.
The singularity.
Yes, there's something else with the speeds. There's a certain speed we can't believe we'll ever be able to process beyond or something like that. And 20 seems to be that. And then Scott Boland, Akshar Patel, and Kyle Jamieson turn up, and they're all like, let's see if we can try.
1.21 gigawatts, something like that. Last ball here from Jamieson, dancing his Stokes before defending. Well, gives some sense of the mindset here of the England captain. End of the over. Our coverage is for Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. The score, 71 for 4.
You'll never miss a moment with all of your favourites live on KO Sports. Every match of the NRL and AFL seasons, as well as every F1 race live and ad break free during play. The NBA playoffs are also heating up, and it's the biggest season of netball ever. That's right. All the big hits, high-flying heroics and buzzer beaters ready to watch anywhere, anytime. How good is that? New to KO? Start your free trial today.
Don't miss mornings with Ian Smith weekdays from 9 a.m. on SENZ. You couldn't have a better person to analyse the cricket each morning on the airwaves. Trent Bolt, left arm quick, round the wicket here. Root able to leave alone outside the off stump. He's on 12. The target, 277. They're still some 206 runs away from that, the home side.
Seems a long way away, doesn't it?
Yes, to say the least. We've seen this one before, Jarrod, I fancy. Well, I was halfway through telling a story before, by the way, when Ollie Pope rudely got bowled by Trent Bolt.
Yes.
I was prompted to tell it again with Bolt around the wicket. Sebastian Coe, who rang the bell earlier today, went to the members' gate, tried to get in, but the ticket said North Gate. Bolt bowls wide of the crease again. Root deflects past the diving man in the gully, Tim Southey. They come back for a couple. Root's 14, 73 for 4. And the steward saw the ticket, said, "That's Northgate, mate." He goes, "Well, I'm Sebastian Coe." And he said, "Well, it shouldn't take you long to run around there then."
I think when you asked me before about the
That's quite good from Mike Selby, was it?
It was whether he was a cricket fan. That was the story I was thinking of. I couldn't remember the details because Sebastian Coe, son of Gavaskar, Harsh Bogle, and there's a couple of others, all and a couple of other celebrities, all have been done by MCC officials.
Root's on 14, facing Bolt, squeezing out towards mid wicket, no run.
Not even officials. I mean, I don't know what I'm saying. It's like literally just people who work for the MCC.
Sure. Yes, there is no shortcut. Actually, there is a shortcut. I think the president of the MCC has the gift of a certain number of honorary memberships when they're in the chair.
Yeah, but you still need to remember your token to get into the... Do you know what I mean? You can be a member and still not get in the ground.
Where's your medallion? Root facing up to Bolt, leaving alone in the channel outside the off stump. I snuck into the pavilion once during the 2009 Ashes Test. I was dressed up quite nicely. I was sitting in another seat and I was with a mate and the Queen was about to be presented to the players at the lunch interval, day 2, and I thought it's now or never. I thought to myself, there's a decent chance the stewards will want to watch the Queen.
Yep.
I was bang on, walked straight in, sat in the pavilion the rest of the day.
Lovely.
Like, we're meant to be there.
I've never been there for a test. I sat there with, I think Lizzie Ammon might have got me in from a Middlesex game at one stage, and we went up. But it's not for me, mate, because ties and all these sorts of things.
So a change of angle again here from Trent Bolt. He's picked up 1 wicket around the wicket. Now back over the wicket to Root. Still 2 slips in a gully. Delivers here. Root pulling out towards long leg where there's a man in front of the new Edrich stand. Root single takes him to 15 at 74 for 4.
I don't know if you know this, but if you were a camera operator back in the day, you also had to do the full clothing requirements. And if you were the plumber, the same. You weren't allowed in to do anything. And I think it was Claire Skinner, the former MCC photography czar. She was saying it was ridiculous. Like they had engineers coming in to fix fridges and things and stuff. And it wasn't long after that I started going in the pavilion more during non-match days.
It's Bolt to Stokes. Big contest in the context of this game. Stokes yet to get off the mark. Was out to Bolt in the first innings. Last ball of the over the wicket, all close to the off-stump shouldering arms. Well bowled. Trent Bolt once again. End of the over. Our coverage is for Rosine, the paint the professionals use in England, the 74 for 4.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Farmers and fleet managers, they know. Construction crews and car mechanics, they know. And you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Plenty of people texting in for the $25 food and drink voucher, thanks to the Good Spirits Hospitality Group. All you need to do in New Zealand is text 8833 where you're listening and your name. We've got Ken in here. I'm not going to pronounce where he lives in fear of embarrassing myself, but Ken, you're in the running.
Ken certainly lives somewhere though, doesn't he?
We've got anonymous listener in Christchurch enjoying Jeremy Coney's use of the language. We all do. Colin in Blockhouse Bay, Auckland. Zaid in Auckland, who's been with us throughout the coverage. Tim Southey starting his 6th over. back into the attack, replacing Jamison. First ball placed into the offside by Joe Root, no single. So 8833, win yourself a $25 food and drink voucher. And if you're listening in Australia, of course, you can still text in 0433 98 11 16. I don't expect the voucher will be much good to you, but let us know where you're listening and through the night. What time would it be now on the East Coast to be nearing 25 past midnight on Sunday morning? Southey yet to get in the book. 4 wickets in the first innings, well outside the off stump. Root shoulders arm. Southey requires 3 wickets in this innings to be the most productive visiting bowler ever at Lords. It's quite the stat.
It's McGrath got it at the moment.
McGrath 26, Hadley 26, and at the moment
they both played 4 tests here, I think.
And I think Southey's into his 5th.
Yeah. Well, he played 2 in the last
2 in the last year. and he played 1 as a kid as well. They brought him here in 2008. And
he started as a fetus.
Yeah, didn't have a big impact on that test match.
Yeah. He looked older than Vettori when he started, but I think he was roughly the same age as Vettori, wasn't he?
That nice outswing. Can he get one going here to Root? Bang on the off stump, forward in defence, out to cover. Nicely bowled and nicely played. Southey straight in the channel where he's so effective. 1999 was the time that New Zealand won here. Wonderful opportunity to make it a second. They've won 6 times in England across the journey. 12 times in total. They've been spread out across a number of tours as well, those New Zealand wins in England. Southey to the crease, bowls to Root, who drives, but only as far as mid-off. They had their first win in England at Leeds in 1983, Trent Bridge, where we are next week, in 1986, which was the test that got them the series win, 1-0. 1999 at Lords, the Oval in 1999, which secured that second series victory. Leeds in 2015, Leeds in 2015 after England won here at Lords in a thriller, and Edgbaston last year when they won 1-0. So a great opportunity to salute, quite possibly inside 3 days. Southey, wider of the crease and Root, inside part of the bat, back towards the bowler, does the work and he's followed through. It's going to require something special from this pair because it does deteriorate rather quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's all or nothing, but folks could certainly bat. But
well, it's actually not too dissimilar to yesterday when New Zealand, I mean, remember that at different points in this game, New Zealand looked absolutely gone. 45 for 7 on the first afternoon. England got off to a great start. They were 59 without loss. In reply, Southey bowls and Root gets down low to this. That nearly sneaks through. A little bit of variable bounce, perhaps, to end the over. Southey's first of his spell. It's a maiden. SEN Test cricket for Rosine. The paint the professionals use. The score stays at 74 for 4.
Looking for innovative appliances designed with the environment in mind? Then look no further. For over 110 years, Whirlpool has been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances. Using patented 6th Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. That's the best result for you, your family, and the environment. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au to find a stockist near you.
Watching that last delivery back on the Chemist Warehouse replay, that definitely kept low. So that's the first we've seen in this 4th innings, which is, I wouldn't say shot through, but got barely above ankle height for Joe Root. He was just equal to it. Colin de Grandholm, who picked up Joe Root in the first innings on evening 1, into the attack, bowling to Stokes, yet to score. Round the wicket, pavilion end, and Stokes leaves the first ball alone on about the 5th stump line.
I think this might be an ego test. We're going to give you, little wobblers outside off stump. Maybe we'll hang them wide with a ring field on the offside. If you want to do something, you can. If you want to come down the wicket, whatever you would like. Because I don't think these are the conditions that you would usually throw the ball to Colin de Grandholm.
Yeah, only bowling at about 75 mile an hour through his spells in the first innings. Arrives here, wider of the crease. Stokes dances, then leaves. You don't say that too often. No. Richard Punt-esque. That feeds right into what you're saying as to whether Stokes actually goes through with it. It's yet to be resolved, but that's the second time in the space of 9 deliveries the England captain's gone dancing at seamers.
Yeah, him and Butler both do it when they want more pace on the ball. They've talked about it a lot. Neither of them particularly like sort of medium-fast bowling.
De Grandhomme passes umpire, Goff bowls here. Stokes again, dancing before shouldering arms. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know about the dance and leave. I mean,
that's not far from the off stump either. If he were to dance, leave, and lose his off pole, that would be something.
Did Glenn Maxwell leave a ball that he was bowled on? Was it Glenn Maxwell in the T20 game?
In a big bash game for the Stars.
He backed away so far he didn't know where his stumps were?
He shuffled back. He didn't back away too far, but first ball that he faced in that innings, just lost sight of it. De Grandhomme bowls and Stokes stays put before shouldering arms on this occasion, a fraction shorter. It didn't make for a great replay for Maxie on that occasion, but middle stump out of the ground, first ball. Hope he's not listening. He'd be in Sri Lanka, where the Australian team arrived a couple of days ago ahead of their white ball series and their test matches. Can't wait to get over to Gaul at the end of this series.
Of course.
De Grandhomme wide of the crease. Stokes again on the advance before defending out to point. When will he swing? I mean, if he's going to get down the track like that, I compared this to Rishabh Pant before. Usually Rishabh does it a couple of times and then tries to pop it into the grandstand and often does. Is that what Stokes is gearing up for? Sizing himself up for?
I can't imagine he's about to start slugging things deep in wicket.
You'd hope not. Last ball, play and a miss. Lovely over there from Colin de Grandhomme to start. Nice shape down the slope. Back-to-back maidens for New Zealand on SENZ Test Cricket. For Razine, the pates the professionals use. They stay on 74 for 4.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
June 8 is First Responder Day. Write a message of support on social media or say thanks in person. Share your message by using the hashtag. Visit the Gratitude Gallery, bankofirstresponder.com.au.
New Zealand were bowled out for 285 earlier today, setting England 277. Southee starts a new over. Bowls to Root, clipping into the onside, no run. New Zealand losing their last 6 wickets in the space of about an hour.
You were talking about all the great wins that New Zealand have had. I just wanted to bring up the incredible series, which older New Zealand fans will know a lot about, but because they didn't win any tests on the series, younger fans may not. 1949, when they were still playing 3-day tests, and England basically didn't think New Zealand were very good, so they gave them 3-day tests. And against a very strong, well, shouldn't say very strong because they had been smashed by Australia, but a full strength England side, not the sort of second sides that they'd often played against New Zealand.
Southee arrives and bowls and Root drives, but straight to cover, no run.
They ended up drawing the series 0-all. 4 tests, 4 draws.
So these were still 3-day test matches?
Yeah, it was the last one, and basically I think in the middle of the series New Zealand had played so well, the MCC said, sorry, we got this wrong, do you want to play 5-day test matches? Right. And New Zealand said, no, we've got a tour game against, I don't know, Sussex or wherever, so we can't change our schedule at the last minute, but thanks for offering. But from that moment forward they did it, and Bert Sutcliffe and Martin Donnelly, two of their great early batters, completely changed the future of New Zealand.
Change in field, backward square goes out for Southee and delivers full and pushes out to Conway at cover once more, but the short ball must be coming.
And you've got to remember, this is at a period where New Zealand cricket, had been smashed in the mouth by Australia in that one-off game, and for that tour, they almost brought over a Fijian batter because they thought he was in the best 7 batters in the country, not in the country, in the region, I suppose. In that case, they were really struggling, but they all just played brilliantly, and they stacked their team with batting to prove that a 3-day match would be any good, and they were right because they drew all the games.
I always find it an absurdity about 3-day test cricket before the war. Dancing down the track or shuffling down his route to Southee here and finds a single wide of Jameson at mid-on, moves along to 16. So both Englishmen here looking to use their feet. 75 for 4, the first run and a few overs there.
I think before covered pitches came in, especially in England, 5 5 days was sort of unnecessary.
Well,
do you know what I mean? The conditions weren't good enough.
They would use a fifth day, or they would expand the series if it were 0-0 at the end. So the 1926 Ashes, they played the fifth test as a timeless test, and they recalled Wilfred Rhodes, who bowled Australia out a couple of times after 4 draws that were played over 3 days. And the contrast through that era is that they were timeless tests in Australia. So the Ashes were played in very different circumstances year to year.
I think Australia beat the MCC at Lord's inside a day in one game.
Southey now round the wicket to Stokes, leaving alone. Close.
Spofford and Boyle took maybe 19 wickets in the game combined on obviously what was a friendly weekend.
Yes.
WG Grace played. There was really good cricketers from the MCC. It was a full-strength MCC side. But there were games that happened where the conditions were like that. As the pitches start to get better, things start to change in cricket so much that it was inevitable that it would have to move to 4 and 5 days. But not for every team.
And of course, at the same time, there were test matches that took 11 days to play, like in Durban in 1939, Jamaica 1930. Southey to finish. Stokes on the advance once more, but this time he's off the mark. Squeezed out to one of 2 men set back on the leg side. Ben Stokes, 15 deliveries to get off the mark. You wouldn't say that too often. End of the over, he retains to strike. England in pursuit of 277, a 76 for 4.
Jono, wear your safety boots. In the Stariolode. Hard hat, high-vis vest. In the Stariolode. Listen, I know you're used to feeling protected in the Stariolode, but that's only useful when you're inside the van, mate. Hyundai Stariolode is the only commercial van that has both ANCAP 5-star and Platinum safety rating. And from just $47,990 drive away for ABN holders, now's a smart time to buy. T's and C's apply. Visit hyundai.com.au/offers for details. Imagine that, Hyundai.
Adam Collins still with Jarrod, Kimber. We are about half an hour, 35 minutes until the tea break on this third day. There are 49 overs remaining. We started half an hour late due to rain, but you wouldn't know it now. It's a glorious Saturday afternoon in North London, Northwest London to be precise. Colin de Grandhomme, ball in hand. Bowling to Stokes, round the wicket, pavilion end. Stokes dancing and playing out to point. Just guiding it out towards Ajaz Patel. So that's the mode of defence we're seeing against the medium pacer de Grandhomme. Fascinating.
Yeah, and the one time he played and missed, he stayed in his crease.
Yes.
So, look, I think it's silly. I'd rather see him bat, the old Dean Jones method of meter out of your crease.
De Grandhomme bowls, Stokes stays at home and leaves. I mean, I think the point here is that if Stokes gets out cheaply with that mode of attack or that mode of defence, whatever you want to call it, it's going to look dreadful.
There's going to be a few journalists in the other place who might need their keyboards replaced next door.
They did already after Bairstow here and Crawley's dismissals. They lost Crawley, Pope and Bairstow after the break. 2 of them bowled, and one of them, Crawley, in quintessential fashion. Stokes dances and defends again. Wonder what de Grandhomme makes of all of this, but yes.
He just dug that in short and then threatened to throw the ball at him, so I think we have some thoughts.
A tweet from Lawrence Booth, the editor of the Wisden Cricketers Almanac. A huge drive from Bairstow connects with thin air. Mike Selvey, we mentioned before. You think they didn't watch Mitchell and Blundell play? You've got to see off the new ball. That's the name of the game here in England, and England haven't done that. Stokes, this time he swings, he's bowled! Oh, goodness me, that is a dreadful dismissal. What is Ben Stokes thinking? It seemed foretold. Dancing at de Grandhomme time and time again. Gets the little edge back onto the woodwork. The England captain's gone for 1 from 19 balls, 75 for 5. They are just about gone in this test match. And that is one of the most skittish and incomprehensible innings you'll ever see from a player as capable as Ben Stokes.
That was rubbish. Absolute rubbish. It was a short ball he danced down to, which he decided beforehand, and it's a no ball. And he's coming back out.
Goodness me.
No, he's walking back off again? No, he's coming back out, yeah.
Ben Stokes has been reprieved. And there's a big smile on his face. There shouldn't be. I mean, I appreciate the relief at not being out in those circumstances. The TV umpire, Paul Rifle, calling that no ball retrospectively. We're going to look at it on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. And yep, he has overstepped, and that is exactly what the technology is there for. Well deployed by the third umpire. Stokes survives. It moves along to 77 for 5, and you've just got to shake your head. 77 for 4, make that.
Some of the worst cricket you will see, a incredibly talented batter running down the wicket and trying to flat bat a ball that wasn't there, drag it back onto his stumps, only for the bowler who's bowling about 74 miles an hour to bowl a no ball.
He'll go on and win the test now. It'd be very Ben Stokes to do just that. The Grandholm, halfway through his over, Stokes shuffles across his stumps this time and defends the backward point. The crowd cheer. Ironically, perhaps, they would know. They would be mindful of just how appalling that dismissal that was from Stokes. They know what's going on here. They would have clocked that was gross. Now, the question is, can Stokes reset? We've seen before Stokes have moments of fortune and go on with it. He's faced 20 balls for his 1. Can he recalibrate and quickly against the threat presented by Colin de Grandholm? Arrives and bowls, and Stokes shuffles forward again before leaving, so he still wants to get down the track. I take your point. If he wants to mitigate the movement, just bat outside his crease. What risk is there?
If that's what he's worried about, if it's a movement or if it's a pace issue and he wants more pace on the ball, he keep his head over the ball. I mean, his head was outside the line, he was moving, and then he played the wrong shot as well. I'm not even sure it was it was a flat bat shot. I thought it was shorter than that. It wasn't even that short.
Quick single to finish off the Grandholm. Stokes to the danger end. No direct hit. Would have been close. Would have been really close. It was Will Young on the charge. End of an eventful over. Somehow Stokes is still there. We're going to have a change in commentary after the break. Henry Moran replacing me. SENZ Test Cricket for Rosine. The paint, the professionals use the home side 78 for 4.
When you say what if, Credit Union SA says why not? So why not join Credit Union SA's 50,000 other members and enjoy accounts with no monthly access fees, extended opening hours, and great rates on car loans and home loans, plus a sweet mobile banking app. And unlike the big banks, profits go back to their members. That could be you. Got the what ifs? Credit Union SA has the why nots. Credit Union SA. Do it your way. Visit creditunionsa.com.au.
Fails to surprise you, Jarrod Kimber. You never quite know how abject somebody might bat and then get away with it. Here comes Southey. Stokes defends, and is that the opportunity he needed, that little life, to give England a sniff in this game? That was an astonishingly poor shot.
Would you remember when he punched the locker when he was young?
Yeah, Eden Park.
Yeah, did he break his hand?
Do you know what they've done to it? They've framed it.
Which is a lovely touch. Watching him walk off, I was worried about the entire pavilion. He looked absolutely furious with himself. I mean, when I say walk off, I mean watching him start to walk off. He was furious with that. This should change his mind.
2 slips in a gully, Wade. Stokes comes forward. Oh, he gets lucky. It's an enormous swipe at the ball that then loops up over that slip cord and down to the boundary. If you know where I mean at Lord's, pretty much where that ball went when it came off the toe end of his bat in the World Cup final. It's that sort of direction, out that way. It is 4 runs in the least convincing fashion you could imagine. 82 for 4.
That's every bit as bad as the shot that he's just gone out of and had the reprieve on. So if we thought he was going to recalibrate or change his method, he's double downing.
Well, you're a brave supporter to buy a day 4 ticket when England are playing. Here comes Southey. Stokes leaves as if to contradict me, and the score remains at 82 for 4 here on SENZ and across the SEN network.
Well, I mean, he literally is moving between swinging his bat like he has to get a train home and leaving every second ball. It's such a bizarre method that he's gone with. It's like in one moment it feels like he has to score as many runs as he can, and the next moment he's like, this is not for me. There was nothing about that last ball that says he shouldn't have also tried to swing that off his feet.
Here comes Southey round the wicket. Stokes lets that one fly on through to the gloves of Blundell, and the score at 82 for 4. It reminds me a little bit of when you first get a cricket computer game and you go for something a bit expansive and you realise that that was a bit risky, so I'm just going to leave the next 3. But you know that at some point your patience is going to be tested and you're going to just try and swing for the hills again.
You haven't quite worked out the correct combination to play the attacking shot, but at the same point, 3 dot balls in a row really bored you.
Yeah. And you think, you settle down, you think, I'm going to play a whole test match. And after 6 run-outs and 13 on the board, it's all over. Right then, here comes Southey, bowling to Stokes. Down the leg side it goes. You wait for the slip cordon to go up in excitement, but nothing on it. 1 ball left of this over. 277 is the target. It'll be the 3rd highest run chase successfully achieved here at Lord's. 82 for 4 is where England are at. Should be 5, but for Colin de Grandhomme overstepping. He's had a funny old time of it today, de Grandhomme. As we see a Chemist Warehouse replay on our monitor. I don't think he's going to go down in the Grandhomme scrapbook necessarily. More in a moment as in comes Tim Southey to conclude the over. Oh, it's a loose shot again from Stokes that makes almost the whole ground wince and gasp in horror as he comes lunging forward. And it goes through to the gloves of the keeper, but for the grace of God, not finding that outside edge. Southey looks frustrated. England 82 for 4. The target 277. If you missed it earlier, Colin de Grandhomme was out the second of 3 wickets in 3 balls when Stuart Broad was doing his famed celeb appeal. But as the LBW shout was being denied by the umpire, he didn't notice de Grandhomme. He was out of his ground, and then Ollie poked through the stumps down from the gully.
And it wasn't one of those things where he was procrastinating in the middle of the pitch for ages either. He got a bit distracted by originally where the ball was going and then Broad and the umpire. But he kind of turned around. It took him a long time to turn around. What's worse? I think it's the batting, because he still has a chance of getting another wicket. Although if Stokes goes on to win this, it's probably the no ball.
Yeah, it all depends on what happens.
I'm thinking about, we're in the bar after the game and this has happened to you, right?
Entirely plausible.
I really think getting run out of the LBW is probably more embarrassing.
That's more likely to end up on the end of season blooper reel.
Yeah.
Than the overstep. But the overstep could be more costly.
Correct.
He's coming in now, Colin de Grandhomme, from the pavilion end. That's worked off the hips of Joe Root down towards the giant figure of Jameson in front of the mound stand.
I'm not saying that was intentional, but I'm saying I wouldn't put it past a very canny cricketer like de Grandhomme to bowl that on the hip of Root, knowing that he's probably just going to turn that for 1 because he wants to bowl to South. In fact, Root is now laughing at him. I'm not sure if he was suggesting the same thing, because that was such an obvious ball as we turn for 1 down to fine leg, with the thought that he wants to bowl at Stokes again as soon as possible.
Understandably so. He comes round the wicket to the England captain, who plays cautiously up towards mid-on. There's a real energy in the field. Black Caps know they break this partnership. They're almost home and dry. 277 the target, 83 for 4 is the score. Colin de Grandhomme is a pleasing throwback, both in terms of how he plays and how he looks. Bustling in now, round the wicket to bowl to Ben Stokes, who defends back to the bowler.
Well, when we grew up, we saw a lot of seam bowlers who were batters who bowled at this pace. In fact, one just walked in and then walked out of the box, Craig McMillan. Slightly more aggressive than Colin de Grandhomme, but it really just doesn't exist anymore. That kind of cricketer who bowls a little bit of medium pace but bats in your top 5 doesn't really exist anymore.
De Grandhomme round the wicket. Stokes leaning on a ball and showing a little more restraint in this over.
And how many seam bowlers in Test cricket, no matter where they bat, would be at his pace? Kyle Mayers, I think, is quicker, although it's at least in a conversation. Of course, England may not want to be reminded of Kyle Mayers at the moment.
Yeah, let's go through one sort of trauma at a time, perhaps, Jarrod. We're going to see Patel, that's the question. Here comes de Grandhomme leaning forward, a big stride from Stokes, who looks a man changed after the previous over. 1 ball left of the 29th. It's 83 for 4, chasing 277.
Yeah, well, he hasn't played a crazy shot in almost a full over now.
Wait for it. Here comes de Grandhomme. Into bowl to Stokes, who comes charging down the track, lets the ball hit him. Well, we knew it was coming. Had to be. Right, end of the over. It is 83 for 4 on SENZ. The target, 277.
Footy fans, the AFL Record has all your news and analysis. Read how the pieces in the premiership puzzle are starting to fall into place for the Fremantle Dockers and their coach, Justin Longmuir. Enjoy weekly features like the Kids page and team lists, plus a special on Hawthorn premiership teammates Luke Bruce and Liam Shields ahead of their milestone 250th game. Brought to you by 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. The AFL Record Round 12 edition. Available on game day and still only $5.
Test cricket on SENZ with Razeen, the Paints Kiwis Trust. Live from Lords with England 83 for 4, chasing 277. Joe Root, their former captain, is on strike out there in the middle with the current captain, Ben Stokes. Root almost finding the outside edge. He looks towards the square leg umpire, takes a few strides that way, knows that it was a false shot, almost getting a little tickle on it.
I mean, we're 29, almost 30 overs in, and that went a long way. That was traditional outswing, and that really hooped. It wasn't a particularly good shot by Root, but at this stage, you would have expected the ball to... It's almost swinging as much now as it has almost all the way through the game. So you can understand why he was beaten by that one.
In comes Southey. A smooth approach, driven, without perfect time. You could hear a sort of plink off the toe end of the bat as it stopped in the covers. 3 of the dismissals that we've seen of the 4 have been bowled in this innings. There should have been a 4th out of 5 where Stokes not to get that reprieve. And watching England bat, I sort of equate it to when you build flat pack furniture from that well-known Swedish company.
You're not on the BBC, I think you could say it here, but okay.
You know the one. And you go into it with confidence and hope, but eventually you know there's going to be a pile of timber left in the corner. Do you know what I mean? It's just an endless stream, always. In comes Southey, driven nicely by Root, but it's well stopped in the covers, and there'll be no run. It's just always, you feel, a matter of time before something is splintered and sent demolished to the ground.
Best case scenario, you end up with a perfect unit which has screw marks on the wrong side because you put something on backwards at one point.
Yeah, and if we extend the analogy, when England do get test victories, there is always an asterisk about, well, something went a bit wrong, or they got, let's go back to Headingley 2019. There is always the screw the wrong way round, which is Nathan Lyon's missed run out. There'll always be that. Here comes Tim Southey running in from the nursery end down below us, dropping a little shorter, jammed into the ground to Grandham waiting. But Gully picks up the score at 83 for 4.
Yeah, they're very much looking to bowl very similar line and length that Australia sort of destroyed him with in the Ashes, which is a little bit shorter than what traditionally, before the Ashes, people would bowl at the top of the off bail to him, and they were basically trying to square him up a little bit, and because he plays back, it was a little bit fuller. Now, teams are going just a little bit shorter and keeping the ball away from him and hoping that he will nick off, and that's how de Grandhomme got him in the first innings.
Not far from tea here, as this next delivery is defended by Root, who comes forward immaculately to push the ball away. On the England balcony, I can see Johnny Bairstow is sitting with sunglasses on. His work in this test match done. And
job done.
Well, I say,
work on my tan.
Well, his work's done. I didn't say it was particularly well done. He's had a brilliant test catching.
Some very good appealing.
Yes, he fielded brilliantly. It was when he was bowled for 16 by Carl Jamieson off his final ball of his spell that was problematic. As the next ball, lifts just a little bit from Southey, and Root looks startled as he rehearses one of his favoured shots, that little run down towards third man. But as the over comes to an end, the score is at 83 for 4. 277 is the target. Jarrod Kimber has departed. The aforementioned Craig McMillan is ready to join the conversation. And dare I ask, Craig, is there ever an excuse for overstepping?
Nope. No excuse whatsoever. Happens a lot at training. You find bowlers say, I never do it in a game. So I can do it at training, I never do it in a game. Well, Colin Grandhomme's done it in a game, and it could prove costly.
He's continuing from the pavilion end. Stokes forward in defence. 83 for 4.
He hasn't had a great day, has he, old Colin?
We were just saying, not one that he'll necessarily find a photo of and stick on his bathroom wall, I don't think. Well, it could yet be.
Well, yeah.
It's the joy of the life of a bowler, I suppose. So he could rip through England's middle and lower order and find himself carried off Lords by his teammates. I sense that won't happen necessarily the way his day's gone so far. He's in now, bowling to Stokes, who shuffles across his stumps and defends.
It's all been a bit frantic from Ben Stokes. There's been a lot of moving around in the crease. He's been on the charge a number of times to de Grandhomme. One delivery that led to his dismissal before the was called no ball. It's better off just standing still, watching the ball closely and reacting, I think. It's just been overcomplicating things a little bit.
He's waiting now. And this time he's a little more static in the crease and just dabs the ball down towards Will Young at mid-wicket. De Grandhomme, for whom the approach always looks slightly laboured. You feel there's quite a lot of energy put into the delivery stride. 83 for 4 it remains. It's been a little while since we've seen a run. As Stokes waits for de Grandhomme and is forward out of his crease defending.
Yeah, it's almost like he feels that he has to come down the pitch to try and upset de Grandhomme's length, like he's bowling hand grenades, but he's really not. Paying him a lot of respect. He just looks agitated, Ben Stokes. His birthday boy today, I think 31 he is. What he'd love for a big innings here for England. Just get the feeling that something could happen in any ball.
De Grandhomme bowling, and that skews off an outside edge down towards third slip. There's almost a sort of sense in the air that you're just waiting at any moment for something somewhere to happen.
Whereas New Zealand have been very good. They've been relentless the way the bowlers have just backed one another up, keep coming at England. Done a terrific job. Just feel like something's going to give here.
Stokes puts his gloves on again, and hold on a minute, there's a problem for Colin de Grandhomme, and an ooh around the ground because he has stopped his run-up and immediately was limping. He's actually trudging back to the end of his mark as if he's okay, but it was one of those where you think, well, there goes the hamstring. It was quite an abrupt pause.
Well, that would have put the full stop on his day. Here at Lords, de Grandhomme just running in. I thought he'd maybe just gone over on his ankle or something. There's some pain there because he was hobbling in, and now questioning whether he'll be able to continue on here. New Zealand might have lost a bowler.
I think he's going to try and continue from that far end.
But no.
Maybe they are saying no. Well, that is pretty much the full stop on a pretty ugly day for Colin de Grandhomme. And he gets some warm applause from the Lords crowd as he makes his way towards the pavilion. Pulls on that wide brim hat. And that will be a frustration because having been out in a curious way and then overstepped when bowling Ben Stokes, he now finds himself heading off the field and walking rather gingerly. We're going to see Daryl Mitchell, the Centurion, having a bowl.
Yeah, nice. He's a useful little part-timer on some nice little mediums. Just got the one delivery to finish off Colin de Grandhomme's over. Be heading off to see the physio and just see what's gone on.
Where are you bowling if you got one ball at Ben Stokes in this weird sort of mood?
Try and bounce him. You've only got one. He likes a bouncer too, Daryl Mitchell, to be fair. He's not shy of it. There's a man back there, why not?
Yeah, protection on the leg side, behind square on that boundary in front of the grandstand. As in comes Mitchell round the wicket. It's a length ball, slightly full of a length, pushed into the offside by Stokes. And just a little bit of yes, no, maybe. But they decide against the run. And the score at the end of the over, 83 for 4. The target 277. We're going to be joined by Adam Collins in a minute here on SENZ.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Attend State of Origin in style. SEN and Ringers Western are giving you the chance to attend Game 3 at Suncorp Stadium with 2 tickets and a new outfit, including new jeans, shirts and boots. Head to the SEN win page or iCanWin.com.au.
Adam Collins joining Craig McMillan to see us through to tea on SENZ Test Cricket for Rosine. The paint the professionals use with the home side 83 for 4 in pursuit of 277. I'll tell you what, at one point the board read 76 for 5 when Ben Stokes had his brain explosion, but the birthday boy reprieved. Meanwhile, Joe Root, what must he be thinking? He's just batting normally. He's seen, he's just doing what he always does. Or what he always tries to do, at least. Here's Southey. Bowling again. Root plays late, plays well through about 4th slip for 4. You might say that was with a degree of risk, but as we saw throughout 2021, that's one of his best shots. Root moves into the 20s, 87 for 4.
Just a slight degree of risk of that shot from Root.
I suppose if you get out to it and you pop it down the throat, a second slip, it looks dreadful, but he's been out there long enough now that I think he knows he's absorbing that kind of risk, and it's off the face of the bat and nicely handled.
Interesting that New Zealand have only got 2 slips in the gully. If there'd been a 3rd slip, and they might not have carried, but would have gone to that 3rd slip fielder.
And we've had 4 slips for the whole Test match, with pretty much the exception of when Ben Stokes went the short ball route late yesterday against Mitchell and Blundell. Feels like a long time ago in this Test match now. Sun back out at Lords. Southey away from us towards Root on 21. Bowls here and Root leaves alone. A fuller length delivery there from Southey. Yeah, quite staggering to think how that Stokes dismissal played out. There was some good Twitter back and forth, including from our resident net whisperer, Bharat Sundaresan, who's part of our SEN Test cricket team, and he's watched Matthew Wade net before with Colin de Grandhomme bowling and charged him every ball. He refused to be out-legged before to him in the nets even. So I guess it might be something about bowlers of that kind of pace that can get in a batter's head. We saw Kyle Mayers in the Caribbean just a couple of months ago against England take a couple of bags. Southey bowls and Root tries to drive. Miscues taken by Southey in his follow-through.
I've just been thinking about this pitch, Adam, because Joe Root's really struggled for any timing in front of the wicket. He's had a number of drives to cover to mid off that last one as well, where he's actually tried to hit the ball quite hard, but there's just no timing in the shots. So that says to me that the surface is a little bit too paced and it's hard to actually get the right timing through the shot. Changing the field, deep point going out now, which is interesting.
Yeah.
We saw that area left open by England for a lot of the New Zealand innings.
What that might be about from your perspective, how are they, like, what would prompt deep points go out after Southey's had Root almost nearly squared up there with the previous delivery? I mean, what would be the thinking of Williamson, do you think?
Well, the thinking is that they're leaving that gap open so that they see Joe Root, and they hope that he tries to access through that area, which then brings the 3 slips or the 2 slips in the gully into play. It looks like he's got an issue with maybe an eye or something here, Joe Root.
He's got his lid off, having a chat to umpire Goff. He's got it back on now with the captain Williamson in a consultation with Tim Southey. 2 veterans of this team came through at the same time.
Yeah, the other reason, Adam, is he might be saying, let's give Joe Root one. We want to bowl at Ben Stokes at the moment.
Yeah, imagine that. Imagine that. Actually, yeah, we wouldn't mind bowling at one of the most destructive players in the world. Says a bit about the session we've been watching here at Lords. Southey bowls Root down the track, pushing down towards Jamieson at mid-on. No single on offer.
Again, no timing.
Yeah, and the other observation I picked up from the press box from those who are watching England in the Caribbean a couple of months ago is that Stokes did that charge every ball thing to Kyle Mayers, who bowls a similar pace to de Grandhomme. So, I mean, is it a nervous tick? Is it a strategic part of the game? Either way, it doesn't look good, and it feels a player of his talent. I mean, why is he complicating it to such an extent? Southey bowls, Root wrapped on the pad, going well down the leg side, but Southey likes it quite a bit. They get through for a leg by. I'm sure they won't review. 88 for 4 the score.
Yeah, it looks ungainly, it looks frantic, and there's no real need for it. Ben Stokes is such a quality player, he really is. He stands still, he watches the ball, he'll deal with whatever's coming his way. You sort of feel like it was playing into Grandhomme's hands and New Zealand's hands by making all those movements.
It's cloudy again here at Lords. Won't be long before the lights are in use, I'm fairly certain, in the final session. 10 minutes till tea. Round the wicket. Southey now to Stokes. Turns him out towards deep square for 1. Every run that Stokes makes, the crowd are behind him. He's 7 from 40. It's 89 for 4 at the end of the 32nd over, with Root on 21 down the other end. They require a further 188 runs to win from here. And coverage is for Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. And thanks to everybody who's dropped a text as to where you're listening in New Zealand. 8833. Pull a couple of names out of the hat later on to win those $25 vouchers. Thanks to the Good Spirits Hospitality Group. Check out the Fox Auckland's #1 sports bar. 8833, your name and where you're listening. $25 food and drink vouchers throughout this series between England and New Zealand. I wonder whether Mitchell will continue, trying to get a sense of that from the pavilion end. No, it's going to be spin for the first time.
Here we go. A couple of token overs before the tea break.
Well, Ajaz Patel didn't bowl in the first innings. The last time he bowled in Test cricket, he took 14 wickets in the match, including an innings of 10 for 119. And here he is. It's been a long wait.
And that was, 5-6 months ago?
Yeah, from Mumbai to the home of cricket, with nowhere in between. He's going to start with a slip and a short leg to Stokes. Deep point, deep square, long on. Ajaz bowls, and Stokes sweeps, comes off the pad, balloons up. Might have been an inside edge based on the response we saw from the wicketkeeper Blundell.
Bring long on up. Bring him up, tempt Stokes.
Yeah.
If he wants to take it on 5 minutes before the tea break, let him do that.
Absolutely.
If he hits it for 4 or 6, who cares? It brings the wicket-taking opportunity into play.
Ajaz bowls, and Stokes swings across the line with the sweep shot, gets loads of it, all the way for 6 into the grandstand. Well, as you say, if he wants to have a go, let him try. It's into the second deck, into the corporate boxes.
It's gone a long way.
That's some strike. Stokes to 13, 95 for 4.
That's fine, though. There's some risk involved in that shot. You can get a top edge, it could go straight up. So New Zealand would give away 20 runs right now to have the wicket Ben Stokes. Let him take that risk, but gee, he did time that well. It's gone a long way.
So Ajaz Patel picked up 4 wickets in his test match last year against England at Edgbaston, including Joe Root in the second innings. Bowls here to Stokes, who sneaks one down towards long on, where the fielder remains back. Stokes off strike, 96 for 4. The captain's 14 on his birthday.
See, Williamson put a deep mid-wicket out straight away after that shot from Stokes. To me, that's too reactive. Like, it's good that he's taken it on. That's created an opportunity. Okay, it's gone for 6. That's fine. It's still 96 for 4. Another wicket here is huge. Let him do that. Too defensive from New Zealand here just before a break.
So for Root, they have a slip. It's Mitchell. And a short leg with Young beneath the lid. Just one man back at deep backward square. No deep point. And mid-on is now up. Ajaz around the wicket. To Root is well forward, smothering the spin.
I don't think we're going to see a lot of turn, are we, on the surface? Remembering it's only day 3.
Yes, it won't be quite the way it was when he collected all 10.
No, it won't. But New Zealand would take 1 here from him.
Absolutely. 1 would be plenty before tea, especially. Delivers to Root. Lap sweeps. Gets it away. Gets it fine. They'll get 2. Nicely played. Root moves along to 23. 98 for 4 the score. That target's 277. Conway did the tidying up down there beneath us. Yes, it was quite the test match where New Zealand were defeated in 2.5 days at Mumbai. On the same day that he took all 10, they were bowled out for 62. Bowling here to Root again, back in the crease, pushing to cover. The end of Ajaz Patel's first over of this match. We'll probably get 1 more in before tea. We'll take a break. Our coverage for Resine, the Pates Kiwis Trust. England 98 for 4. We won't take a break. We're pushing all the way through. My apologies, Macca.
Yeah, it's been an interesting session. I have to say, New Zealand session. Picked up the 4 wickets. Well, the 3 wickets a session, but to have England 4 down, should have had the big wicket of Ben Stokes. That will be eating away at them. Jameson, Southey bowled have been outstanding with the ball. But things are just going to have to change a little bit. De Grandjean was just starting to get into his work. He bowled a nice wee spell. He's bringing that control back for Kane Williamson that he loves. So now it'll be interesting after the tea break whether he'll have to go to his big two. I think either Southey's finishing here, so maybe Jameson and Bolt after the tea break. But Patel's going to have a role to play.
So around the wicket, Southey to Stokes. Last over before tea, and Stokes on the front foot defending the first ball down towards mid-on. If England can set up with these two for a couple of hours, I mean, owing to the fact that it's been a low-scoring game, you're only ever one session away from being back in it. And there's still 42 overs left in the day after this one, so I mean, I doubt they'll get all of them in.
I mean, the average run rate throughout the test has been roughly about 3 and over, give or take. So it's another 120 runs.
Even if they lost one wicket, we came back tomorrow with about 80 odds to get, that could be a cracker of a finish.
Yep.
On the other hand, wouldn't take much for England to collapse again. Southey bowls and Stokes gets forward. And I wonder how much time we'll devote to talking about that overstep from Colin de Grandhomme if Stokes still is there in a couple of hours. He's now 14. He chopped on one after charging the medium pace of de Grandhomme and was recalled retrospectively by Paul Rifle. His boot wasn't behind the line.
Just adds another chapter to the whole New Zealand-England Lords scenario, doesn't it? Ben Stokes has been right in the thick of it. Thinking back to the 2019 World Cup.
Yes, in 2015 here, that extraordinary 100 that Stokes made to push England ahead in the game. Southey delivers, and forward again is Stokes defending. Even last year when England didn't have a go, there was a nice target given to them that day, 273 in 75 overs. I mean, it was a generous declaration in some respects.
Yeah, we'd obviously lost some time to rain, but that was all about mindset and where the England team was at that period of time. They didn't back themselves. They didn't even consider it, and it was a very generous declaration for Kane Williamson to give. He's generally not that generous in terms of the targets he set, so it was really disappointing that England didn't have a crack. I think that's one of the positives of McCullum and Stokes together as a partnership, that if they were set the same target this time now, there'd be no doubt they would have a crack at it.
Yeah, I think it in the end proved to be a point we could look back at retrospectively and say that was where it started to drop off for England in 2021. Southey to Stokes, that's better. Staying home, pushing out towards Williamson at mid-off, no single. I mean, they lose at Edgbaston in a meek display. They lost 2 of the 3 test matches that got results against India. They got saved by rain at Trent Bridge.
I mean, that was an opportunity for England to challenge their batting lineup and some of the young players in their lineup. Say, how good are we? Let's chase 270 on the final day and see if we can do it. What have we got to lose? There's no World Test Championship points up for grab. It was just a real opportunity for me to explore some of the batters in their side.
Yeah, and the commentary from the coach Chris Silverwood left a bit to be desired in that series too. Southey bowls and Stokes defends, where he effectively said the New Zealand series was a warm-up for the Ashes later that year when New Zealand were in town to play the World Test Championship final against India. It just didn't tally at all, and it gave a bit of an insight to one of the broader problems in English cricket, that they are so fixated on Australia.
Yeah. And how'd that work out?
Not that well, believe me. It's the worst Ashes series I've seen by a mile. I mean, in a competitive field.
You've got to play what's in front of you, the here and now. And to me, England are always looking 2 tests ahead further. Concentrate on what is in front of you. And you know, well, it came back to bite them. They lost the 2nd test at Birmingham, just the 3rd time that New Zealand won a series in England. So, but the mentality of this England side, while the performances haven't really changed at the moment, will change.
Last ball of the session, Southey finds the inside part of Stokes' bat forward. Quick single taken, they get through. Taking on Blundell, doing it well. So positive cricket to finish from England. 3 wickets in the session. Just watching to make sure the players are going off here. I'm fairly sure it should be T. It is T. So they walk off with the score 99 for 4. They started the session at 31 for 1, losing Zach Crawley, caught by Southey at first slip, caught in the cordon for the umpteenth time. From the bowling of Jameson for 9, his 2nd wicket. Ollie Pope done by an absolute beauty from Trent Bolt. Just playing down the wrong line, just enough movement from round the wicket, pavilion end, straightened up the slope, took his off stump out of the ground. Bowled for 10. At that stage it was 46 for 3. And then Bairstow tried to mow a ball through the offside, went through the gate, and Johnny Bairstow bowled, as he is so often at this level, for 16. At that point point, it was 69 for 4. This pair have subsequently put on 30 and gotten England to 99 for 4. They're still 178 runs away from their victory target of 277. Craig McMillan, New Zealand, it's still their game to win here, no doubt, but with Root and Stokes there, England are still entitled to believe.
Yeah, they are. New Zealand session so far, the bowlers have done an outstanding job. Kyle Jamieson, for me, was probably the pick of the New Zealand bowlers throughout that session. That extra height means that he garners a bit more bounce. It's a bit more up and down, and he really picked up a couple of key wickets. But there'll be still some nerves there, because when you've got records like Joe Root and Ben Stokes have, and we've seen Ben Stokes previously in Test matches won that had no right to win, you would never write them off. So still some work for New Zealand to do, but you have to say with England 99 for 4, New Zealand at this stage have their noses in front.
Thank you, Craig McMillan. We'll have a cup of tea here at Lord's. We'll be back in about a quarter of an hour for the final session on this third day. The target's 277, England 99 for 4. Our coverage for Razine, the professional billion end for 10, and Johnny Bairstow was also bowled by Kyle Jamieson for 16. At that stage, they were 69 for 3. Make that 69 for 4, sorry. This pair have added 30. They were lucky not to have the partnership broken when Stokes was on 1. He went dancing at Colin de Grandhomme a number of times, and one of those got dragged back onto the woodwork. But de Grandhomme's boot wasn't behind the line. Stokes was called back, and now he's there on 15 with Joe Root on 23 as the players make their way out to the middle. Gloomy skies here in northwest London. We've said it a couple of times through this test so far, Craig McMillan, but it may very well be that the next hour or so dictate how this test match goes.
Well, the third session yesterday on day 2 was pivotal, and I have a feeling that this session here might be very well the same. New Zealand in a strong position, having England 99 for 4, should have been 77 for 5. That dismissal of Ben Stokes, who got reprieved because of Colin de Grandhomme, no ball. Certainly, I think, we've had some strange weather today, haven't we? We've had 4 seasons in one day. We've had a real mixture starting the day with rain, had a bit of sunshine, blue sky, and now the cloud has come in. So New Zealand will be hoping that the lights get turned on, because when the lights get turned on here at Lord's and it's overcast, all hoops.
Big time.
Does plenty. So they'll be hoping that it continues to get a bit darker, and then in these conditions, they'll see a real chance if those lights get turned on.
And after just 1 over of spin from Ajaz Patel before the break, they're going to return to Trent Boult, who bowled so nicely in the middle session straight after the lunch break. Mentioned that ball that he sent down to knock over Ollie Pope. That was a beauty. Not well negotiated by the England number 3, but yes, off stump out of the ground. That was a sight to behold. He's sent down 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 33. I wouldn't be surprised if Jamieson starts off from the nursery end when he gets his chance, and yes, those two look the most likely at this stage for New Zealand.
It's going to be intriguing to see how Ben Stokes plays this session. It was a strange innings up until the tea break, 15 from 49, which included 1 4 and a 6 off Ajaz Patel, so 10 runs scored from 2 deliveries. The rest was pretty much just blocking. No real intent to score any runs. There's a lot of movement, use of the feet. So he's going to be up against Boult. If he can get just a little bit of swing away from the left-hander, he'll bring the 3 slips into play.
So 3 slips, a backward point. Ajaz out there, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Start of the third session on day 3, well outside the off-stump from Trent Boult, taken by Blundell across in front of first slip. Stokes leaving well alone there, but yes, considerable movement.
Yeah,
first ball of the session.
It was wide, wasn't it? It was easy to leave alone, but just a little bit of seam movement away and continued on with a little bit of swing. So you could say that right at this moment it's perfect bowling conditions for New Zealand.
Stokes has now faced 50 deliveries, has to reset here. Boult to the crease, over the wicket. Stokes leaving alone again, a fraction fuller. Good restart from the left armour.
That's nice.
Nice bit of shape.
Oh yeah, there's some swing. That's some swing. That's going to make it difficult for Stokes.
We saw him nick off in the first innings. His 31st birthday today, Ben Stokes, leading this England team as the full-time captain for the first time. Still plenty of people here at Lord's. It's thinned out a bit in the pavilion, I must say, but The stands, for the most part, pretty full. Bolt 3 slips bowls here. Stokes plays off the back foot, only as far as cover. No single.
There's a lot of talk pre-match, wasn't there, about perhaps some empty seats throughout the test match, but I have to say the first 2 days looked like they were sold out, and today another good crowd in with all the other things that are going on around London at the moment. There's a good hum around the ground.
I think a lot of people saw it sort of living here and experiencing the rhythms of life in London as a chance to get overseas for the first time in a couple of years. 4-day weekend, so that added to it, I reckon. Bolt delivers and Stokes well forward in defence.
Not to New Zealand.
No, not quite that far.
You won't get in.
No. Is it still the case that there's a restriction on who can enter New Zealand without a New Zealand passport, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I think there is. I think the borders are due to open in some time, Adam, which the tourism industry will be holding their breath waiting for.
Yeah, I'm sure. So a change in field already. They're going to send a man back to deep square on the rope in front of the grandstand. 2 balls left in the over. The lights are coming on at Lords. Bolt delivers and Stokes goes back and defends out towards mid-on. It's been most unusual, hasn't it, having to consider so much more with travel in the last couple of years, that it seems such a luxury now to jump on a flight and go somewhere on the continent or whatever it is if you're living in the UK. So I think a lot of people would have saw this as a great chance to get away, but yeah, understandable frustration around the cricketing world in the build-up to this test match that tickets were so expensive, no doubt. Last ball of Bolt's over. Arrives and bowls and Stokes defends out to point, knows the call. So a maiden to start after tea for Trent Bolt. 99 for 4 remains the score. They're 178 runs away from their victory target of 277. Keep your text coming through throughout the final session in New Zealand on 8833 for your chance to win a $25 food and drink voucher thanks to the Good Spirits Hospitality Group. Check out the Fox, Auckland's #1 sports bar, or any of the other 10 venues they have around the country. Just drop in that text, your name and where you are, and our producers back at home will pull a name out of the hat later today. And we'll keep reading those out as we make our way through the stumps. It'll be a long final session, 2.5 hours. I'm sure they won't get the overs in. They've got 40 to go from here. That's been a bit of an ongoing theme in this test match over the first 2 days. On day one, they got 74 overs in or something like that.
I was talking to someone the other day about slow over rates and that. It was Jonathan Agnew, actually, and he talked about someone that suggested a solution. I'll tell you about it after this ball.
Salvi gets the first chance with the lights on. Nursery end, bowling to root. It's full and defended to mid-off.
You know, we've talked about fines for the players, the captain, missing games. What about fining the umpires?
Yes,
what about fining the umpires? If the team is behind and you've got the control of the game and the tempo, you're going to get fined. Umpires tend to like their money, and you know that would hurt a number of them in the pocket. That might solve the problem.
Well, they're earning a fair bit less than the players, so if you're thinking about the relative impact of a fine. 2 slips a gully for Southey. Bowling to root, finds the inside edge of the bat, spits out towards mid-wicket. Good start here from the veteran who loves bowling at Lords.
Yeah, he's bowled beautifully, Tim Southey. Just looks a little bit unsure there on the drive, Joe Root. It's sort of been summation of this whole test match where batters just haven't looked confident off the front foot. You know, looking to drive the ball. There's been no timing. It's either taken the outside edge, that time it was the inside edge. Southey has done a terrific job. It's his 5th test match here at Lords.
Yep, he's taken 24 wickets here. Fabulous record, including 6 for 43 last year. Wide of the crease, bowls to Root, clips him out towards long leg. First run of the session, brings up the England 100. Root has 24 of those. Applause from the Lords crowd. A small milestone on the way to a big target. In context, a big target. For this England team, a big target, especially after losing 4 wickets by the time they were 69.
Well, obviously the goal for England has to be Stokes and Root batting at the end of the day. But that seems a long way away. And so then you have to break it down into periods. Right, let's get through the first 10 overs. That's our goal. We'll get through the first 10, then we'll reset. And so you just keep ticking off these little goals as you get along. And then all of a sudden, it's the end of the session. And then you've scored a 3 and over, and things are looking good. So that will be the goal for England, and to make sure that these two there at the end.
Round the wicket straight away, Southey to Stokes. Stokes charges inside edge, down towards the wicket keeper, Blundell, and that's going to have them chatting. I'm sure the Cordon will be talking to Stokes. What? I can't unpick this. I can't get to he didn't do it for the 5 overs before tea.
Makes no sense at all. Talking with Michael Vaughan, the former England captain, he was just shaking his head and said, what's wrong with standing still, keeping your eye on the ball? Just couldn't work it out either.
And even if they're doing it in limited overs cricket, this is such a different situation. Lights on, Lords. New Zealand bowling well. Southey here, Fuller. Stokes stays at home and pushes down to mid-on, no single.
New Zealand bowled well to Stokes, though, because they've given him no freebies. He's a player who likes ball on bat. He likes boundaries, and New Zealand have denied him that, dried things up. So now he's going searching. He's going looking for that ball off the middle of the bat that might get the innings away. Sometimes when you're batting and you're struggling and you can't find any timing, it just takes one shot, and then all of a sudden everything clicks. Ben Stokes is probably looking for that, hoping for that. And at the moment, it just looks uncertain.
So 2 out for the short ball as well. A fine leg and a deep square in front of Father Time. Southey to finish. Round the wicket, Stokes full, driving, but straight to mid-on. Good diving stop from Kyle Jamieson, stopping a 1. So the end of 36 overs on SENZ Test cricket for Razine, made right here in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions. The home side, 100 for 4.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Hi, it's Adam Liao. Australian Made Week kicks off on the 6th of June, and it's time to celebrate our local makers and growers across Australia. So look for the famous green and gold logo and buy something genuinely Aussie this Australian Made Week, because Australian Made makes Australia.
Adam Collins, Craig McMillan, the final session here of day 3 at the home of cricket. New Zealand successful here back in 1999, and they've opened up this game. They were well behind at one stage, 45 for 7 on the first day. Well behind the game a couple of times, even yesterday at 56 for 4, batting a second time around, losing their top order inside the first 15 overs. They looked in all sorts, but here they are, 6 wickets away from victory. This is the big partnership. Bolt to Root, defending to the man at close-ish mid-wicket, no run.
I've got to say, Trent Bolt's bowled pretty well in this Test match. He came in, there was a fair bit of conjecture about whether he would play or not. Coming back from the IPL, he only arrived in England on Monday afternoon, but I have to say that he looks like he's found some rhythm. He's done a good job. That spell he had day 1, day 2. It was, one thing you watch about Trent Bolt, when he's running in at pace, he's got rhythm. Sometimes he can be a little bit slow to the crease. Looks like he's going pretty well at the moment.
Yeah, charging in here. Pavilion ends for Root on his hip. Turns him down towards fine leg. They get 1. Root wants a second. Stokes says no. So 101 for 4. Root up to 25.
But he's so important with the new ball, along with Tim Southey at the top of the order from this New Zealand bowling attack. And you have to take your hats off to the New Zealand bowlers, because New Zealand bowled out for 132. That should have been the game over right there and then.
It felt as though that was still a great performance from the England bowling group, but they probably should have knocked him over for less than 100 in hindsight, given where the game was at. But Southey got away from them, made 26, de Grandhomme an unbeaten 42, which looked quite crucial in the context of this game at this stage. Root Stokes facing up to Bolt, defending out to cover, no run.
Yeah, that should have been the game done and dusted. The bowlers brought New Zealand back into the game, and then that one partnership was really the key for New Zealand. That got them a total that looks pretty good on paper right at the moment, doesn't it?
Well, there wouldn't be many Test matches won by a side that is 39 for 6 at lunch on the first day.
That is true. I guess it shows the character in this New Zealand side, the fight, the grit that they've become accustomed to, and and wildly sort of supported with it.
Yeah, spot on. Exactly that. Bolt delivers to Stokes, just back of a length, and Stokes plays with a straight blade down to mid-on, no single.
One of the sayings within the team is find a way. Whatever the situation, find a way. It doesn't have to be pretty. Times it will be uglier, but you find a way to get the job done, and it's something that this New Zealand side's done for a number of years now. There's still a lot of work to be done in this test match, but done a terrific job so far.
Yeah, and they're a fair way back in World Test Championship calculations as well, New Zealand. Bowling, here's Bolt, and again Stokes is well forward defending. Just the way that points are allocated in that competition is done by percentage, which all told isn't a bad way of doing it because of the disparity between some series being worth 5 test matches, others being worth 2, and I think what they accidentally stumbled upon during the pandemic is percentage is probably the fairest way in an unfair, inelegant competition. But New Zealand not having a particularly good run of it since winning that final at Southampton last year. They need to win test matches to give themselves a chance of going top 2 again. Bolt to finish, last ball of the over. Stokes slashing through the offside, out through point. Gets the first boundary of the session. His second 4. Stokes moves to 19. It's 105 for 4 on SENZ Test Cricket for Razeen. The Paints Kiwis trust.
Greyhound racing is always a great day out for the whole family. So get along to any of SA's 4 major greyhound racing venues for an exciting day out. Head along to experience the thrill of greyhound racing. Enjoy some great meals with family-friendly dining options available. You can also head trackside and see these amazing athletes in person. Head to greyhoundracingsa.com.au to check the schedule. We love our dogs. Gamble responsibly.
SENZ Test Cricket. Tim Southey, ball in hand away from us, nursery end, bowling at Root on 25. To the crease, and Root cuts straight to Ajaz Patel at point, no run. So yes, in terms of World Test Championship calculations at the moment, as I thumb through my notes clumsily, I promise you, I do have it written down.
Well, one of the keys to the World Test Championship, Adam, is you have to win games at home.
Yeah.
You cannot afford to drop games at home. New Zealand dropped 2 last summer against Bangladesh and South Africa, which is crucial, and I think eventually will probably cost them being exactly where they want to, near the top. Yeah, this is done and dusted.
There's 6 on the table, currently at 39%, which means they've got 39% of the available points. Southey delivers, and down the leg side, Root doesn't catch up with it. So Australia at top of the pile on 75%. Then South Africa at 71.4, India 58, Sri Lanka 56, Pakistan 53, then New Zealand, the Windies, Bangladesh and England at the bottom of the pile on 12.5%.
Yeah.
From the 12 games they've played, England have played more matches than any other team out of the 9, so they won't be making the final 2.
England have lost points too, haven't they?
Yes.
Slow over rates.
They've been docked 10 extra points on top of that, so that says a fair bit about where England are at. Root, the former captain, facing Southey. Nice carry through to the gloves of Blundell after leaving alone on the 4th stump line.
Pretty much New Zealand have to win every test match here and to actually have any chance of qualifying in the top 2, which is a big ask.
Well, they've played 6 test matches, and I suppose the fact that New Zealand seldom get 3, 4, 5 test match series, it's a real issue, I think, with scheduling. And we heard from Greg Barclay yesterday, the chairman of the ICC, speaking on the BBC, and he's painting a pretty pessimistic picture about Test cricket, full stop. And I can't say I enjoyed hearing much of it. Here's Southey to Root. Passes the inside edge after looking to drive and doesn't carry to Blundell. So a bit of inconsistent bounce. Little win there for the bowler, something for Root to think about. But yeah, Greg Barclay made the point, not an unreasonable one, that the IPL is getting bigger and bigger, longer and longer, and trying to fit as many test matches in as we would like is getting harder and harder for host nations. And obviously the fact that most countries lose money when hosting tests is another factor in all of this. It's not great.
No, it disappoints me because we know how important and the value of Test cricket, how important it is in the landscape.
Southey, 2 slips of gully, bowls to Root, defending from the crease. The other comment that he made was that he doesn't see women's Test cricket really having a place. I'm I'm being a bit reductive by putting it that bluntly, but that was the essence of what he said yesterday. It's at the very time when India want to play more women's test cricket. The entirety of the Australian team and the England team are singing from the same hymn sheet. It's a bit of a shame that New Zealand women haven't played one since 2003. Yeah. Katie Martin, who retired a couple of weeks ago, was the only New Zealand woman who'd played a test match. It's remarkable to think that Susie Bates has ever had that opportunity. Might come back to that in the next over, with Southey bowling the last ball of the 38th here and Root pushing out towards mid-off. End of the over. England 105 for 4. SENZ Test Cricket for Rosine. The Paints Kiwis trust.
From first-time browsing to big-time arousing, Sexyland is all about fun. We have Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, couples' toys, fun gifts and games for adults. And our team of fun specialists are always here to help in-store and online. Sexyland opens 7 days until midnight at Morphett Vale and Clovelly Park, or shop online and get 2-hour delivery.
Craig McMillan jumping out of the summariser chair. We'll hear from him later in the session. I'm rejoined by Jarrod Kimber, author, writer, filmmaker, does it all. Statistician, occasional team analyst. Unemployed periodically. Great having his insight throughout the week. We've got Bolt, pavilion end to Stokes, who slaps again through the offside. The second time he's played that shot off Bolt in this brief stretch after tea. And the moment that Stokes struck the ball, he looked away dismissively to the leg side of the ground. He looks like a man on a mission suddenly. He moves along into the 20s. England 109 for 4.
Just outside is Jamie Cox, former New Zealand opener. Is he New Zealand? Tasmanian opener. Tasmanian opener. He's from an island. Is he MCC CEO?
He is.
I'm trying to remember what his job title is.
Should get him on. Bolt here to Stokes. That's Fuller and defended accordingly. Yes, Jamie Cox for a time was working at St Kilda Football Club.
South Australian cricket, then St Kilda. And
Australian selector at one point.
Oh, he was too, yeah. Was he one of the paid selectors? Might have been just before then.
Yeah, you've got me there, but he's had a varied career in sports administration post his first class career at Tasmania, Somerset.
What would he have made? 60, 65 first class hundreds?
No, an absurd number for 0 test matches. Unjust. Speaks to the era he played in, I suppose. Here is Bolt again to Stokes, who's leaving alone outside the off stump. Just picking up that conversation I was having with Macca before he vacated the chair. Did you catch up with those comments from Greg Barclay yesterday?
No, I haven't seen those. Oh, wait a minute. Is that about only the main 3 teams are ever going to play tests again?
That was the nub of it. I'm afraid to say that was that. When you say the main 3, you mean the big 3 that run the ICC. It was a fairly grim outlook.
Which is nonsense. It's just because Test cricket is run incorrectly and is on bilateral series. There's plenty of ways to make money off Test cricket.
Well, he's not a fan of the World Test Championship either. His previous comments. Bolt delivers into the guts of Stokes. That's whacked him up in the tummy, I fancy. We'll get a look on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen here. Yep, nipple. Might have even been the ribs. Either way, he was doubled over for a moment, but Ben Stokes being Ben Stokes, he's going to tough it out. Has a chat to Joe Root and returns to where he came from.
Hasn't rubbed it. He hasn't rubbed. If you get hit and you double over and then you don't rub it, do those negate each other on the manliness? Has he re-alphaed himself?
Oh yeah, that hurts.
He needs to spit now somewhere. Go back and bowl, son.
Oh yeah. And that's high on the ribs too.
Upper ribs.
Bolt delivers. Fuller. Stokes forward defending. Knows the call. Bolt threatens to throw it back at the batter. Good contest between this pair. Stokes has flayed him out through point for 2 boundaries since tee. But yeah, I think that central thesis of Barclay is that, well, where will Test cricket fit if countries can't afford to host it, 1? And 2, if the Indian Premier League ends up as a who knows. I mean, it's a Pandora's box at the moment with respect to the schedule. It could work. I mean, it's at 10 weeks at the moment.
They can't afford to host it.
Here's Bolt to Stokes. Outside part of the bat. Through the cordon, along the ground. Ajaz Patel works around from point. Keeps it to 110 for 4's the score. Stokes up to 24?
They can't afford to host it because it's on bilateral agreements, whereas if it's actually sold as one TV package, the hosting fees will come out of that TV package and you wouldn't have to worry about that ever again, which means every cricket team could play and host test matches.
Jarrod, continue that thought. We're going to have a change in commentary. Daniel Norcross replacing me at the end of that over with the score at 110 for 4. Our coverage for Razine, the paints that Kiwis trust. We won't take a break. Stay with you, Jarrod.
So essentially, if you host a World Cup at the moment, you don't pay to host the World Cup. That is paid for out of the hosting fees of the World Cup because it's part of the TV package. We don't have that in Test cricket because the smaller boards didn't want it. They didn't want to lose the power, and now they're in a position where they might be able to. They're losing money on one form of cricket that they don't need to lose any money off because there's still plenty of money in Test cricket because middle-aged men with money like to watch it.
Certainly do.
And here's one here. Hey, Daniel Norcross.
Right, Carl Jamieson's back in the attack. A key moment perhaps in this session. He's got figures of 3 for 24 from 9 overs. He took some crucial wickets before the tea break. Got Bairstow out. It's a sucker punch, really. He set him up nicely with 4 balls that just held the line or just slightly went away, and then the last ball of the over, the 7th ball of the over, because he bowled a no ball. It's been a tale of 2 no balls today. That no ball that allowed Bairstow to be bowled off the 7th ball as Stokes faces up and gets a short ball which he considers pulling and then pulls out of. And then the other no ball was delivered by Colin de Grandon when Ben Stokes played a shot that has to go down in the top 10 Hall of Fame for most clueless, brainless moments of cricket that England has ever produced, and that is saying something. Absolute lunacy as he came charging down the wicket and then tried to flat bat Colin de Grandon, got an under edge, smashed into his stumps, and he was virtually at the pavilion steps when it was established that it was a no ball. So he was reprieved and he's still there. 110 for 4. Jamieson into him. He comes down the wicket and pulls through mid-wicket with no timing, as you'd expect, because he's in all sorts of, well, not really in a position to play the shot. He's going to get a couple of runs as it goes out to Ajaz Patel, running from square leg to deep mid-wicket. I don't know why he does this. He does it. I mean, cricketers all know. Is he doing it on numbers? Is it every 5 balls? Coming down the wicket to Kyle Jamieson. He's a very tall man. He's extracting some bounce and life out of this wicket. And when he sees him coming, he just puts it in a bit shorter.
Yeah,
it seems odd.
Makes sense. So I disagree with the general principle of it, but I can understand why he's doing it to de Grandon.
Yeah, around the wicket, and that's left alone by Stokes. I entirely understand why he does it to slower bowlers. I understand why he tries to get down the wicket to try to take LBW out of the equation, but you're dealing with New Zealand's quickest bowler who's bowling from some height.
Maybe not their quickest.
Well,
Bolt would have him, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I guess, but you know,
he's tall.
He's bowling 84 miles an hour, and he's very tall.
He doesn't. I wouldn't say he's instantly chargeable.
Yeah. Do you know? I don't think when Kyle Jamieson comes on, I don't think the first thought is, can I smash him back over his head?
No, the first one is that I'd like to be closer to this.
Yeah, no, exactly. Jamieson in again, and that's Fuller, and dabbed into the onside off the pads by Stokes, straight to mid-wicket. There's no run.
If only I could get a little bit closer to this guy with a bowling average of 18. Then I'd take him down.
And then if I could speed the ball up by making there be less distance between it leaving his hand and reaching me.
The only thing I can think of is that the length that he bowls to him might put him off. That because he has the ability to bowl very full, and he's thinking, well, if I continue, if I come down occasionally, that might mess up his length.
I just think Stokes would be better off standing still, like all the best batters have done throughout history. It's call me old-fashioned, as he punches off the back foot to the bowler. There's no run. I mean, we saw what Daryl Mitchell did yesterday. You know, before every ball, he took his guard, he raised his bat up in the air, he moved his back foot across, he looked down, he waited, he stayed completely still, he looked at the ball, and then, well, like 95 times out of 100, he either hit it or he left it.
I think if I'm facing a bowler of Kyle Jamieson's skill, what I'm really thinking is, can I bobble my head around as much as possible?
Right. 2 slips of the gully, point extra as Stokes defends another ball on the pads back to the bowler. That is the end of the over. Stokes 26, Root 25, England 112 for 4.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
The highly anticipated all-new Audi A3 and S3 have arrived at Audi Solitaire. To find out more or to book your test drive, visit audisolitaire.com.au today. DL 65541.
Get on SEN and SENZ. Lords, England 112 for 4 in pursuit of 277. In association with Resine, made in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions.
I've told you, that's the wind in Wellington.
Yeah.
Paint needs to be stronger.
Well, and the salty ocean air.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the light, the piercing light that will fade the paint. I mean, as we know, that sunlight down there in the Antipodes, as Bolt comes around the wicket to Root, who flicks this fine. It's going to go down towards the boundary, but it's fine leg. It's quite fine, Carl Jamieson, and keeps it to just the one. 113 for 4. I believe that in Queensland, and a no ball has been signalled, so 114 for 4. Is it a no ball, or is it just moving the side screen?
He might have been moving the side screen. It looks like he's calling a no ball, but I think he was just telling that hopefully a run wasn't added to the total.
As it were, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think it was a no ball. In Queensland, which of course is absolutely insanely half an hour behind Adelaide. Half an hour behind Adelaide. This makes no sense to me at all, owing to the fact that it is further east. As Bolt is in shot, and that's been pulled quite fine, and Jameson again is in the action as he moves from long leg to fine leg to field. It is now 114 for 4. Did they not have a referendum on daylight savings time?
I don't know if it was a referendum, but they certainly.
Well, they wanted it to. They asked the people, would you like to be in the right time zone?
And they said no.
They said no, and I heard that it was for 2 reasons. It would confuse the cows.
That was mentioned.
I mean, cows, you don't tell the time.
Also,
right?
in South Australia, in New South Wales and Queensland, they share a border, so those cows are right there.
Bolt in, defended by Root from the crease into the offside. And the other one I heard was that the extra sunlight would fade the curtains. Which is the same amount of sunlight, ladies and gentlemen.
But you have your curtains drawn more.
But when do you have them drawn more?
Look, I'm not defending this. I'm a big fan of daylight savings. And also in Queensland, it feels like it gets dark like it does in London in winter.
But it gets dark at 6:30. Those enormous bats are flying around the Gabba when you're trying to do your video. It's not very nice. And they're vicious, those bats.
Colin de Grandhomme has a strained heel.
Strained heel?
Yep.
My word. Like, I don't know how I could strain my heel. It's a thing that's quite solid.
I don't know if that's an Achilles.
Right. Then comes Bolt, defended again by Root. Just slightly on the walk, back to the bowler. There's no run. That was 85.3 miles an hour, that delivery.
Anyway, shout out to our Queensland listeners.
Yeah, Queensland listeners, don't worry about the cows. They're not checking the time. And actually, what happens with if you move the clocks forward?
I don't think Adelaide should be half an hour either. Just to go back on this.
Well, I know that's wrong as well, but the thing is, still, Adelaide should not be ahead.
It's not just Adelaide, it's Northern Territory as well, isn't it?
It shouldn't be ahead of Brisbane. Clipped into the onside this time. Straight to short, mid-wicket by Root. There's no run. You're all crazy in Queensland if you think it's a good idea. In summer,
it's very hot in Queensland. Though. Like, if you live there,
you want it to get dark early.
I feel like at a certain point they're just like, do we need more sun? I know it's the same amount of sun. I understand that.
Just whatever you call the time, you know? I think it's madness.
It's a big state. A lot of people. It's hot.
I get all of that. Bolt in, driving into the offside, but the ball comes off the inside half of the bat and squirts to mid-wicket. And Root gets away with a false shot there. He has 26, Stokes has 27, England 114 for 4.
Ugh, that's enough to send shudders down anyone's spine. Are you hearing critters rustling around in your roof? Well, it might alarm you to know that 8% of household fires are started by rodents gnawing through electrical cables in the roof and walls, not to mention the spread of disease and bacteria they can cause. But there's a simple solution. Book a rodent treatment with SA's leading pest control specialists. Your team from Murray's.
No worries with the team from Murray's.
Go to murraypestcontrol.com.au.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN here at Lords. England 114 for 4. Don't miss the mornings with Ian Smith, weekdays from 9 a.m. on SENZ. You couldn't have a better person to analyse the cricket each morning on the airwaves. Each morning, 9 a.m.
9 a.m.
9 a.m. Well, in New Zealand, they have sensible time zones. I mean, they have light in the right way.
He doesn't want to, I mean, yeah, I can see that. Why would you want to do the 6 a.m.
Yeah, well, that's a bit early. Jameson in, and that's still attempting to tuck the ball off his hip there, Stokes, and he's got very little on it. It's just plopped down in front of him, and there is no run.
Don't pick up the ball.
No, make them come to you.
I just don't. Well, also, you're tampering with the ball at that point. So you know, Faf du Plessis used to pick up the ball all the time. Do you know why?
No.
He had sweaty hands, and when teams were trying to get when teams were trying to get the ball to reverse, literally don't touch the ball. It's nothing to do with you. Yeah. Let the other team tamper with it. That's the most Australian thing I've ever said.
Carl Jameson is in. Forward comes Stokes. Pushes off the front foot. Back up the wicket. It's picked up at a mid-on position. Our New Zealand listeners can be fairly sure now. If they didn't know, Jarrod Kimber is an Australian.
No, but you know what I mean? You are preparing
the ball alone.
You are preparing the ball, legally or illegally, to try and get the best out of it. Faf and your sweaty hands.
Yep.
Put your shirt back on and stop touching my ball. He likes having his shirt off, Faf du Plessis, no?
You reminded me, I was going to take my T-shirt off at some point, which will involve a bit of...
Like Sourav Ganguly style?
Yeah, I like that. Here's Jameson around the wicket. Stokes has come down the wicket, no idea why, and pushed the ball into the offside, off the back foot, having got into a terrible tangle, because Carl Jameson, you see, is a highly skillful bowler who can see when a bowler has got themselves into an awkward position, and he then makes things more awkward for them. What is he doing, Jarrod Kimber?
So cricketers have all these different models. We don't have all the computers, all the information that we need at the moment, but we can basically tell what percentage of the time a ball will get a wicket, but eventually we'll be able to tell what percentage of the time a particular kind of shot will give runs or give a wicket, but we don't have the full. I'm assuming that there's a very low percentage of time that you're not outplaying that, whatever that was.
Jameson is in. That's tickled fine. That's going to go down towards the pavilion. It will be cut off. Stokes is running back for a second. The throw comes in from Bolt, but Stokes is safely home. Picks up a couple more runs and moves to 29, and England 116 for 4. They've been starved of runs a little bit here, but while New Zealand are very, very much on top, this is a rare thing developing at the moment, an England partnership that might make it to 50. We've had one of them so far in this match. It was the first wicket of their first wicket of the first innings, which brought 59 runs. Well, these two have now put on 47. The ball is in the 42nd over as Jameson rolls in, and that's left alone by Stokes, well, shouldering arms. And this is the point when batting started to get easier yesterday for Mitchell and Blondell. And England are just moving in, perhaps.
One difference, it was just in the middle of the day with the sun out.
Yeah, that's true. The clouds that are away to my right are, I think, gently moving in that direction. The lights are still on, but the light has improved markedly over the last 20 minutes or so. As Jameson comes in to complete the over. Stokes waits and lets go another delivery outside the off stump. It flies through, whistles through to Blundell. End of the over. Stokes 29, Route 26. England 116 for 4.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
Looking to level up your Saturday morning Mowers Club status? You could win a Toro all-wheel drive personal pace mower or battery leaf blower. Plus, there's heaps of merch prize packs to be won. Enter now at toromowersclub.com.au. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN at Lords. England against New Zealand, the third day in association with Razine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. It's going to be...
I hope they send you some.
Well, I actually do in my house up at the moment. I could do with some.
I feel like you're going to end up being, their voiceover guy.
I'd love to be the voice of Razine. I don't know. I mean, how is an English accent taken in New Zealand? Is it seen as contemptible, or is it seen as... In America, you see, you get away with this, and suddenly, you know, there are people flocking around you at bars asking to buy you a drink for no apparent reason as Bolt is round the wicket. That's pulled by Root, but a really good diving stop. Oh, now then Stokes got us up to trouble. He ran on the shot, and he's survived. Deflection off his bat, just as happened in the World Cup, but hilariously, the fielder... Who was the fielder down there? Look at this. Has stopped the ball, and everyone's having a huge laugh about this because it was almost exactly the same place as the famous World Cup extra 4 runs that effectively gave England the World Cup itself. And it's Stokes again trying to dive back into his ground. The throw came in, hit his bat, and deflected down towards the boundary, but it never quite got there, and the fielder made a big play of it. And they all had fun, didn't they? Everyone had fun. Everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. It was a merry time. We're having a look on the Chemist Warehouse replay here. It was a fine shot, brilliantly fielded. Throw came in. It wasn't going to get him out. It's bounced off the bat, and then he's put his hand out. he's basically done exactly as he did in the World Cup. Bolt finds it very amusing. Stokes finds it even more amusing. I mean, so amusing, he's in danger of splitting his spleen. And we've all thoroughly enjoyed ourselves for the last minute and a half. That's great. In the end, there were no runs scored, just in case you're wondering. Now, the field has changed dramatically after that. Bolt is into Root, who defends one that keeps a little low. Let me try to describe it for you. There's a long leg, there's a deep square leg just in front of square, because there is what I'm going to call like a proper leg gully. It's like a short backward square leg, but I don't think he's walking in. I think he's catching
backward square leg.
Catching backward square leg, yeah.
They've had that a little bit for Root, especially when Bolt's been bowling to him. I think they think he likes to flick across. Well, I wondered if it was off the front foot, sort of. But yeah, it's an interesting position. But they've basically got 2 catches on the leg side, don't they?
Yeah, well, because there's another one which is a sort of slightly squarer than normal mid wicket, and there's a slightly wider than normal mid on slip and a gully. Bolt in round the wicket. That is flicked away between those 2 fielders in the leg side and out to one of the others on the leg side. Jas Patel, who's just in front of square on the deep square leg boundary, and Root gets off strike, moves to 27, 117 for 4, and the field will change again.
I remember Peter Siddle had a very similar field for Kevin Peterson in the 2015. No, it must have been 2013 Ashes, whichever one Ashes that was, and apparently I think they had dueling sort of leg side catches, and Kevin Peterson kept saying, "I'm just going to flick past them all day."
Bolt to Stokes, who lets us go by through to the gloves of the keeper. There's no run. Now, you wanted to say, during the break, you said you wanted to talk about the last 2 balls of Jameson's previous over.
So he's bowling... So
to hurry.
The majority of the bowling in this test match so far has been wobble ball bowling. And because the ball is moving so far at the moment, they're really trying to do traditional swing. And Stokes left those last 2 balls. Had they gone straight, he would have been bowled twice. Instead, he could see it was traditional swing, which allowed him to leave the ball. That's the sort of confidence a lot of modern batters don't have anymore because of the wobble ball.
Bolt in full, driven back past Bolt, but Medoff's able to get round to his left and stop the ball cleanly. 117 for 4. We've got 1 ball left in the over. Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying there.
So it's a big change. That's a slight win for England. Although on top of that, did you not give me a stat before on how much the ball swung after the 30th over?
2.2 degrees after the 30th over, when it was 0.9 degrees before the 30th over. So New Zealand are extracting a fair bit of life out of this ball. I don't know whether it's the overheads perhaps, or just the skill of the bowlers. Last ball of the over. Stokes on strike, 3 slips in place. Bolt bowls on the pads and is driven crisply up to mid-on. That completes the over. Route 27. Stokes 29. England 117 for 4.
The crowd roars as the scores are level deep in the last quarter with a snap from the boundary. The players are celebrating on the field, but Sarah's feeling the real excitement with her mates in the crowd. It's another game day in the Host Plus Sanford League, and she's found the perfect way to catch up with friends. The Host Plus Sanford League this weekend for those game day vibes, nothing beats it. Visit sanford.com.au for match info. That's sanfl.com.au.
CNZ Test Cricket. Henry Moran here alongside Jarrod Kimber, where England are 117 for 4. Ben Stokes and Joe Root building the sort of partnership we've only seen once thus far in this Test match, and it was the partnership we sensed and still yet may prove decisive, that between Mitchell and Blundell yesterday. Huge partnership that twisted this game towards New Zealand, but in Root and Stokes there is hope for the home side. 117 for 4. In comes Jamieson, left alone. Keeps a little low outside the off stump by Root. The target is 277.
I think the big difference is by the time that the New Zealand partnership had put on around 50, the ball stopped doing kind of anything. The sun was out. England looked a little bit tired and jaded. You watch that last over from Jamieson, the ball's still hooping around. There was one that kept low from Bolt in the last over as well. It feels a little bit more tasty. And then you've got the fact that there will be stumps and they might have to come back out again. So, but hey, you're right. This is the second partnership of the game.
The lesser spotted good partnership. Yeah. Here comes Jamieson, left alone by Root. It's seldom you see application, determination, grit from an England side, dare I say.
I mean, these are the two that you kind of expected from. I mean, you say application and grit. Occasionally, Ben Stokes has been running down the pitch trying to swat flies.
Depends what your application is.
Yeah, well, he's certainly applying something. He might need an ointment for it in the future. But yes, I think Root's batted really well. It's been much tougher conditions. It's really been quite testing.
In comes Jamieson over the wickets, defended by Root with that high elbow once again. Keeps the pose.
We can see the foreshadows now.
We can.
I think this is way earlier than we saw lights last night.
It is, but you don't sense that it's so dark as to threaten the play that we're going to get for the rest of this session. I've just actually been down to watch a bit of the game in the stand. Piers Morgan was knocking about down there as well.
Man of the people.
Very much so. Here comes Carl Jamieson as Root waits and swivels, pulling that ball into the leg side. Nice shot, square of the wicket for 4 runs. The crowd roar Root as the former England skipper moves into the 30s. Trademark shot, really. And England moved to 121 for 1.
Yeah, I don't know if Jamieson got that wrong, but almost from the moment that ball was hit, he held his hand out to Williamson to say, I want a man out there. In fact, I don't think it was that bad a ball. I think this is where they were trying to get Root out earlier, trying to get him sort of fending, maybe not fending, but pushing at that ball outside off stump. But this time Root just decided to pull it, which is a far better option. That might be telling you that the conditions are starting to settle down a little bit.
Jamieson, who looked dangerous after lunch, is in bowling. Slightly quicker ball this time, which Root clips in front of square on the leg side. There's a chase for Conway running round from mid-on, and a couple more runs will be taken. England move forward to 123 for 4. The target 277. But it must be nice for Piers Morgan to actually see an audience, which is something unusual for the big man nowadays.
Unless he's being trolled for a production error or something. Yeah, all these people. I didn't even know there were still people in the world.
1, 2, 3 for 4. Here comes Jamieson. Into bowl to Joe Root, who lets that go past the off stump. Through to the keeper. And that is the end of the over. The score, 123 for 4. The target 277.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Attend State of Origin in style. SEN and Ringers Western are giving you the chance to attend Game 3 at Suncorp Stadium with 2 tickets and a new outfit, including new jeans, shirts and boots. Head to the SEN win page or iCanWin.com.au.
Welcome back to Lord's SENZ Test Cricket. Henry Moran alongside Jarrod Kimber as we watch a partnership building between Joe Root and Ben Stokes. The old skipper and the new, looking to try and give England the potential for victory, the very rare prospect of victory for this England Test side. 1 in 17 coming into this game. Not 1 for 5 series, as in comes Trent Boult. Start of a new over, and Stokes is happy just to push that ball towards the leg side. Worth remembering, Stokes was out early in his innings off a no ball.
I think there's going to be a couple of hurdles for England, even if they continue to bat so well. One is going to be the end of the day's play. The other one is going to be the second new ball might come at a bit of an awkward moment. And on top of that is the excessively long tail. But at the moment, at the very least, the way that Root played that last over, and it's been almost minutes since Stokes has run down the wicket, played a silly shot.
This is pushed gently once again up towards that fielder at some shortish mid-on. Well, yeah, it feels like he's just kind of chilled out a bit.
Yes, chilled out a bit.
You know?
I mean, Root scoring, especially in that last over, that he played that pull shot, but then also flicked the next ball when there was another slight error from Kyle Jamieson. Maybe takes a little bit.
We'd be in a position to finish this game.
Yep.
But the way things are shaping up, it doesn't feel that way.
It's a long time for England to bat. It's a long time for anyone other than Mitchell and Blundell to bat, really, in this particular Test match. But yeah, missing that fourth seamer might prove crucial in a long session.
Boult bowling to Ben Stokes, who just paddles that ball around the corner. I think has a little word with keeper Blundell behind the stumps as he trots through for one. 124 for 4 now. The target is 277. We're approaching halfway there for this England side. New Zealand, well, they're close to halfway there in terms of taking the wickets they need to win the game. It's finely poised.
Yeah, no, definitely. If it wasn't for the fact that you and I had spent a lot of our life watching England play, we would think this was a really even match. Whereas we're sitting here waiting for the flurry of wickets to happen and end this quickly. But 2 best batters at the crease by a considerable distance. The ball should stop swinging soon, although it started swinging more, so I can't explain that. One bowler is down. Especially de Grandhomme would be very handy at this point because the ball is hooping. That's when he's at his absolute best as a bowler. You would be able to get through 4 or 5 overs, not to mention the fact that he should have had Stokes if he had a longer heel on his shoe.
Here comes Trent Boult, into bowl to Joe Root, leaving it alone. A decent carry through to Blundell, who takes the ball in front of his cap, and the over comes to an end. 45 have been bowled in this innings, so if he's not thinking about the new ball, you've got some time to wait for that. 124 for 4 is the England score. Their target is 277.
Looking for innovative appliances designed with the environment in mind? Then look no further. For over 110 years, Whirlpool has been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances. Using patented 6th Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. Forgot to wash the kids' muddy sports gear in time for the weekend? With a Whirlpool washer and dryer, they'll be perfectly washed and dried just in time for kickoff. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
For 4 as we see a finely poised Test match with England needing 153 runs to win, New Zealand requiring 6 wickets. The big wicket is Joe Root, but the England former captain Jarrod Kimber is out there receiving a little bit of attention from the England physio. I've just seen he's had what looked like a couple of pills of painkiller to try and ease something. Whatever that is, it's not immediately obvious because I can't think of an incident that has seen him struck certainly in the last half an hour or so.
They had a conversation. I didn't really see him touch. I didn't see the physio touch Joe Root particularly, so I'm not sure that. And now he spent almost as long, the physio, talking to the umpire. I'm not sure if that's just some personal health issues or.
Do umpires get a physio?
I think the umpires usually get the one of the teams usually runs out.
Right. Jarrod, thank you very much to you for the time being. I'm very pleased to say that ready and waiting to join us, New Zealand great Jeremy Coney, complete with his red notebook. He's grabbing a seat alongside me as in comes Kyle Jamieson. Round the wicket to bowl to Ben Stokes, who defends into the leg side. And there is no run. The floodlights beaming down, a gentle murmur around Lords, occasional little clink of champagne glasses around the ground. Jeremy Coney, hello to you. How are you?
Good, Henry. I'm very good, thank you indeed. Yes, well, lights on. Now, Jameson bowling, probably New Zealand's most dangerous bowler, would you say, from this innings? He hasn't had a great year, and this is probably one of his better performances, actually.
Sprinting in now, past the umpire, and Ben Stokes is forward, firmly in defence. Love watching him bowl, though.
Yeah, because so tall, difficult for balance, so he's got to get that stride right. I'm not sure about the one slip. I think he really needs two. There'd be nothing worse as if one went through wide of that, and I noticed that one just swung away from Stoke. Quite hard to do that from coming around the wicket and get it to go at the batsman and then move away. It tends to just straighten a bit, but you certainly don't want it to go through the cordon.
Jameson in, and forward comes Stokes, clattering the ball away through the covers for 4. He's done that a few times this innings, advancing down the track. Most times he's missed it. This time, a big meaty piece of that blade makes contact with the ball, and it rushes away towards the grandstand. 128 for 4. Stokes moves to 34.
Yeah, you don't want to be... If he's going to charge, you don't give room outside the off stump. He's just set up for the sort of the slash, the slog. You know, it's a cross-bat stroke. I would like to get it up into his feet. Don't let him see it. The shorter you go, the more he can see the ball.
Big swing, almost finds the edge this time. Stokes on the aggressive front foot this time, but he misses.
Well, he's still in by the skin of a, Colin de Grandon boot. But I don't know. I just got the feeling he was a better player. I mean, why not value his orthodox play? I'm good enough to get runs without doing it all this way. Because most unusual, Henry. Have you seen him bat like this before in a test?
What's odd? Well, you think about his 2 iconic innings for England, both in 2019, the World Cup final here, and then Headingley a few weeks later. In comes Jameson, and Stokes lets that go, flying through to Blundell. And on both occasions, when he went unorthodox, there was reason for it, i.e. World Cup final, run rate.
Yeah.
Loss of wickets in that final test, or in that test match at Headingley in the final innings, and so he had to sort of go for it and get on with it. Whereas here, he's got arguably the world's in-form batter at the other end. So why the rush?
Yeah, I don't understand that either. And plenty of time.
Well, yes.
Plenty of time.
2 and a bit days. Stokes waits for Jameson. And it's a very loose delivery down the leg side. Nothing Blundell can do. It trundles its way down towards the boundary at fine leg. And that one really was not the radar he was looking for. And it goes down to the ropes. It is signalled wide as well, so that'll be 5 onto the total. Freebie for England, 129 for 4.
Yeah, certainly the radar was off there, wasn't it? But look, virtually another 35 overs to go. And so that's how much this ball has to have, unless it can change and get out of shape. So loads of time for England. They can get another 100 runs quite comfortably in that time without taking any risks.
Stokes waiting, almost playing on. Inside half of the bat, into the pad. He gets a little fortunate as the over comes to an end. 133 for 4. England chasing 277.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
How does a trip to see the Crows at Adelaide Oval in SEN's corporate suite sound? Thanks to Hungry Jack's, it could be real. To win, visit iCanWin.com.au and tell us in 25 words or less why the burgers are better at Hungry Jack's.
SENZ Test Cricket with Razine, the Pates Kiwis trust. At Lords, 133 for 4 is the score. Win predictor, always a useful guide, if not exact. Sees, first up, Trent Bolt. Let's Joe Root eased that one outside the off stump and through to the keeper. Win predictor has New Zealand as favourites, 63%.
Well, from the point of view that this is the major partnership remaining for England. After, yes, I'm not trying to downplay Folkes, but it's not quite the same as Root or Stokes. And then after that, it does fall away. No Wokes there, no Curran, those kinds of players.
2 slips and a gully weight, and that's chased by Root. He was trying to play that back foot push through the offside, and he gets a little bit fortunate because it was not far away from that outer half of the bow.
Yeah, just a little piece of cricket like that and a fine edge, and the game, I think, would really change at that point. So New Zealand just have to keep trying and trying to piece together bits of cricket like that. I mean, that's a poor stroke from Root, really loose stroke after being in for so long. And I suppose it's of good news. You see, look at the faces on the New Zealanders. They can't believe that, how he missed that.
In comes Bolt. This is more cautiously played into the leg side by Root, who is not going to risk anything there. And I can see Trent Bolt on the replay talking about, saying something about a frog by the looks of things.
Yes.
133 for 4, 277 is the target.
I think there was a plague of them around that time. That same ball, they all came together.
Yeah, extraordinary luck that Ben Stokes has against New Zealand, isn't it?
Is it? I don't. Is it? I mean, has it been more than those ones that we saw?
Here comes next delivery. Root tries to help it round the corner, down towards the keeper it goes, who half stops it, but they'll run through for a bye. 134 for 4. The target 277. Well, the obvious ones, the World Cup final on 2 occasions. Today he's had some fortune with de Grandhomme getting his wicket but overstepping.
Well, I suppose that was a New Zealand problem, wasn't it, really? It wasn't just that it happened, that particular ball.
But he hadn't been overstepping, given that umpires are checking this upstairs.
No, that's right.
It was a rare occasion to have done so. Here comes Trent Bolt, and Stokes is leaning on it, pushing into the offside. 3 slips, wait, there's a point. Fielder at short cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, fine leg.
He's always given me the feeling too that once he gets in over a period of time, he becomes more and more dangerous. And now that's nearly 100 balls that Stokes has faced now for the 30. It's not a great strike rate, is it, for him? But, you know, he suddenly bursts out of
he can change gears quickly, as that Headingley innings, he was, the night before it all happened, he was going really slowly. Here comes Trent Bolt then, final ball of the over. It's pushed off the pads down towards fine leg. Jameson will run round with these long strides to pick up. 1 run is taken. 135 for 4 is the score. The target 277. In a moment, we'll be joined once again here on SENZ by Adam Collins.
Hey Siri.
McGain.
Of course, McGain. I'm looking for some great places to take friends over the weekend.
Easy. Melt at Hyde Park. You gotta try the roasted duck calzone.
Sounds amazing.
Yep. And later, maybe the Marion Hotel. Their SA Hotel of the Year.
Good call.
I'll book you a cab to get you all home.
Always looking after me, McGain. McGain, massive supporters of local. No wonder everywhere you look, there's a sign popping up saying sold by McGain again.
Adam Collins with Jeremy Coney. Resine, made in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions. England on the cusp of being halfway there. They're 135 for 4. They've got 142 to go. They've got 2 relatively set men. Root looking the more settled of the 2, but Stokes ahead by a couple of runs. He's 35. The former captain's 33. Now just 2 in the cordon. Unusual through this game. A wide second slip and a 4th slip. Jameson around the wicket to Stokes, who leaves it through. Henry mentioned before that Headingley innings. Stokes at one stage was 3 from 51 balls when they went to bed that night. Was able to shift gears spectacularly towards the end. It's turning into a compelling struggle, isn't it? I mean, there's that sense.
Well, he did that in the final here too, didn't he?
Yeah.
He batted a long time before he started to really attack. And even when he did, there was a bit of luck when Bolt caught him down at the far end there and stood on the rope.
Goodness me, what a day that was. Jameson to Stokes, who jumps forward before playing with a straight bat. It ends up behind point with a degree of control. So whatever works for you, Ben. He's 36. He played that ball from a foot outside leg stump. 136 for 4.
And it's taken a thick outside middle and run behind point. It wasn't as if he was really looking to run it there. Yeah, I mean, if you got to find one, of course, you'd run that into the stumps.
It's what we spoke about off air a moment ago. What happens in a scenario like that if Jameson gets at Yorker length? I mean, he's going to fall over, go anywhere.
Well, I think if anything, when he sees people moving, it is kind of half working, this moving around for Jameson, because he's adjusting. And I think you're right. He just got to fire it in and go at the stumps.
Wonder how many overs Jameson will bowl on this spell too. It's the 5th of it. Bowled 8 earlier.
How many has bowled in this spell?
I'll check on that.
Okay.
Back to 2 slips in a gully with Root on strike. He's 33. Jameson bowls. Root from the balls of his feet places it down to point, no run. Yeah, the other point that Henry picked up on there about the front foot no ball being monitored. I spoke to a TV director about this recently, that the third umpire, in theory, is monitoring that front line every delivery.
Really?
In practice.
Do you think so?
Right. Chatting to someone behind the scene, in practice what's happening is in the truck, the person who's responsible for overseeing that camera, they're doing it, and they're giving a heads up to the umpire when it's close. Jameson pulls out of his run up here, will go back and do it again. So it isn't.
I think they certainly do it when there's a wicket.
Absolutely, which is kind of what I was going to go on to say, that when there's a wicket, they're like, well, we better just double check. Now, we occasionally are seeing front foot no balls called, and a few in this match, but yes, do we think the behaviour is shifted to such an extent since they went to the third umpire doing it? I don't know. Jameson bowls and Root tries to get it off his hip, but it ends up with Blundell via the thigh pad. The score remains 136 for 4, the target 277. But yeah, I found that interesting. I think the reluctance from the ICC to roll that out for about 5 years then, after they first trialled it in 2016, was that, to be blunt, the umpires didn't fancy it. They didn't really enjoy the idea of spending their day toggling on the front line, and not unreasonably. I think that they hadn't quite ironed out the process, and then obviously they've collaborated with TV and found a solution. It's kind of a halfway house with TV collaborating with the umpire when they think it might be overstepping. But the point I'm slowly getting to is Jameson bowls. Oh, and this time Root backs out. So Jameson didn't make it the first time, and then just when he was about to load up and deliver, Root pulled out quickly, and they'll have a third attempt at this penultimate delivery of the 48th over. Is that it's actually not an umpire who's watching that front line.
I don't like that.
Yeah, it's a bit.
I'm sorry.
It's a bit.
You want a third party that's not attached in any way to either of the sides.
Yeah.
Who's responsible for the coverage here?
The host broadcast is Sky.
Sky. So that's English.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I take your point. Yeah.
Sky BBC. I mean, that's what it was.
Jameson bowls off the back foot, punching hard to point, no run there.
And I'm not suggesting that they would necessarily cheat.
Yeah, of course not. No.
But that is open. That's a possibility.
Yeah. Certainly in the competition where this got explained to me, it wasn't international cricket. It was a domestic comp. But nevertheless, the idea that when the front line's being watched, that I mean, it's not as though Paul Rifle.
It should be part of an umpire panel or whatever. Put someone there, perhaps who's an umpire here somewhere or something like that, and he looks at that for a while.
I mean, the solution that I think might be there for all use of technology is having specialist TV umpires. I'll come back to that after this delivery from Kyle Jameson. It's the last ball of the over. All the lights on at Lords. Root playing with a straight blade down the track end of the over. 48 gone, 136 for 4. Our coverage for Rosine, the Paints Kiwis Trust.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
June 8 is First Responder Day. Write a message of support on social media or say thanks in person. Share your message by using the hashtag. Visit the Gratitude Gallery, thankafirstresponder.com.au.
Adam Collins with Jeremy Coney. England have made it to 136 for 4. This partnership now on to 67 from 169 deliveries. We're having one of these impromptu drinks breaks by the looks of things. Or is that Joe Root receiving attention again? I think it might be. I'll get my binoculars over the back here. Joe Root is with what looks to be the England physio. We're obscured. We're behind Joe Root, but this is the second time he's received some attention. Jarrod thought it might have been a headache just because he took some tablets.
It's a hand.
So it's the hand.
He was looking at the hand there.
It's the hand on the TV camera. So we're going to see spin from Ajaz Patel. He had 9 runs taken from the 1 over he sent down before tea. The only over the left arm orthodox has bowled for the match. While we're waiting, just to build on that idea, I think simple solution. We see it in a number of sports with a bunker of sorts. Why can't we have a group of specialist TV umpires whose only job is to interpret technology? And that's not me in any way discrediting on-field umpires and when they are asked to be the third umpire. Simply that that job that they become expert at to be on the elite panel is one job out in the middle, 22 yards. Interpreting in technology with freeze frames isn't kind of their gig. It's something they've learnt retrospectively. They've learnt after the fact. So I wonder whether the answer might be having a group of 8 or 10 TV umpires who do every international game. At least there'd be some consistency as well. We wouldn't be complaining about the application of technology as we often do, and that third umpire role could include monitoring the front line.
Yeah.
Ajaz Patel, new spell, short leg and a slip, bowling at Stokes on 36, who goes back and defends down the pitch. Ajaz does well to save a run. Committed fielding, diving across in front of, well, the man charging in from long on, no single.
Well, this is interesting. There are men outside and right on the boundary on the leg side. That won't, if he gets hold of it, Stokes.
Ajaz Stokes sweeping out towards square leg, and for the second time against the spinner, he's popped him into the grandstand. In the 1 over before tea, Stokes did that from the third delivery of the over. This time it's taken him only 2 as the sun comes back out here at Lord's, and, well, Stokes has a plan. He's going to go hard at the spin. He moves to 42. England, 142 for 4.
Yeah, and so the line really has to be watched quite closely from Ajaz Patel. Can he bowl an arm ball that goes away from him here?
Delivers here. Stokes lunges down, dances down before defending. Well, this could be a fascinating couple of overs.
It's worth a go, and it's worth a go now before the totals get really close.
Ajaz, short approach, passes umpire Goff, bowls to Stokes, who sweeps again, out towards deep mid-wicket. That is even bigger. They go beyond the halfway mark in style. Stokes has hit 3 sixes, all from the turn of Ajaz Patel, all into the grandstand. He's 48. It's now 148 for 4. Game on.
Oh, the game is certainly on. There's no doubt about that. But it's just Ajaz Patel. I'm not sure to Stokes. It's not a huge boundary for Ben Stokes there. And even if he cloths it a bit, he's going to get that over the boundary.
Well, that's a good point. This is the short boundary. Normally they play 1 pitch over for the test match at Lord's. It's 1 over this week. It's only a few yards difference, but not for nothing either. Stokes can load up in that direction. 2 out that way. Ajaz Stokes goes again through everything. So close to the off stump. It'll be 4 byes. A very expensive over for New Zealand. That was inches away from the off bail. Up comes the 150 for New Zealand. For England, rather. 152 for 4. And there's still another delivery left in this over. There have been 2 sixes and a 4, so 16 from it. Wow.
Yeah, well, just a little bit of untidy cricket coming there from the keeper as well. It's beaten the bat this time. And really, he's got nowhere near it, has he? That's just turned and bounced just a little bit.
Yeah, it was more the bounce than the turn that did.
You've got to get something across and get onto that. Come on, Blundell. Get across. Cover it.
So Patel having to wait so long to bowl. He's had 21 taken from 1.5 overs. To finish here, Stokes goes back and takes 1 to retain the strike and move to 49 down towards long on. 17 runs from the over. England move along to 153 for 4. They're 124 runs away from their target of 277. SENZ Test Cricket for Rosine, made in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions.
Hi, it's Kimber here. Are you ready to score big with Balfours? When you buy any Balfours product, you can go into the draw for a chance to win a whopping 50 grand. How good is that? $50,000. Plus, you could walk away a winner with hundreds of instant cash prizes or even get your hands on dozens of game day passes to the footy. To learn more, visit balfours.com.au/score big. You could be on to a winner with Balfours.
Gosh, those two big sixes, we got to see them back on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen between overs. He made fantastic contact. So we've seen Stokes at his worst earlier today, and that's some of Stokes at his best.
And that's where Patel has got to vary his pace. He can't just keep getting faster and faster. He's got to vary the pace of the ball.
Jamieson the Stokes on 49, and he will move to 50 with a punch off the back foot through point. At least 2. Might have the legs to go all the way for 4. Diving effort. Stopping the ball just as it was about to reach the rope. He comes back for 3, and Ben Stokes reaches a half century. He's on 52. His first game as full-time captain of this test team. And after a skittish, bizarre start to his innings, reprieved on 1 by Colin de Grandhomme's front boot. That's his 27th half century to go with 11 tons for England in Test cricket. And, well, he's taken them into a pretty good position given this pair came together when the score was 69 for 4.
Yeah, he's played some clean strokes, and to be fair, he's played some pretty ugly frenetic ones as well. But however, the result is the same. He's still there. He's still on 50 odd for his team, and he's still giving them a chance to go through and take this test match.
And that was declared a boundary after the fact. The Chemist Warehouse replay screen showed the knee was touching the rope as the ball was touching the hand, and so Stokes is back on strike on 53. His 4th 4, 3 sixes. On strike to Jamieson. In behind it, defending here. That was a nice shot to start the over too, just transferring pressure back onto the big quick, forcing him behind point. He's found an extra gear. Suddenly an absorbing, compelling final session here on Saturday afternoon. The lights are on, the sun's out too. Lots of people still here. Why would you leave? This test is on a knife edge. Jamieson has 2 catching men in the cord, and a 2nd slip and a 4th slip. A deep point now out for Stokes. Bowls around the wicket. Stokes comes onto the front foot and pushes out just behind point, no single. 26 overs in theory left today, Jeremy. They won't get that many, and they might get 21 or 22.
Getting over 5s. Yeah. 5s would take them there, wouldn't it, really? So, almost. And get close enough that you might want to play the extra half an hour. Yeah. So, but I can't see them quite getting that unless Patel keeps bowling to Stokes, really. But even to Root. Root is a very good player of spin bowling. And I don't think it's worth it, to be honest.
Jeremy. England have just gone ahead in Winviz. Stokes dancing and slapping through the offside straight to the man at deep point who was positioned there earlier in the over. Stokes looking to score off every ball. Here is 54, 158 for 4 the score. 2 left in this over. That has come up with a graphic on the screen for Chemist Warehouse that, Winviz, it's not perfect, but it does a job. England are up to 52. They've been well behind on that measure through the afternoon until now.
Well, Jamieson's just got to work out where does he go when Stokes advances and goes outside leg stump. I think it's full outside off, so he can't reach that for a start. And then if it's an out swinger that comes into Stokes, you run the risk of getting bowled off stump as well.
Root's turn, back on strike. Couple of slips now. Jamieson to him. Turns him into the onside. Easy run. Suddenly the board's ticking over with great regularity for England. Root up to 34, 159 for 4. The target 277. Back to Stokes. One-day cricket there. New Zealand need a spark, just as England did this morning. When we arrived today, Jeremy, in our preview, we said that, well,
and yesterday afternoon. We're seeing a pattern emerge in the 3 days that the second session is better for batting, and so is the third.
So Jamieson to finish. to Stokes. Tries to lift it over the slip. Oh, he's gone caught behind. Tried to lift it over the wicketkeeper Blundell. Instead placed it straight into his gloves off the splice of the bat. And just when England went ahead in this test match, Stokes is walking off for 54 and he's mortified. He drops his bat on the turf before trudging off. 159 for 5 the score, and just when New Zealand needed something, it's Jamieson again. He has a 4th wicket. Twists and turns every session here at Lord's, Jeremy Coney.
This one's closer, much, much closer this time. And let's wait and see. Just before he gets off the ground, let's wait and see if anything else happens for Ben Stokes. It's happened a few times against the Kiwis. But certainly, it's the curious stroke play in the end that has got him out. And it's not the orthodox stuff at all. And there's still 150 odd behind. Now you see it starts to change. Root now has to start to do some things.
Well, 118 runs from here, but I mean, this is again, we said in almost the. We said it was one-day cricket earlier in the over, looking to score off every ball, place the ball around the field. That was a ramp shot. That's a T20 shot that Stokes has played to finish. Now, if it comes off, well, so be it. But there is a huge degree of risk.
To him to play the
Far
stroke.
too close. It was premeditated. Premeditated shot, just as it was when Stokes was out and reprieved earlier today. The premeditated dance and slap. And Ben Folkes walks out. He's been in a rut of late, both in the Caribbean and out cheaply in the first innings. So, as you say, Joe Root, the responsibility, as it is so often, is on his shoulders.
And this is the time now where New Zealand close in. When teams, good sides, pragmatic sides, sides that have got resilience, come and they are presented with a situation to change the game. That's happened now, that there is a change in the game, a definite one, that they close in and hone in on Folkes and they stop him scoring easy runs, they put pressure on him, they try and get him out, keep Root away from, let Root stand down the other end and not even face the bowling. Leave him alone up there and he can feel very lonely, and that's exactly what they want to do. They don't want him facing the majority of the deliveries now. And so pressure on Folkes, just really hone in on him and make sure the choices of the bowlers are good. The bowlers are concentrating for the next half an hour or so, next 5 or 6 overs. They close in and really swamp Folkes, so that he can't get away, doesn't feel easy, and really that's what a good side would do, and keep Root away from the match.
So Ben Folkes walks in at a crucial moment in this test match. It's his first test at home. They're taking the drinks break, still some 70 minutes to go on this third day. We'll take a quick break on SENZ Test Cricket with Daniel Norcross about to replace me in commentary. Our coverage is for Rosine, made in New Zealand for New Zealand conditions, with England 159 for 5.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
AEG Power Tools goes big this tax time. Like the 18-volt 3-piece brushless kit, only $5.49. And choose one of 3 bonus skins worth up to $3.29. AEG goes big this tax time. Available at Bunnings Warehouse. T's and C's apply.
Welcome back. Test Cricket on SEN. Across the SEN network, you join us at a pivotal moment. There have been so many pivotal moments in this test match, but another one as an act of brainlessness from England's captain. He got away with an earlier act of brainlessness against Colin de Grandon, but here, off the last ball of Kyle Jamieson's 6th over of this spell, he has attempted, for some reasons known only to himself, to ramp a short ball over the keeper. He'd been playing vigorously. He'd just smashed 2 sixes off Ajaz Patel. He'd thwacked a ball into the offside down to deep backward point. He was getting going. He was getting in a rhythm, but that is a low percentage shot. It's a really tough one to pull off against a bowler like Kyle Jamieson. And he's looked to ramp it. He's got a little glove. It's gone through to the keeper. And for England, from a position of actual relative strength in this match, for the first time in quite a while, they were ahead on Winvis, for example. Only another 118 required for victory, and a long, strong partnership developing against an old ball in conditions that are getting easier. And now right under the pump as Bolt starts a new over into Joe Root, who pushes in defence into the offside. It's picked up in the gully region, and the new batter Folks has come in, and then after that there is a most fragile of tails. Jeremy Coney, can you make sense of that?
No, but he's been playing in such an unorthodox way for part of his innings, a large part early on to De Gronto, got himself out, was reprieved, and then he's been also charging down outside the leg stump to Jameson and playing cut shots and so on. That one was too close to him and not high enough.
Bolt in, and Root pushes into the huge gap at the offside and takes a single on offer. New Zealand won't mind that because they've got Ben Folks now, the new bat to bowl at 160, for 5, Root to 35.
So what the shot was not.
Well,
and he tried to. Well, I'm just saying he was trying to invent it.
Yeah.
And create it. So more of a T20 shot, really. But you can't ramp a ball when it's down, underneath. He tried to get up and try and get it up and then create height himself. And that's actually, therefore, his hands had to go up. And that's why it hit his hand and his glove and has gone through to the keeper. So...
It's well bowled from Jameson because he knows that Stokes is shimmying about and doing all sorts of things, so he's stuck it up his nose. But you don't have to score off every ball, do you?
No.
It's a long way to go in this day. Well, there isn't now. Bolt in and playing at that is Folks having a little nibble to a shortish ball angle across him. Lucky not to get an edge. Take a look on the Chemist Warehouse replay. Definitely played at that. Definitely played at that. Goodness me. This has been a game which has seen two batters play really, really well for New Zealand, Mitchell and Blundell. And I would say we've seen Root play pretty well for England.
But not with such the same freedom.
No, not the same freedom. Bolt in. And it's a thick edge. It squirts away through backward point for Folks. He'll get one. Links out a second. It isn't there. Loud call of no, you probably heard through our effects mic. It's off the mark and underway. 161 for 5. But although Stokes got England's first half century, I spent most of his innings wondering why he was playing the way he was playing.
I don't think anyone has got an answer for that. It's the most extraordinary innings I've seen Folks play. I've seen him start very quietly and organised way and defend.
Yeah.
He's shown that. And then suddenly break the game open, as he did in the 2019 World Cup, for example, as he did against Australia at Headingley. He batted for a long time. 3 of 51 balls.
Yeah. But with composure and from the crease, not dancing around, not coming down the wicket. It's a bafflement. Bolt into Root, who pushes backward of square on the offside. A shorter ball, gets another single. 3 singles in this over so far. Root goes to 36. The clouds have lifted completely. It's a lovely evening. I say lovely evening. It's not particularly warm. It's a little bit of a wind out there, but it's not easy for New Zealand bowlers now. The pitch has got no demons in it. The ball is 51 overs old nearly. And once there was a partnership there between two very experienced players, they could have made a massive dent on this 115 left to win tonight. Yeah, we'll come back tomorrow with wickets in hand and still no new ball available. And instead, that wicket has been gifted to New Zealand, and they are more than back in this game now. They were a wicket away from a tail that will not wag, one wouldn't think, as Folks drives down the ground nicely, full face of the bat. It's running up towards the pavilion. They've turned for a second, and that's all it will be. So at the end of the over, England 164 for 5.
Prefer Australian owned? Want to support local businesses? Believe in community spirit? Want a deal on your energy? Of course you do. So, should you switch to Lumo SA? Of course you should. We're 100% Australian owned with a rewards program full of local finds. We're actively helping communities and offering amazing energy deals to boot. Call 131 5866 or search Lumo. SA residential customers only. Lumo Energy SA not available in all areas. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. See website for details.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN in partnership with Resine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. England 164 for 5. And just take a look at these bowling figures here. Tim Southey's bowled 13 overs, none for 28. Kyle Jamieson is about to start his 16th over. I'm not sure he would have done had he not taken a wicket off the last ball of his previous over, gifted to him by Ben Stokes. He's got 4 for 50. Trent Bolt's bowled 17 overs. There's no Colin de Grandhomme out there. He's got a strained heel. Daryl Mitchell's bowled just the 1 ball, and Ajaz Patel just the 2 overs as Jamieson comes in, bowls back of a length ball, which is just pushed back up the wicket, fields off his own bowling. There's no run. Root 36. Folks, the new batter's just started his innings. He has 3. It's been an incredibly entertaining test match, but from the point of view of people who've watched a lot of test cricket, and you, Jeremy, probably watched more than anybody in this building at the moment. It only feels like we've really watched test cricket for about 3 or 4 hours yesterday.
Yes, I'm afraid there's an element of truth in that.
Jamieson is in outside the off stump, through to the keeper. There's no run.
Been an awful lot of loose stuff, which I guess it's been quite a long time. When did England last play test cricket?
It's the West Indies in
okay.
March.
Well, New Zealand 7 months.
Yeah, it's a long time for them. They haven't played county championship.
No, they haven't.
Batters have.
No. And New Zealand look a bit underdone, to be honest. They don't normally, they're not normally as loose as all this. They don't give wickets away quite so quickly as we've seen in clumps and clusters.
Jamieson runs in from the nursery end, and Root is able just to manufacture this ball into the wide open space on the leg side. Mid-on has to move to his right to field, 165 for 5. And Root moves to 37. Brings Folks on to strike.
3 balls remaining, so here's a chance for Jamieson. He's now this is his 16th over, so he's bowled quite a heavy workload out of the 51 that have been bowled. I hope that he's fit. I hope that he's rearing to go, and I hope after 4 wickets at the moment he's wanting to push himself onward here, because New Zealand certainly need him. He's with de Grandhomme gone, then Mitchell might have to be used. It doesn't look as if until perhaps Root goes, I think Patel is not quite the option yet.
Jamieson is in, and Folks defends solidly off the front foot. There's no run. It'll be a bit easier for Patel, though, now that Stokes isn't there.
You're right-handers, but having said that, I think Root is a wonderful player of spin bowling. He'll get those little series of sweeps that he's got and turns and waiting for the ball outside his off stump to work it out there. So, I just think it's still a bit of a risk at the stage. If they're going to bowl, and they've got to bowl him now, not closer to the end.
While Folks is new to the crease, might be an idea. Jamieson in with 2 slips and a gully, and Folks pushes into the offside. There'll be no run. It goes straight to Patel. Well, getting rid of Stokes, though, has done a couple of important things. It's not just the wicket. England have been scoring quite rapidly in the 3 or 4 overs that preceded that, and what that meant was that if they continued in that sort of vein, well, there wouldn't be a second new ball for New Zealand, or if there was, it would be with England within very, very close to the target. Now with Folks in, Folks is not a fluid batter. He's not going to score runs quickly. He's certainly not going to score runs quickly tonight. That's going to depress England's scoring rate. It's just going to give more options to New Zealand if they can't get his wicket with this ball. As he comes forward in defence and works into the onside, they might stand a chance of a clatter of them tomorrow in different circumstances. That is the end of the over. England 165 for 5.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Farmers and fleet managers, they know. Construction crews and car mechanics, they know. And you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN at Lords here in association with Resine, the paints Kiwis trust. It's going to be Trent Bolt who is going to start up a new over from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Root on 37. Well, he's not going to because he's actually moved out of the way there. Really wasn't quite ready. Listen to Izzy and Kempy for breakfast. That's Izzy Dagg, former All Black, and Tony Kemp, former Warriors coach and rugby league champion. Weekdays from 6 a.m. on SENZ. Every week they'll have Baz McCullum on with them. There's Bolt. Now comes in, left arm over the wicket to Root, who pulls nicely in front of square out towards the boundary, but Patel is quickly round to that, and it'll only be the one run. 166 for 3. It brings Folks back on the strike. The target still 111 runs away. For England to get home here, you fancy it is going to require a contribution from Ben Folks, and we know he's very capable with the bat. He's got a fine first-class average, around 40, but this is a very different matter. It's a Lord's Test match against a very good bowling attack. It is, though, against a softer ball as Bolt is in, and he reaches for this slightly, pushing away from his body to a back of a length delivery and pushes it into the offside, and there is no run. 166 for 5. Root on 38. They've just lost the wicket of Ben Stokes of England, and that has really livened up the Kiwis. So it's a bit of a partnership there. Partnership of 90 for the 5th wicket. This match has been about 5th wicket partnerships. 180 odd put on by Mitchell and Blundell. More than that, as this is all pushed off the back foot in the air briefly to short extra cover. 196 it was, those two put on. And this, the 5th wicket partnership for England was 90, but it was broken in such curious fashion. Got to say that, though, you always felt that Ben Stokes was going to get out in a rather unusual way, and I'm delighted to say, by Craig McMillan, and maybe he could pass judgment on the idiosyncrasy or lunacy of that dismissal.
It's an interesting innings from Ben Stokes. It was concerning from a New Zealand point of view because he was looking like he was finding some touch.
Bolt in, and that's driven back to him off the front foot by Folks. There's no run.
But it was strange to see the amount of times he was charging, even
charging Jamieson.
You sort of felt he just had to get through that spell, because he would have had perhaps Ajaz Patel for another couple of overs, so there was runs there to be taken. But
that would have been the end of the spell, wouldn't it? Don't you think?
I think it would have been his final over. Yeah, it was a big wicket. Jameson's been outstanding for New Zealand.
Bolt in down the leg side, a brilliant stop by Blundell. I don't know if there's any bat on that. Going to wait for the umpire's signal.
Oh, there was.
Oh, was there a little bit of bat on that? Well, the umpire has signalled nothing here. I don't know why he's still standing there, because there can't be an appeal because it didn't nestle in the keeper's glove. Oh no, now he's signalled by. That is teasing us. Umpire Goff. Well. So it's a terrific diving stop by Blundell. He saved 3 runs there, frankly. 167 for 5 brings Root back on the strike. The last ball of the over is twice that Jamieson did. They did that to Bairstow. Terrible shot from Bairstow. Frankly, a terrible shot from Stokes to extend his spell. Here's Bolt to complete the over, and Root drives back past him, and they're going to run through for a quick signal, and they will get there. Root will keep strike at the end of the over. He has 39. Folks has 3. England 168 for 5.
Oh, a good mark to Wilson. He plays on at full pace and kicks a beauty to Thomas. Thomas gives off to Harris. Harris closes in on 50. But wait, he's tackled by Smith. Or is it Williams? Williams scrabbles for the ball. Kicks it to a guy in blue, who kicks it to some other guy in blue. Now some tall bloke has the ball. He kicks it to an even taller bloke. Kick. Handball. Kick.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drink Wise.
Welcome back. Test cricket on SEN in association with Resine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. 168 for 5, and Saudi is into the attack. Jamieson has had to come off. It's bowled a long spell. He's bowled 16 overs, 4 for 51 today. And Saudi starts up, 2 slips in a gully. He's into Root, who works the ball into the onside nicely, advanced on the ball, and he should get back for 2 as he clipped that up towards the grandstand. He does get back for 2 and moves into the 40s. He has 41. England 170 for 5.
New Zealand's big 3, Southey, Bolt, Jameson, have just been rotated, haven't they, by the skipper, Williamson. He just keeps them going.
Well, there's no de Grandhomme, is there?
There's not. Daryl Mitchell could do a job if New Zealand wanted 4 or 5 overs of some medium pace. He could do a pretty good job if needed.
Here is Southey in again, wide of the off stump, and there's no run. He's been reluctant to use Mitchell, hasn't he? We only see the one ball. It was completing the Colin de Grandhomme over. Why do you think that is?
There's at times an over-reliance on New Zealand's big 3. Quite often in New Zealand they play the 4-seamers, so then you've got Neil Wagner in the mix.
Yeah.
And there's no spinner, so Kane is able just to rotate through those 4 fast bowlers. Here he's got to be a little bit more technical with only having 3.
Southey in as the sun is right out now at Lord's, and he's been cut down, not exactly where Root intended, but he'll get 4 for it, down to the deep third boundary. Very useful runs for England and frustration for Southey. I'll just take a little look at this on the Chemist Warehouse replay and just see how deliberate that was. There was a little bit of an uppercut to it. There's a little flourish with the wrists. There's no one down there.
At least he went hard at it, Daniel, didn't he?
Yeah.
There was no in between. In that first innings, we saw a lot of players being tentative. Joe Root went hard and it flashed up and over the slips and raced away for 4.
174 for 5. Southey in again to Root, who gets a thick inside edge. It rolls behind square on the onside. There'll just be the 1 run. Blundell makes about 20 yards of ground to his left to field. 175 for 5.
Important innings for Folks, isn't it, for England? He's got an opportunity here to really cement his side in this England.
Well, it's a massive innings, isn't it? Massive innings for him. If he's there at the back end of this innings and England have won, that'll make him feel fantastic. If he's out in this period and the tail comes in, people will ask those questions again about England's wicket-keeper. Southey in, and Folks lets this go by outside the off stump. There's no run. What he's got to be able to try and find a way of doing, though, is rotate the strike, score runs, score singles, because if he becomes becalmed, and it's all about Root scoring the runs, then that second new ball start to become available. It brings tomorrow morning into play. It brings the cloudy overheads, all sorts.
Yep, that's for sure. You need to be scoring runs from both ends. So he needs to take some time to get himself in and just have a look and get used to the surface. But he has to look to be proactive, looking to score first.
Last ball of the over. Southey in, and Folks pushes in defence to short extra cover. That's the end of the over. Root 46, Folks 3. We'll take a break. After the break, Henry Moran will replace me. England 175 for 5.
Hi, it's Adam Liao. Australian Made Week kicks off on the 6th of June and it's time to celebrate our local makers and growers across Australia. So look for the famous green and gold logo and buy something genuinely Aussie this Australian Made Week, because Australian Made makes Australia.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1800 858 858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghhelpline.org.au.
Welcome back to Lord's, the home of cricket. 175 for 5. SEN's Test Cricket with you as this match builds up to what looks like being a thriller. So much depends on what this man can do. The former England captain, Joe Root, waiting, leading, pushing Trent Boult into the offside for 1 and picking up a run to move England's target to within 101. New Zealand need 5 wickets. Where are we going with this game, Craig?
Well, I like this from New Zealand. Give Joe Root 1, get him down the non-strikers end and bowl as many balls as you can. Ben Folks, test him out. See if you can open up in the end. New Zealand need 1 more, then they're into the bowlers, and that will be a concern for England.
Boult coming in now, left arm over. Folks plays with a little clip out towards mid-on. We'll have to wait for his 4th run. It is 176 for 5, because this is not so much a tail, it's more like a diplodocus. Do you know what I mean? It's not one of England's strongest. It's not quite tough nor Mullally, Giddins, Malcolm, but it's not.
Yeah,
it's not quite
what
it once was.
It's not that daunting, is it, that lower order?
Folks waiting. In comes Bolt, left alone outside the off stump.
Although I would suggest that I thought it was a little bit unfair on Matt Parkinson to be batting at number 11 when a couple of the players that batted above him. Parkinson look at pretty good technique, a nice on drive. Really hit down the ground off Southey for 4. So I just wonder whether there might have been a rearrangement in numbers 8 to 11.
Yeah, you think back to Ashton Agar, the most famous number 11 of them all in 2013. Here comes Trent Bolt, ducking out of the way as folks, and a good bit of teamwork between keeper and first slip as the ball's parried up by Blundell and eventually plucked out of the sky by Daryl Mitchell, Centurion early on today. 176.
Always a little bit of a concern for me if Jimmy Anderson's in your side and he's not batting number 11. But necessarily doesn't say a lot for the bloke that's coming in behind him.
Are you saying that doesn't necessarily suggest things are going terribly well?
It suggests that whoever's coming in behind Jimmy Anderson's got some work to do with his batting.
Here comes Bolt. And chasing it. Folks will pick up a run. There's a good diving stop. That is well collected, prevented, if you like, from Tim Southey diving across gully region to stop the ball on its progress down towards deep third. 177 for 5. The target exactly 100 away.
With the two highlights for New Zealand today, Daryl Mitchell bringing up his second Test match 100 and becoming the 15th New Zealander to go on the famous honours boards here at Lord's with that Test 100. I think Kyle Jamieson's belt has been outstanding. He's got 4 for at the moment, I think. Deserves 5 for and the opportunity to have his name up on the honours board as well. But they've been the two standout performers so far today for New Zealand.
Full delivery, clipped away into the leg side. Lovely stop from Patel, diving at square leg to prevent anything more than a single for Joe Root, and that brings it into double figures. Just little psychological landmarks checked off.
Yep.
Some lovely colours across this outfield now as the sun begins to set. Lord's looking an absolute picture. The sort of shades you might find from Rosine, the paints Kiwis trust, with whom we're doing this commentary in partnership with. Thank you for joining us. It is quite the picture in front of us here at Lord's, and what a finish we've got built up as well.
It's been quite a windy day, actually, looking at the flags down the far end of the pavilion. There's a tree right behind. The wind's been blowing for most of the day, hasn't it? It's been strange weather-wise. We started with rain, slight delay, a 30-minute delay, but now the sun's out again. We've still got the lights on. So the Kiwis look like they're not happy with the ball, checking to see if it's gone out of shape.
Yeah, heck, Rod Tucker's got those things that look a bit like handcuffs to try and establish
that's gone,
whether the ball is out of shape, and it looks as though it has got stuck through one of the little measures, and so the Kiwi wished that they'll get well, not a new ball to use, but a different ball of a similar age to try and extract some life from. Looks like it might come true. Joe Root's laughing and smiling as a captain more times than anyone else for England in Test cricket. He has done that a number of times. Said we need a change, we need things to shift. So though he may not like it, I think it looks as though it is going to be a replacement ball as that box of alternatives is brought out from the third umpire.
Yeah, there can't be too many left in that box because there's been a number of ball changes throughout the Test match, which is a little bit unusual, fair to say, but New Zealand will be hoping that whatever one the umpires come back with, it's got a decent shine on it. That one doesn't look flash that they're showing on the TV right now. It's got a couple of marks on it. I want something with some nice shine, preferably on the dark side. Hopefully will provide some swing. That one's out of shape.
Try one through the little measure that is also out of shape. What's that doing in the box?
Yeah.
And that, as is that one.
That's got to go through that ring, and it's just getting stuck in the middle.
Unless Rod Tucker's measuring device itself is wonky.
Well, could be.
Cricket is an extraordinary game. Millions of dollars spent on the staging, the planning, the TV coverage, and
there is 30,000 people in the ground, millions watching on television, 3 men, a pair of cheap handcuffs, and some wonky cricket balls.
I personally believe that the rule should be that you play with the ball until it's time to change it out of overs. It doesn't matter if it goes out of shape, tough luck. That's your ball. You use it. We're so concerned and worried in cricket about everything being perfect, but sometimes things aren't perfect, so you just got to go with it. I really, if you get a ball that goes out of shape, so what? That's just the way it is. It might actually do more out of shape. Who knows? It might be more inconsistent with bounce, but...
Do you think there's a psychological element to it, where if you're feeling comfortable at the crease and suddenly there's a new ball, everyone gets a little bit of a lift, and maybe you just feel slightly like, oh, okay, I've got to reset here?
Yeah, well, you feel, if you've been doing it for a while, you sort of know how much the ball's swinging and what it's doing, so you get comfortable with that. So if there's a ball change, all of a sudden you have to reset, don't you? Because you don't know, is it going to move? Is it going to stay straight? Well, what sort of ball, what's going to do? So it's just going to take a few deliveries just to check and see whether there's going to be any swing for the Kiwis here with this new ball.
Well, after all of that, we're ready to go once again. Tim Southey is going to bowl with a score on 178 for 5. The target 277. Root is on 48. Folkes is on 4. As Southey begins the approach from the nursery end. Root waiting, working the ball square on the leg side to move to 49. And the target now 98 runs away.
Yeah, if you break it down, 98, so you say 10 lots of 10 gets us home. 10 runs doesn't seem a lot, does it? If you break it down like that, 10 lots of 10, you can do that. It's easy. 198 still seems a long way away, and it has been in this game where runs have been at a premium. Daryl Mitchell, the only 100 of the match so far. Keep chasing here, England.
Southey in, over the wicket, played into the leg side. Folkes will have to be quick. Folkes is lightning, and in the end, the pressure too much on the fielder, Jameson, who has a long way to get down, running round. He couldn't do anything to prevent one more. As you say, you just break it down into little sections. 180 for 5. New Zealand not desperate for a wicket at this stage, but if they could get one of these two, then as we speak about, that tail is so vulnerable.
I always felt earlier in the day that either Joe Root or Ben Stokes needed to score 100, and if they did, England would get very close. What's Root on? 49. Throw another 50 into the mix.
Defended by Root, back up the track.
And all of a sudden, with another 20-odd runs, maybe from a Folkes or one of the tail enders, it's game on. Quality player, isn't he? Former captain. First test in the side. Look, I think the fact he doesn't have the captaincy now might free him up. You know, he hasn't quite got the responsibility that he had. Of course, he's a senior member of the side, so the other players will look to him. He might just free up his batting even more, which is dangerous for opposition.
Root waiting, beaten. Ball flashing past the outside edge through to Blundell, and so we look at the Chemist Warehouse replay. He did bring the bat inside the line of the ball, but it was just a little moment of encouragement for Tim Southey.
It's a nice delivery, wasn't it? Just a little bit of away movement. And it's been a bit of a common theme throughout this test match, isn't it? There's just been enough for the bowlers. Very rarely has there been any periods where the ball hasn't done anything. It's always been something happening.
Fielders come in from the boundary as Southey approaches. Root forward, working the ball square on the leg side, and there's 50. The roar of Root around this ground. And it's not the first time he's reached a milestone at this venue. First Test 100 came here. And Joe Root, for the 54th time in Test matches, reaches a half century. 181 for 5. One ball left of the 56th over of this innings. The target 277, and Joe Root now is exactly 50 away from 10,000 runs in Test match cricket.
Classy knock from Joe Root. He's looked composed throughout the innings on a surface that most haven't.
Folkes on strike is defending comfortably. that is the conclusion of the over. 56 have been bowled in this innings. 181 for 5, the England score. Folks on 5. Root on 50. The target, 277.
Looking to roll some healthy, tasty goodness into your day? Eat good, feel good with rolled Vietnamese. Lunch, dinner, or a fast feed after training, Rolled has the healthy meal you crave. Barbecue chicken and lemongrass beef rice paper rolls, hot pho noodle soups, crunchy banh mi baguettes. Freshly made in-store every day. From our family to yours. Download the Rolled app, order now. Rolled, fast, fresh, Vietnamese.
On SENZ, live from Lords with Rosine, the Paints Kiwis Trust. We're heading towards the latter stages of day 3 and the latter stages of this test match as in comes Trent Boult to bowl to Root, up on his toes, pushed into the offside. There'll be no run. And the score remains at 181 for 5. Goodbye to Craig McMillan. Hello once again to Jarrod Kimber. Where do we see this going?
I still think there's a chance it's over tonight. Macca just left saying, no way, we're back tomorrow. But I think it's a little bit dark, and if they can get past folks, you and I know there's not a lot to come. Potts averages 18 in first-class cricket. Didn't look like he enjoyed the left-arm fast bowling of Trent Boult in the first innings, and then we've got the 3 more entertaining men behind him.
Entertaining in what sense?
Well, Stuart Broad's certainly entertaining.
Oh, yes.
Jimmy Anderson's more entertaining from when he's facing spin. There will be no reverse sweeps in this innings.
Here comes Trent Boult. In to bowl to Joe Root, who works that ball off the hips. Down behind square on the leg side for 1. And England move to 182 for 5. At what point do the Black Caps start thinking we need a wicket here? This is getting awkward.
So folks have been in for 18 balls. If they can get a wicket within the next 18 runs, I still think I'd be very confident if I was them. It might be, if it does take a while to get this partnership out, it might be that sort of point there, then Root can maybe get one tail ender to stick with him for a while. But realistically, if they get a wicket within the next 18 runs, it's a lot for the tail to put on with all that pressure.
Yeah.
I mean, I see what Macca was saying about the good shot that Matt Parkinson played in the first innings. He's not batting behind Jimmy Anderson by accident.
This is skewed away from the batter, folks. It goes between the fielder at gully and point at catchable height and into the shadows in front of the grandstand. Just a little moment of fortune for Ben Folkes, who moves to 7. And England up to 184 for 5. That was not convincing.
No. I think this is where turning the ball on the leg side is something he likes to do a lot. They've got 2 men there, and I think he was trying to get it a little bit finer, so he closed the face, and it could have gone anywhere. And I think they've moved southeast towards where that last edge went. The problem for England is they need 93 to win with 5 wickets in hand on a pitch where it's not particularly easy to score.
Folkes waiting, driving, reaching for it rather. He won't find the run though, because the fielder Williamson is waiting at mid-off. There's 2 slips and a gully. We've got a long leg, fine leg really, from in the form of Carl Jamieson. A long leg in the sense that he's 6'8". Fielder at short mid-wicket. H.S. Patel is just in front of square on the leg side, a mid-on and a mid-off, and Trent Boult at the far end of the ground, turning in that familiar fashion and beginning this sprinted approach into Boult. Folkes, who comes forward with a straight bat, plays up towards mid-on, and there'll be no run. The score at 184 for 5 still.
Yeah, they've got they've got 4 players on the leg side. Part of the reason is because Boult is bowling around the wicket, but also it's because Folkes really wants to score. They haven't over-attacked that much with slips. They've really brought in a lot of, catching leg side fielders more so than anything else. But they've kept those slips in, but we just know that wickets can fall so quickly in this particular game.
Boult holding a short and wide delivery to Folkes, who tries to reach for it, feet going nowhere, just chops it into the turf, and we'll feel 1 that he's missed out, and 2 that he's played possibly And this is a reasonably stiff competition. The ugliest shot of the day. 184 for 5 is the score. The target 277.
It seems unfair to call that the ugliest shot of the day because Ben Stokes went out of his way to do something before. Do you know what that looked like? I'm trying to think how often I've ever seen Ben Stokes cut. I don't know if you know this, but there are certain international players who just can't play the cut shot. And if you look at his foot there, it might just mean that he was surprised. He didn't expect Bolt to be short and wide. But if you look at his back foot, it actually was going back towards the leg side, and he just couldn't reach it.
Tim Southey bowling a new over to Joe Root, who clips the ball off the pads down towards the boundary on the leg side and to that boundary in front of the grandstand, behind square. Fielder in pursuit couldn't get there. And Root moves to 55. England up to 188 for 5, chasing 277.
Yeah, that was brilliant because there's two men out there. They're bowling a little bit for the LBW, I think, there with Southey. He's got the two slips in the gully in place, but he's trying to bowl very straight, very full, hoping that Root misses one. With the two men out, knowing that if he gets a single, it doesn't matter. And in this case, Root timed the ball so well, placed it so well that he's picked up a boundary. So that's a real bonus for England, that boundary.
Southey in again. Upright approach past the umpire. This is flashed away. Goes behind square on the offside. It's going to go down towards the tavern for 4. It was short and wide. Overcorrecting Tim Southey. And Root could just throw the hands through the ball, pick up a boundary. And Kane Williamson stands, hands on hips, wondering, well, where do I turn next? Because while still in a good position in this game, with Root still there, England will feel more than in this match. 192 for 5.
Root was standing outside off stump when he hit that, and down the wicket. It was an odd position to get himself in, and it was uppish.
2 slips in the gully weight. In comes Southey. On the pads, Root will pick up 1 behind square on the leg side, turns for a second, wants it, but it's not there. So 9 runs from the first 3 balls of this 58th over of the innings. And England 193 for 5. The target 277.
We haven't seen much of Southey in this session. And Kyle Jamieson's already warming up, so I wonder if we're going to see bowling change. This is where that Colin de Grandhomme injury is a bit annoying for them. They can't just nip in a couple of overs to rest the other guys in what is going to be a long session, and I suppose a long day as well. That's one thing that is definitely in England's favour.
Ben Stokes chews his fingernails on the England balcony. This goes down the leg side, through to the gloves of the keeper. In white ball cricket, that would have been a wide, not so in a test match. That sort of line from Southey. Folks, the sleeves rolled up, and the bulky presence of a chest guard visible beneath his England jersey, has a little look around. Where might be the scoring options? Big innings for him, this, in his test career.
Definitely. Failure here, and I think the gloves go to best, though, by the end of the series, if not earlier.
Southey in. Played with a very straight bat by Folks. The ball was hurled back at the stumps by Southey. Win predictor is gloriously poised. 51% England, 48% New Zealand.
1% tie? Feels like, I think the tie should be higher.
I'd love to see it tied. Oh, wouldn't we all?
It's incredible. Was it the last one was... Yeah, so it's, wow, almost 40 years ago now. Ridiculous. We've only had 2 in, 2,600 test matches, I think?
And then, reasonably... Well, what a moment. Here comes Southey. This is left alone outside the off stump, flies on through to the keeper. End of the over. 58 gone. In the context of Test cricket, reasonably short space of time between each other. 1960 and then 1986. Yep. Right then, the score 193 for 5. The target 277. Adam Collins is coming in shortly.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
The highly anticipated all-new Audi A3 and S3 have arrived at Audi Solitaire. To find out more or to book your test drive, visit audisolitaire.com.au today. DL 65541.
England require 84 runs to win, and we're talking ties. One of my favourite topics. Adam Collins joining Jarrod Kimber. You're right. It's a chance. It's certainly a bigger chance than the draw. You don't say that too often. Carl Jamieson's been swung around to the pavilion end. He's done his best work running up from the nursery, what looked to be the final over of his spell. Indeed, I think it was the final over of his spell that picked up Ben Stokes. No, sorry, he went on after that, but it would have been, I suspect, if not for that crucial breakthrough. Now he's bowling at Root on 60. Slip in a gully, delivers here. Root driving straight to cover. I wonder what we might be coming back for on day 4. I was talking to Daniel off-air about 1982 at Melbourne, where Border and Thompson came back for 34 runs the next day and got 31 of them, I think. It might be a similar equation this evening. Of course, there is the opportunity for the umpires to call for the extra half an hour, which is not necessarily at 8 wickets or otherwise. It's discretion of the central umpire. Jamieson bowls on the back foot. Goes Root, pushing out to the offside, no run. I remember Gunnar Gould, the test match you and I were doing, Jarrod, at Brisbane in 2016, Australia-Pakistan, a day-night test. Ian Gunnar Gould was quite keen to get on with it and took the extra half an hour, 7 down, and Pakistan was still there the next day.
But that was offered to... that was because Steve Smith thought it was automatic. And he wasn't asked about it, and it was actually it was a miscommunication. If you remember, there was a whole kerfuffle about it.
Jamieson bowls to Root on the up, through cover, not far away, and it slips through the legs of the man at mid-off as well, down towards the rope in front of the Warner stand. Work to do, just hauled in at the last. So the misfield costs them 3, but it wasn't far away from the man at cover either. Kane Williamson, the captain, was the man who wasn't able to stop the ball at mid-off. Yes, that was on the up. Williamson moving to his left and straight through his legs.
I think that's partly just the pressure that Joe Root has put on them. He's been pushing quite hard for runs. He's been aggressive. Williamson knew that he was under pressure there, and just a simple error.
An extra slip in position for Ben Foakes on 7. He's faced 25 deliveries. Jamieson to him here, and Foakes hit on the pad shoutfully before. Jamieson's the only man interested, going well over the top. They won't be reviewing that.
Well, yes. Also, Blundell was flying down the leg side. He was at leg slip when he appealed for that Blundell, and it wasn't a real appeal. He just sort of put up one hand. It was probably closer than it originally looked, just because I think he might have fallen over a little bit there, folks, or might have been a bit wider on the crease. But yeah, it wasn't out.
So a catching mid-wicket, the other man in close. What a great opportunity this is for Ben Foakes. His first test match at home. Trying to bed down his spot in this England 11. Jamieson approaches him here. Penultimate delivery in the over. Foakes leaves it alone close to the off stump. Thus the oohs and ahs from the Kiwi Corden.
And me. Do you know what framing is in baseball?
No.
So in baseball, there are catchers who they worked out when they started doing Moneyball. Certain catchers make more strike calls and less ball calls by the way they frame their hands.
Okay.
And I think there are certain wicket keepers who are also very good at this. We just probably don't have the data on it to be able to tell. But all I'm saying is, the Blundell, maybe don't run down the leg side and then appeal. If anything, take a step back right behind the stumps and then put your hands up.
Jamieson, last ball of his set to the crease. Wider of it, bowls here. Foakes punches hard out towards cover point. End of the over, just the 3 runs coming from it. The misfield, 196 for 5 the score. Root 63, Foakes 7. Root's never made a 4th inning century. And if he reaches 100 here, and he'll need to if England are to win, he'll also bring up 10,000 runs in Test cricket. All there for him, the former captain. England at one stage were 159 for 5 when they lost Ben Stokes, the only wicket in this session. Caught trying to uppercut or ramp Carl Jamieson just when really felt like it was swinging in England's favour, and that wicket changed the energy of this final session entirely.
No, I think at that point you would have to have said that it was the first time you felt that England could really chase it. I don't mean to, like someone like Mr. Coney, who hasn't seen enough of them and hasn't been like, that sort of depressing weight of watching them back. It just ruined you. But those of us who've seen so much of them, that was the first point where I was like, there's no reason why they shouldn't go take this close. And then he scooped the ball off his eyelids.
Now, fly slip of sorts for Southey, bowling to Root, who defends down towards mid-on. No, run to Folkes, rather, I should say.
So this was...
sorry, to Root. The scoreboards can unclear, and thus I'm unclear too.
So last over, he walks across his stumps and a little bit down the pitch, and he got a length ball really outside our stump, maybe back of a length, and he slashed it over Gully's head to almost exactly where the fielder is now.
We know he likes to score in that region, so it's a run-saving measure, and potentially, if on the up, could be in play for the catch as well. Southey, nursery end, away from us to Root, using his feet to shuffle down as the ball's bowled, and Southey collects in his follow-through, considers piffing it at the stumps, thinks better of it.
Yeah, and he got the 9 runs off 3 balls last over with that slash and a couple of good shots off his pads. One for a single where he was aiming for 2 but couldn't quite sneak over. The other one was beautifully placed. So they just want to slow him down at the moment because Folkes doesn't look anywhere near as confident.
I think it's in New Zealand's interest to slow the game down entirely. I mean, notwithstanding...
Take your shoe off.
...overrates.
Where's Stuart Broad when we need him?
Yes. I mean, there's a lot of overs to go today which they will not get in. As Southey delivers, short ball, Root leaves it through to the gloves of Blundell, takes it fingers up, working his through, having Root needing to restart tomorrow morning. The second new ball then becomes a factor deeper into the morning, sure, but at least they get another go at Root fresh. That worked well this morning. England took 6 for 49 against 2 set men in Mitchell and Blundell. We've seen 6 wickets in the first session on day 1. We saw 7 wickets in the first session today.
Well, there's 2 hurdles, isn't there? There's the new ball and there's the restart. You want them to have to worry about both.
Have to be tomorrow. Southey bowls and defending is Root. I mean, they will be tomorrow. It's how deep into tomorrow that plays out. But I can't see New Zealand hurrying here.
No, and they also have to stop Root from scoring so easily, especially with the boundary. I don't think they're too worried about the singles anymore. I think the bouncer is a really important one for Root.
So before the last delivery here, they're going to bring up deep square up from the grandstand rope.
They did this before, and he didn't get in time, and Root hit the ball straight to him and took a single because he was so slow coming in off the boundary.
And they're bringing up deep point. Ajaz Patel's going to come up on the 1 as well. So they want to get folks back on strike. Good cricket. That fly slip, deep backward point, kind of awkwardly positioned, stays put. Southey to finish. Bowls here, slashing his Root. It gets through. Off the bottom edge, down towards the rope, and it's 4. Wow. Inside edge, not far away from the off stump. It brings up the England 200. Root to 67. It's all happening here at Lord's. They're 77 runs away from the target. There's still 1 ball left in this over, so they brought up the field with 2 balls left. There's applause from the audience for that next milestone reach, 200.
Yeah, not so much for the shot, which was about 8 to 9 inches from off stump when he dragged that would have been a no ball even if he hit it back into his stumps.
Yeah, the feature of point being brought up is that suddenly opens up a boundary there. 4 to the good for England. Last ball here from Southey. Couple of catching there behind the wicket. Root shuffles forward, tries to clip through the onside, can't beat mid-wicket. Now it's the end of the over. 200 for 5 is the score. England 77 runs away. Our coverage for Razine. The Paints Kiwis Trust.
Get a smarter home energy solution with B Solar. Avoid rising energy prices. Let the sun pay for your electricity with a 6.6 kilowatt solar system plus battery installed from just $25 per week and no upfront cost. To speak to a solar consultant today, just call 1-800-932-536. That's 1-800-932-536 or visit b.solar to learn more.
200 down, 77 to go for England. New Zealand require 5 wickets, but England have a very long tail. 3 number 11s in Broad, Anderson and Parkinson and Potts. Well, no one really knows how he'll go against test match quality bowling. Jameson, fresh over, bowls to Folkes, who leaves alone, not far from the off stump again, down the slope. Jameson hands on heads after the ball ends up in the gloves of Blundell. And that did move appreciably.
Because the last 2 balls of that over, we saw Root take the inside edge and get the boundary, and then we saw him miss the half volley that was fairly straight at around leg stump. He's really frustrated at the end of that. I think the pressure of the situation is now certainly getting to him, whereas when he was batting with Stokes, he looked a lot more in control, as the shadows are getting a lot longer out there as well.
Ben Folkes averaging nearly 100 in first-class cricket this year on strike. Down towards mid-on, no run. I say this year I'm reflecting on the county championship. He's made an unbeaten 100 against Warwickshire. So in good nick coming into this test match, but it feels like he's, this won't be fair to him, but it feels like he's almost a night watchman here. He's just got to absorb as many deliveries as he can.
Well, New Zealand are treating him a little bit like a tail ender, aren't they? The way they're moving the field around. And even the way that Root was batting, I don't think he was shielding him as much, but he was thinking, I need to control this slightly more. He certainly wasn't doing that when Stokes was out there.
So Jameson, no men out. Bowling to Folkes, who defends out towards mid-off, no run. Sorry, 1 man out at finally. But other than that, everyone up on the 1. A couple of slips in a gully. I wonder what they'll do if Folkes gets out. I mean, by convention, you'd bring Potts in next. There might be an argument
for Broad.
I mean, I
send him out.
I'm not even sure.
Tell him to have some fun.
I'm not even sure I subscribe to the argument, but there could be an argument for, just given the way he bats, he comes off or he doesn't. And if he comes off in a situation like this, well, it's going to make the job an awful lot easier for the men that follow. Jameson up to the crease, bowls to Folkes, clipping, but only as far as Ajaz Patel, just in front of square, no run.
If Root goes out, it probably makes more sense for Broad to come out and see if you can knock off 30 runs really quickly.
Yes.
If you've got a proper batter, you might, and we don't know that much about Potts' batting because we saw 2 balls and he looked terrified of a left-arm pace bowler, and you don't face many of those in county cricket. He might be fine against everyone else, for instance. We just don't know. But if Potts is a hanger-arounder, then that might work better for Root.
But for a guy who's played a fair bit of county cricket, there are very much conflicting reports on Matty Potts' batting. Facing up here is Folkes and swaying out the way from a short delivery from Kyle Jameson. I've heard everything ranging from very competent defensively through to he's a dead set number 11. So well, I suppose
it's a bit like
time will tell.
It's a bit like he's got a similar career to early Jofra Archer, where he's probably played about 27, 28 games, but they've been scattered over different seasons.
Yeah. He missed a whole year with a major injury.
He played I think in 1 year he bowled 2 overs, another year he bowled 50 or 60 overs.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of years where nothing happened at all.
Yeah, his emergence has been relatively quick from being just another county bowler to being in the shop window this season with 35 wickets. Jameson delivers here to Folkes. Off his hip, clipping, might be thigh pad. Blundell races down to cut it off. In the end, leaves it for the fine leg. They return for a couple of leg byes. Well run by Folkes especially. 202 for 5. It is signalled leg byes, so Folkes remains on 7 at the end of the over. So we'll have 15 more minutes of play. It should work out to about 4 overs. I wonder whether they might tempt fate a wee bit and have a look at Ajaz Patel one more time, just given that he's not going to be up against either man looking to pop him into the grandstand the way that Stokes did 3 times.
No, these are probably outside of Bairstow. Well, Root's the best player of spin, and Stokes is probably their third best player of spin after Bairstow. Interesting there, I don't know if you noticed that, the point went out. They were giving the single to Folkes, which is probably more annoying that he ended up getting 2 leg byes, but they gave him a single, which means they're starting to treat him like a tail ender as well. Well, not a tail... Well, yeah, a tail ender. I mean, they wanted him on strike.
Yeah, and I don't think that England necessarily would mind that either. It kind of suits both teams because the more balls that Folkes can absorb, the greater probability that Joe Root's here for morning 4. Noting that the probability of the game finishing today is pretty slim. So where can they get to by stumps on day 3 with 14 minutes to go? Southey. 1 slip. Bowls here to Root, who pulls hard through the onside but straight to the sweeper, a deep backward square. Route to 68. England 203 for 5. At target 277.
I think if you're going to bowl the short ball now, you really need to get it higher than that. He's got away with it. It was perfectly timed. But if the idea was to bowl the short ball then, and maybe it just didn't get up that much, but it just has to be shorter than that. You want him to make a decision about hooking it this time. There's no point just allowing him to paddle the ball around the corner for one. Or, he timed it so well. If he picked the gap there, he could have got another boundary.
So a second slip in position with folks on strike. He's 7. Saudi to him here, and he leaves alone. On that 5th stump line, a good place for Saudi to be a tempter. I wonder how they'll finish this day. So that'll be Saudi here, then presumably Jameson to bowl the last over from the pavilion end, but will they try something funky to finish? I mean, Ajaz would be the option for that. Jeremy Coney shaking his head. He wants to finish with Saudi. Yep.
Daryl Mitchell, you wanted? Jeremy was saying he wanted Daryl Mitchell to bowl couple.
Assuming there's 2 overs after this, Jeremy will. Or maybe 3 at most. Saudi bowls and defended from the line of the middle stump by folks out towards mid-on, no run.
I think Bolt is an outside chance, isn't he, of coming back at this end?
Yep.
That's my guess.
That's true. They've got options, that's for sure, New Zealand. Quality pace attack.
Although not quite the options they should have because of de Grandhomme's injury. So this has been a very long session. Luckily not a very long test match, so they shouldn't be as tired as they normally would be in a 4th innings.
Saudi's 18th over. Jameson's bowled 18 as well. Saudi bowls and folks competently in behind it in defence. Bolts is sent down as I wait for my scorecard to load. 20. And then 3.5 from de Grandhomme, injured with that heel strain that he's getting scanned this evening, we're told. And Ajaz Patel, 2 overs for 22, but
Daryl Mitchell's 1 ball. Don't forget Daryl Mitchell's 1 ball.
I've always thought Daryl Mitchell's a better bowler than that. But
I just think he's too similar to de Grandhomme when you've got both of them.
Well, in the absence of de Grandhomme, he might become an option tomorrow morning before the second new ball comes around. Still 18 more overs after this between now and then. Saudi delivers and folks again does the job. In behind it, back to the bowler. He's seeing them well now, the Surrey wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he's looking much better now. But before, he was certainly a little bit nervous. I think he played a couple of okay shots and was pushing, but he just looked like at any stage he might nick off.
I'll tell you what, if you've got a ticket for day 4, you'll get value for money. Or you may not see much cricket, but you'll see what's likely to be a thrilling finish one way or the other. Still 3 of the 4 results firmly on the table, the 3rd being the tie. We dare to dream here on SENZ Test Cricket. Saudi, last ball of the over. Bowls here, edged on the bounce, through the hands of second slip. They'll get through for a single. Folks retains the strike, which New Zealand probably won't mind, all things considered. 204 for 5 the score. Folks moves to 8, Route 68. The target is 73 runs away.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Looking to level up your Saturday morning Mowers Club status? You could win a Toro all-wheel drive personal pace mower or battery leaf blower. Plus, there's heaps of merch prize packs to be won. Enter now at toromowersclub.com.au. Terms and conditions apply.
SENZ Test Cricket for Rosine, the paint the professionals use. Adam Collins, Jarrod Kimber, 10 minutes to go on this 3rd evening, and nobody's in a hurry out there at the moment. Ben Folkes just going to face up now to Kyle Jamieson. So they should get 3 more in. I wouldn't be surprised if it's 2. Jamieson, pavilion end. 2 slips and a catching mid-wicket. Folks, forward, defending, out towards mid-off.
Yeah, Daryl Mitchell just did an incredibly gentle shuffle down to his position at first slip, like he'd been riding a horse for a long time.
So tomorrow, if they get 3 in, it'll mean that there are 15 overs until the second new ball, and assuming England don't score too many more runs from here, that they'll still be roughly 70-odd runs away from the finish line. So in all probability, that second new ball will be a factor at some point.
No, they'll be less than 70 runs away from the finish line.
Well, if
when the second new ball hits, they should be about...
I'm saying by close of play.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Jameson well wide of the crease to folks who pushes it out towards mid-wicket. There's no run there. I'm saying that, like, tomorrow we might be in a situation where it's 15 overs with the old ball, 70-ish runs to get, and that's tantalising.
No, definitely. And, New Zealand have a double chance there. Two things that England are not looking forward to. I mean, at the moment, I know Root played a couple of rash shots in a row earlier, but he just looks completely in control.
I said well wide of the... Sorry, Jarrod, before the next ball's bowled, I said well wide of the crease. I think Jameson was pretty much touching the side crease there. I'm not sure if it was called retrospectively. I haven't seen the board tick over. It remains 204 for 5. Jameson delivers and Folkes defends. That had plenty of reverse swing as well. We saw it on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen between balls. It was right on the edge of that side crease with the previous ball.
And that last one there just kept a little bit low. I think Folkes made it look a little bit lower the way he played it, but certainly didn't get up. It's a minefield. Reverse swing, keeping low.
Love to see it. Plenty of people still here. Nearing 7 p.m. Jameson passes umpire Goff. Bowls here. Folkes down leg side. Helps it on its way. There'll be runs. There'll be 2 of them. Back comfortably. Folkes moves into double figures, or is that leg byes? It is leg byes. In any case, 2 runs added for England. They're up to 206 for 5.
His hips scored a couple off Jameson down there.
Hips don't lie. Sorry. So 7 minutes until the scheduled close of play. It feels to me like New Zealand are trying to make this the penultimate over if they can. Jameson up to the crease. Bowls to Folkes in behind it defensively, out towards cover point. I'm not sure. It might require some real manipulation of the clock, though, because it's not yet 6 minutes to 7. So in all probability, Jameson will have one more over of work before he's finished tonight. And as you foreshadowed in the previous over, out goes deep point, out goes deep backward square. They want Folkes to take the single. And I suspect England won't mind the single either, if they are looking to protect Joe Root for tomorrow, implicitly at least. Bouncer. Folkes doesn't take it on. End of the over, 206 for 5. A few further words from Jarrod Kimber as we make our way through to the close of play. And replacing me for the last couple of overs will be Henry Moran.
I mean, if they did want him to take the single, I'm not sure the incredibly fast bouncer down the leg side was the ideal ball to be bowling to him. But that might have just been part of the double bluff. Folkes is not particularly good against the short ball. That's certainly, especially the fast short ball, is something that he's had trouble with for a little while. So he might have been looking for something there, but that was a bit of a wasted delivery in the end. Hello, Henry.
Hello again. Here we go once more. What can Tim Southey and whoever will bowl? Well, there should be another over. Whether we see it, we'll wait and see. Here comes Southey. Worked away off the pads. Behind square on the leg side by Joe Root. Down towards the Warner stand, which is increasingly emptying as supporters make their way towards the tube. And that'll be 2 runs to Root as the score moves to 207 for 5. The target 277. So my maths is correct. 70 away.
It says 69 on the board.
Oh, because they've moved to 208 for 5. So my maths wasn't right. There you go. How disappointing.
I mean, I'm not doing any maths. I'm literally looking at the thing that says 2 win.
Which is what I should have been doing, and I try to be smart.
Hey.
And as often happens, you fall in a heat. In comes Tim Southey to bowl to Joe Root, who plays the ball into the leg side, and that familiar up on his toes, almost feels like he's in mid-air as he plays it, and clipping towards mid-on. 208 for 5. Are they going to manage? No, they surely can't manage to avoid another over.
No.
4 minutes schedule left in play.
I mean, no one out on this field is in any kind of hurry at the moment. The 12th man was actually about 10 metres in, having a chat to Charles Jameson.
One slip, a gully, and Tim Southey bustling in. Once again, played behind square on the leg side. This will be 2 more runs from the battered Joe Root, who is now perhaps in a position to start thinking about a couple of significant milestones, not in only the context of this game, but also his career. 2:10 for 5, the England score. The target is 277. Root 28 runs away from what would be yet another Test century. But as well as that, the all-too-rare milestone of 10,000 Test runs. Partnership worth 51 now. It's the little ripple of applause you hear around the ground. Here comes Tim Southey into bowl to Root, who leans forward and just for a moment is out of his ground as the throw comes in from the gully. And it wouldn't be the first time today we've seen a dismissal
from that fielder.
It was Colin de Grandhomme who perished in that way what feels like about 4 years ago.
It's been a day, definitely. Root's been very good at just manipulating this field behind leg side, but behind square on the leg side. The fine leg, they've kept him fine, and the deep backward square leg is just behind the umpire, and I think he's taken at least an extra 5 runs from just manipulating the field there and finding that gap.
2 balls left in the over. Southey in, Root leaning on it. Wants the single, has to be quick. Throw comes in, he's quick enough. And so folks will face the strike for the final ball of the over. And Root will be on 73. Whether we see another over after this remains to be seen. The clock is 2 minutes before 7. They'll do well to drag out one delivery into 2 minutes here.
I'm trying to think of what fielding movements they could bring up the deep backward square leg, then push him back as if they'd made the error.
Sort of hokey cokey.
Yeah. But it doesn't look like that, although is it Trent Bolt here gave the ball an extra shine.
2 slips in the gully now for the final ball of this over. Folks on strike on 8. England 2-11 for 5. Here comes Southey as he's punched away nicely by folks up towards mid-off. And the skipper. End of the over. 2-11 for 5. The target 277. Still 2 minutes until the top of the hour. That tells us that we will have time for one more here on SENZ Test Cricket from the home of cricket, Lords. 2-11 for 5 the score.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
Attend State of Origin in style. SEN and Ringers Western are giving you the chance to attend Game 3 at Suncorp Stadium with 2 tickets and a new outfit, including new jeans, shirts and boots. Head to the SEN win page or iCanWin.com.au.
Welcome back to Lords Test Cricket on SENZ and across the SEN network. We got Kyle Jamieson at the far end of the ground. He's bowled brilliantly. 4 wickets to his name already. Can he get the prize wicket of Joe Root in this final over of the day? No, not initially. It's a good push from Root, which is well stopped in the covers. 2-11 for 5.
Folks is 48 balls for 8 and has a couple of leg byes, which obviously don't go to his total, but help England in this chase. He's finally, probably for the first time, looking in his best form in this Test match so far. But then he's got to come out tomorrow morning and do it again. And if he goes out for like 15, even if England win, his place is still under pressure, despite the fact he's actually helped them potentially win the Test match.
Jameson bowls to Root. A couple of pigeons scatter as the ball dribbles across the outfield on the leg side. And Root will scamper back for 2. Good running from the former skipper. 213 for 5. We're seeing plenty of intent from England in this final over, despite the fact that they might consider the fact that they just want to get to the close. But as you say, they have to start again tomorrow, these 2. And in doing so, maybe they see there's a good opportunity against a tired bowler just to pick up 3 or 4 bonus runs that could be all important.
No, I think it makes sense. You want to use every one of the old balls, knowing that there's 15 overs to go before that second new ball goes. You don't want to sort of waste any of those. And certainly We're going for 2 catches on the leg side here and 3 men out on the boundary. What's Neil Wagner field, I think. A deep third man's going out for a catch. So, well, they're certainly saying they're going to bowl the short ball. Well, let's see what Kyle Jameson actually bowls.
Everything points towards the ball being dug in. Let's have a little look what happens. Here comes Jameson. It is dug in. It's pulled away by Root along the ground, though. Just for a moment, the crowd held their breath, waiting to follow the track of that ball, but it goes along the ground to Patel. Behind square on the leg side, in front of the mound stand.
They're going to keep this as well for folks, although third man is going to come back up into Saudi. He's going to come up into gully. But the rest of the field sort of scattered out on the leg side. Look like they're going to stay there.
I can see Ben Stokes. Well, I can see the soles of his shoes resting on the railings at the front of the England dressing room. He looks reasonably relaxed. Field stays pretty much the same, certainly on the leg side. A short delivery flies over the back of Ben Folkes, who ducks out of the way.
Would those railings be heritage listed?
You'd have thought. I mean,
can he be charged for putting his feet on them?
I like to imagine that they've still got a sort of bits of beer spilt from years gone by, maybe a couple of cigarette burns from a few sort of 19th century mavericks.
Someone banging their bat into like a dent on one of them.
Yeah.
Do you remember when Matt Pryor broke the window?
Oh, yes.
I love bringing that up with him. He doesn't enjoy it as much.
Does he not? Here comes Jameson. Another short ball, which is pulled away by Folkes. It's more along the ground, in control. And more work for the fielder out there, Patel, to do, as 1 run is taken. 2 balls left in the day. 214 for 5. 1 ball left in the day, forgive me. 215 for 5 as the scoreboard ticks over.
That was an interesting shot on the second last ball of the day. I know that Root played it as well, but playing the controlled hook shot at this time, not what I was expecting. I was expecting him to ride out the last couple of short balls. I know he's not particularly good at riding them out, but that's what I was thinking he might do, but he played it well.
Change of angle for Jameson. He's going to come around the wicket, see if he can target Root's ribs, shoulder, head. As he comes in now, does dig it in. Root pulls the ball away and along the ground to pick up 1 run and conclude the day's action with another single. Root will head towards the dressing room on 77. He turns on his heel. England finish on 216 for 5. 61 runs away from a victory that looked oh so improbable when they found themselves 4 down. After a horrible little collapse. Well, how many times have we said that? But despite being 69 for 4, they've moved forward to 216 for 5. A target of 277 feels reachable. It is a long tail. New Zealand, Black Caps will know there is certainly an opportunity for them if they can get that breakthrough in the morning session.
Yeah, I think a normal batting lineup, 5-wicket stand, you'd say England was completely in control, but it's not a normal batting lineup. You've got to restart again in the morning, and the second new ball is sort of there and thereabouts to make everyone a bit more nervous. So with that all, I don't know what CricViz is currently saying, but it should be around still 50-50, even if they need quite a few wickets. And to be fair, when we've seen wickets fall, it's quite often a lot of them have happened in a row in this game.
Yeah, you have to strap yourselves in when the wickets start tumbling. If there's one thing we've learned from this game, it is that. Right then, so the close of play sees England 216 for 5, a target of 277, so 61 runs away. Joe Root is on 77. Kyle Jameson, the standout bowler, no question, 4 for 59. Gave it his all in that final over as well, really trying to dig that ball in, try and force the full shot, unable to do so. The sun is beginning to set here in northwest London. The supporters that have had a grand day out are beginning to filter away, and those fans that have got a ticket for day 4 who were thinking, well, possibly we'll need to find something else to do with our Sunday, are going to have some entertainment tomorrow morning. It may not last all that long, but it is going to be a thriller.
One of my favourite days as Lords as a punter was the 5th day of the 2009 Ashes, which didn't go for very long. because then afterwards the cricket didn't interrupt the drinking, but they kept the bars open. So they may do that again tomorrow.
Okay, which is of course the real sport and the real reason.
That's why we're all here.
Well, it's been a joy to be here. It really has. Thank you to you, Jarrod, Kimber. Thank you as well to Adam Collins, Craig McMillan, Jeremy Coney, and Daniel Norcross. My name is Henry Moran. You've been listening to Cricket on SENZ. Alongside our partners, Rosine. The paint the professionals use, also Chemist Warehouse. Thank you for joining us here on SENZ. We'll speak to you again tomorrow. We'll be underway half an hour.